Good morning, Chatty House. Hello. Test, 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 test. Hmm.
Also, hey, if anybody talks to Ramsey still, if anybody talks to Ramsey still, can you tell him my bad? I kind of like low key blew him off last night because I was very late getting up to my seat, and I was flustered because I hate being late to things, and I was flustered, and he was like, "Hey," on the concourse, and I just had to fist bump and keep going. So, no disrespect intended.
Yeah, I have I always have to scurry by him and say hello. But I got to go because I'm running down to post game.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, if anyone, Katrina, talks to Ramsey.
Good morning, y'all.
Hello.
What up? What up?
Good one, Scooter. Good one.
Russ Dog got the belt today. Congratulations, Russ Dog. We got about 20 seconds to showtime.
20 seconds. Oh, good for Russ Dog.
Matt, man,
Fast lanes 477 4744. There we go.
Yo.
See how well my brain works today.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hi. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Kings lost last night.
They did.
We'll talk about it. There's with less than a month until the NBA trade deadline, though, and 8 days out from the January 15th date, where players who signed with new teams this offseason can be traded. That's right? Players who signed with new teams can be traded January 15th? Players who signed new contracts?
Something, well, yeah, it depends on...
A bunch of players can be traded starting January 15th. That's how we're going to get
There's a handful of players that can be traded, including, I think it's players who signed extensions with their own teams. They have to wait. That's why Kuminga is one of these players.
Oh, sure. That makes sense.
We're on the day of this is a deadline day where if you're going to waive a player, he has to be waived by today or his contract gets guaranteed. Because you have to be waived by January 10th, but there's a 72-hour window for being waived to clear waivers. So if the Kings are going to waive anyone, it would be today, and there's only two of them. It's Russell Westbrook and Precious Achiuwa, who are both starting. So I'm going to guess you're going to keep both of those guys on minimum contracts.
Yeah. We'll talk about the Kings' defeat last night. Actually, you know what? We're going to move some stuff around. Anthony Slater talked to Scott Perry.
Okay.
Some interesting things in that article. Jake Fisher had a couple of interesting Kings notes. We'll have a fake trade coming up in a bit. A fake trade that might be a real trade?
Yeah, might as well.
Maybe.
Okay.
Potentially. I have a question, though, because the Kings lost last night, 100-98. And I did not think, given where we are in the season, that Sacramento could have what I would perceive to be a bad loss.
Yeah.
Because every loss at this point, when you're 8-29 and you have the third worst record in the sport, every loss is like a win when it comes to the rebuild and the tank and all that. But Dallas is bad. Dallas is not a good basketball team.
No, they're not.
They were just horrendous last night. And credit to the Kings' active hands and and forcing turnovers. And I think they had a season high in fast break points. I thought they did great in that respect. But Dallas doesn't have. We talk about the Kings not having a point guard last year. Dallas super doesn't have a point guard, and it showed.
Yeah, they're trying to use a rookie in Cooper Flagg as a point guard for part of the time, but they're not fully committed to it.
Yes, it's like they say that, but then don't.
Yeah, it's a very, very weird situation.
It's like a lot of point Najee Marshall.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, when Cooper Flagg decides to get downhill, he's so big and so fast that you can't stop him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what we saw the first time, and like Cooper Flagg, like, he's going to be an incredible basketball player.
You can just tell the way he moves.
Oh, like,
yeah, the way at 19 years old.
Yeah,
he's going to be a problem.
We did have the scary moment last night where he got his knee hit and went down.
Precious,
yeah. I mean, that was just like knee on knee, like it happens, but he's fine. Yeah.
So the Kings go into, what were they up at the half? It was 46 to 58, so they're up 12 at the half. And then Dallas cuts it immediately to 5, 7-0 run.
Oh yeah.
But Sacramento very quickly gets it back to double digits. And you're midway through the third, Kings up double digits. The Mavs can't hang on to the basketball. Cool. The Kings have a game where they played well. They're going to go win this game. And then they just didn't.
Mm-hmm.
They continue to be bad from 3. But it's the thing we talked about the other night with that Bucks game, where they just kind of stopped doing the things that were making them successful.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't think that, again, I'm not under some illusion that the Kings are going to be some great team. There's not some turnaround coming. I'm not trying to say that. My expectations are very low. But in a spot like that where you're at home, Dallas sucks, you're dramatically outplaying them, it feels like a spot where you can go close the door.
Mm-hmm.
You have the veterans, they don't. And what, like the veterans they do have weren't playing particularly well last night. Like go close this game out. Go be a team and do the right things here. And then they just didn't. And I'm floored that after the buzzer last night, I went, yeah, that was a bad loss. That's an 8-29 team just had a bad loss.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was possible. But if you were going to draw one up, that's what it looks like, because that Mavericks team had no business winning that game last night.
Yeah, I think that there's a ton of frustration that comes with losses like this one here. Like the blowout losses, everyone's looking at each other and saying, come on now. You know, what exactly are we doing here, right? But when it comes to a game like this, and I think like in the post game, I think we did a good job of asking questions that made sense. You know, whether it's, about, the development of the young bigs, which I thought were really good, but also Brendan specifically asked about, like, is
Brendan Nunes from the Kings Beat.
Yeah, Brendan Nunes from Kings Beat, of course. When you get to the final couple of minutes of a game, is like ISO, like basically what the NBA is. And like I think DeMar answered it honestly and said yes. It's kind of where the game goes. If you watch enough basketball, the final 4 minutes of a game is typically ISO with your best players having the ball in their hands. You get to Doug Christie, he says the same thing. Like, yeah, that's basically it. He said, but I can't have like bad shot selection. I don't care if you're our best players. I don't care if you're 18 years or 17 years or 12 years into the league. If it's a bad shot, it's a bad shot. And so I thought it was interesting the dynamic that we're starting to see play out. It's like you have one of the better closers in the game. DeMar DeRozan's been an incredible closer for years, right? But in the final 5 minutes of a game, he goes 2 of 6. Well, in the final, he played 8:36 in the fourth. He goes 2 of 6 from the field. And some of those shots weren't good shots.
Nope.
And some of the shots that Russell Westbrook took just weren't good shots.
Yep.
And I know people say, hey, coaching, it was about coaching. It's like, it's about coaching, but you have 2 guys that are going in the Hall of Fame who didn't take good shots in crunch time, and you lost a game because of it. And, the final play of the game, again, there's some conversations about what happened on the final play of the game. They drew up a play. They had practiced it in practice, and sure enough, a couple of the players blew up the play. They ran the wrong play.
I need a couple of Kings players
Yeah.
blew up the play.
Yes. And I mean, they talk about it like DeMar DeRozan talked about it in post game.
He was all about how disorganized they were on offense.
Yeah.
Which I thought we were solving that problem by getting Dennis Schroeder or by Russell Westbrook. We're gonna get, but those four guys. I want to focus in on the four veterans. Zach LaVine played all 12 minutes of the fourth quarter last night. DeMar DeRozan played 9 minutes. Russell Westbrook played 9 minutes. Dennis Schroeder played all 12 minutes. That quartet, when it combined 5 of 18 from the field, and 3, 4, 6, and 1 of 6 from 3. That's how you lose.
Yeah.
And it's really disappointing because you would hope that, all right, if you're going to lean on your veterans in the name of winning, you would hope that your veterans at least do the correct things to facilitate winning.
Yeah.
And they're just not. Like, they're not. And it's like Dennis Schroeder going 1 of 5 and a quarter. That's going to happen sometimes. Like, that's just Dennis Schroeder. But I feel like Russell Westbrook feels like he's mandated to take 15 shots a game.
Yeah.
And we talked about this with DeMar DeRozan last year. And I think I've been on the record. I think that Russell Westbrook has been really valuable for the Kings, just in terms of the way he plays the sport and the energy that he brings and the tenacity that he plays with. I think that matters. I also think that nights like last night, where I think he knows, like, inherently that he's not supposed to, like, that this is going to be a bad shot. Because you pointed this out during yesterday's show.
Yeah.
You pointed out the hesitation on the above the break 3. Corner 3, he's catching and shooting. But it's the one above the break where he catches, and then and you mentioned it, and I'm like, huh. Yeah, I guess he does. And then you see it.
He goes robotic.
There was one, he catches it above he catches it above the break on the right side. He gets into his shooting motion and then, like, stops and starts to, like, pass it with one hand and then decides to regather and shoot it again. What is that?
I don't know, because I'm watching DeMar DeRozan in the fourth quarter. Got to the corner. Someone hits him with a perfect pass in rhythm. Nothing but net.
Yep. Cash.
Like, look at that. It's a rhythm shot. That's what basketball is about. It's about finding players in rhythm. It's about moving together as one. And that's just not what the Kings do. And the Westbrook, like, hesitation 3, I don't understand.
It doesn't make sense.
I don't know how many times that's gone in this season, but it can't be that many. And, like, look, you can tell he has worked tirelessly on his shot.
Totally.
Because you can see it's such a form shot, but he looks like a machine. Like, if you were to put out the 3-point shooting machine that they have at All-Star Weekend or whatever, that sits there and launches one after another, it's such a robotic motion. And he goes up and he comes back down and he stands there and he's locked into this weird position, like a perfect form for shooting. And then he goes up again. But the problem is he's completely out of rhythm and just not ready to shoot the ball. And, you know, I think the thing that really frustrates me, and I'm sure frustrates other people, it's that they did the pick and roll play like one time in the fourth quarter and Max Reynaud scored. Like, Max Reynaud doesn't miss. Like, I don't know if anyone has noticed, but this kid is not only both hands, he's ambidextrous with the ball in the post,
which matters because not every player is.
No, I mean, we all remember that Marvin Bagley could only go left, right? He's the opposite of Derek Zoolander. He can only take a Louis. But when you're looking at Reynaud, he finishes 6 of 7 from the field. It's so simple and so easy, and that's the game of basketball. Like, if you have a weapon like that, it's like it really it's so frustrating, because it's like, go back to Rashawn Holmes. Like, Rashawn Holmes on his push shot was money anywhere in the key. Like, the fact that you could probably have had Rashawn Holmes average 20 points a game if he just ran the play 10 times. Like, that's how good he is at that play. And to go away from some of the things that are working and not have, find success by doing things that aren't going to work, it's just really frustrating to watch.
Yeah, man. This is all what's the word, like within in it's all relative, right?
Mhm.
The disappointment you feel after a Kings loss is different than the disappointment a Oklahoma City fan feels after they lose.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's all relative. And that's
Although they're
different
losing
from
a lot, so it's a
they're
panic
very
moment.
straight. They got smoked by
They're up to
Charlotte.
8 losses.
Yeah, really weird.
Yeah.
So the that it's all relative, and the what a Warriors fan feels or a Bucks fan feels or who else is on the Kings, a Mavericks fan feels after loss, like it's all going to be different.
Yeah.
I just didn't think, I thought we were past the point this year of being frustrated by the fact the Kings lost. I was frustrated with the Bucks game, for example, because they showed in that stretch where they cut it from 26 down to 3, oh, you are capable of doing this stuff.
Yeah.
And when you do it, like, it works. It's not going to work against every team, but hey, it works. Why didn't you do that all the time? It wasn't that it wasn't the loss that frustrated me. It's how they lost. Last night, the fact they lost annoys me.
Yeah.
They had zero business losing that game. They were the way better team for like 40 minutes. I think the Mavericks led for 2 minutes of the game.
Dallas
2 total minutes.
Dallas had like on the scoreboard on the box score, you can see like the lead changes and how big of a lead that Dallas has had. Dallas didn't have, they had a 1-point lead at one point during the game, all the way up until the final seconds when they went up by 2. The entire game, they never led by more than 2, which is the final outcome. They beat the Kings by 2 points. The Kings led by as many as 12. Dallas led by 2 points, and they didn't lead by 2 until the final minute of the game.
Because, in part, because they ran the wrong play at the end.
Yeah.
Or because players decided I don't know detail. DeMar DeRozan said they're unorganized. I don't know what that means exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put it on one person because I don't know. I'm not going to put it on 2 people because I don't know. But you can't have that, man. Like, you can't.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that we're 37 games into this?
Something like that. It's a
8
lot.
and 29, 37 games into it.
Yeah, 37 games.
We're nearly halfway through the season. We're nearly halfway through the season, and you're still having an issue like this. Like, this is not the Washington Wizards.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the oldest teams in the sport. You can't.
Yeah, my only question
brutal,
is, like, have you run this play before? And if you ran this play before, were the same 5 guys on the court? And so is there a possibility?
Sure.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the fact that if you look at who was on the court to end the game, it's a bunch of players that kind of play the same position. So it makes you wonder if one or two of them ran the exact same play that one of the other guys did because that's their spot.
Maybe.
Right?
Sure.
So you have like Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. Maybe they've run this play multiple times in practice, but those two weren't on the court together and they played the same position on the court. But it doesn't matter.
And that's where to me, it's like, okay, that's on the coaching staff.
Yeah.
Whoever it is that's responsible needs to go, hey, Dennis, remember, you're doing X instead of Y on this play. Russ, you're doing A instead of B on this. Whatever it is, I don't know. Again, I'm not on the bench. But that is where, to me, it's you can't have that.
Yeah.
If 40 games at almost half the way through the year.
Well, you didn't even need a 3.
Just brutal. That was the other.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. We got 6 quick thoughts coming up. Anthony Slater talked to Scott Perry, who had some very interesting things to say about the Kings non-rebuild. Not going to call it a rebuild because you don't like labels, but it is going to be a heavy lift. Whatever it is going to be a heavy lift. We'll talk about that. Jake Fisher's got a couple of interesting nuggets in his latest newsletter. We'll dive into all that. Plus, we got 49ers playoff game on Sunday. We're going to sprinkle in some NFL playoffs as well throughout the next couple hours. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. And no, we're not. We're just on ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento Sports Center. Okay.
To be clear, like in postgame, Doug said that they went wide, and we were all like not quite sure what that meant. But in their system, again, I haven't rewatched the final play a couple of times to see what exactly happened. But DeMar was very clear, like, hey, like when you go out and you launch from, he's like, we should have been able to get better than a 1 foot, 30-foot 3-point shot at the buzzer. Like, Brandon, you keep asking, or you and other people keep asking, how much interest do the Kings have in Kuminga? Like, I think they're intrigued by him, but at the same time, like, what exactly are you going to give up? And like, the Warriors don't want to take back multi-year contracts unless it's a big contract. Like if they're going to swing for the fences and do another Jimmy Butler type trade, right? So that's one avenue, but I also like the Warriors aren't looking for multi-year deals. They're not looking to take back Malik Monk. They're not going to take back Malik Monk. I mean, that's something that like I've heard repeatedly. So how do you get to the $22.5 million without, again, maybe trading DeMar DeRozan for Kuminga? But the Kings are now at the point where they're like, look what's happening over there with him. Like, why would we give up a first round pick? Very, very reluctant to give up a protected 2030 pick. The Kings are at this point, especially when you are where you're at with the as far as the Kings.
My favorite thing was the report. My favorite thing was the report that the Warriors are potentially interested in trading for Anthony Davis, but they also don't want to give up Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green.
Okay.
All right. Then you're not that interested.
Yeah. And I mean,
anytime you can keep the core pieces of a team that's dog shit, you do it. Everybody knows that.
Well, you can put together somewhat of a trade with, throwing in Buddy Hield, throwing in Moses Moody and Kuminga, but I don't think Dallas is interested. Right? And Dallas should be resetting. And if that were the trade, Dallas is going to want like 3 first-round picks. Because that's nothing to get back.
Yep.
And a couple of those players under contract long term, like Buddy Hield I think he signed a 4-year deal.
Yeah, man.
I think he's still got 2 years after this year.
Here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Put a bow on the Kings game last night, or whatever you want to put on it. That's up to you. We'll get to trade deadline stuff. I have an NBA officiating gripe I need to get to as well. It happened again last night during the Kings game, and it is the thing I hate the most. Two things I cannot stand about NBA officiating happened last night during the Kings game, and we'll get to that. But before we do so, we got to get to America's favorite segment, 6 Quick Thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
6 quick thoughts brought to you by nobody. Could be you. Could be your business. The 6 quick thoughts are brought to you by James Ham. 6 quick thoughts. Number
1. The score. Zach LaVine looked like himself for stretches. Now, I think looking like Zach LaVine is always interesting because that means that you're really, really good at what you do, and then you fade away, and then you show up again, and then you fade away. And so, having him go for 20 points on like 8 of 19 shooting, he had a couple of assists. Like there were some good moments from Zach. He got to the rim, he hit the 3-point shot. Overall, I was impressed that he looked like the player that he had early in the season. But that's because he had just taken 9 games off with an ankle injury, and you're waiting to see him get back to like sort of who he is.
Hmm.
I
think a lot of his 8 for 19s were on like runouts and fast breaks.
Yeah.
And 3-on-2s and 2-on-1s where he was just able to get to the cup, which he is very good at for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is something you alluded to just there. Okay, Zach LaVine is a very good scorer. I'm not doubting his skill set. He has an unbelievable skill set. Then slam the door on this bad basketball team.
Yeah.
Take the ball and make some shots. You get 2 for 5 and 0 for 1 from 3 in the fourth quarter. The overall numbers look great, for sure, and he physically looks good. Like he looks good. Like he
looks healthy.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
But this is the frustration with Zach. This isn't just a last night issue. This is the frustration with him for a decade.
Yeah, he's a third scorer. That's
yes.
He's a third option on a really good team.
Right, but he looks the part of something much better than that.
Yeah.
And last night was just a perfect encapsulation of why it's frustrating, because you see him and it felt like there were 3-4 times throughout that game where you went, oh, this might be the bucket. Now let's see if he gets rolling, where he scores 12 points in a row or puts up a 18-point quarter. Like one of those things where he just takes it over and puts it away, and he just doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, Zach LaVine, I've said this in the past, but I'm going to keep saying it. I've seen this player play in Sacramento before. His name was Rudy Gay. It's exactly the same every single time you watch him. You're amazed. It's a beautiful, like aesthetically pleasing player.
Without question.
And then you're always left wanting more. And it's not like you left me wanting more, like I've got to go back and see the sequel.
Mm-hmm.
No, you left out some of the important plot lines. Like I still don't know what happened to so-and-so's mom in the show that I was watching.
Right.
Like, it's not okay to leave a hole in the plot line.
Yes.
And you're like, hey, what exactly happened there? I don't know. We didn't get back to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it got cut on the, the final, like,
yeah.
Okay. Every single time you're left with that like feeling. Elf, the movie Elf, like they sent out the book and it's missing the last page.
Oh.
That's what you're like, hey, what happened to the dog? Like I don't know what happened. That's what you're always left with him, and it's kind of infuriating. I don't think it's a lack of effort. Nope. I don't think it's a lack of skill.
Nope.
It's something about mentally he doesn't want to be a disruptive force that takes too many shots or does too much, and that ends up with him not doing enough, and you're always left with like wanting something more.
Hi, Zach. If you're listening to this or watching this, hello, I'm Kyle. I understand that I'll never be as good at anything as you are at basketball. I understand I'll never have the success in life that you have playing basketball. I understand all those things. Be a disruptive force. Take all the shots, man. Just do that. That's what people want here. Do that.
Yeah, do it for a month. Do it for
a week.
Season. Yeah.
Open it. First week and a half of the season, averaging like 28 a game. Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about being a disruptive force. Just go be disruptive. Because losing to the Mavs while you not being disruptive is not it. We'll have more on Zach LaVine later. We had an interesting nugget from Jake Fisher in his latest newsletter about Zach LaVine's desire to be in Sacramento. Number 2.
Let him play. I'm past the point of worrying about how many games Dylan Cardwell has left on his 2-way contract. At this point, I have him at I think 16 games played, which means he still has another 34.
Mm-hmm.
That gets you well into the final month of the season, or the final 20 games, 15 games of the season, whatever it is. Let this kid play, because he plays hard. He's fun to watch. He's actually good at the game of basketball. There are moments where you think he's not good at the game of basketball, and he does some things that are frustrating.
You're telling me.
But at the same time, if I'm looking over at the other team, and they're running Daniel Gafford out there. Go look at Daniel Gafford's first 4 years in the league.
Sure.
He was a twig who did not wasn't growing into his body, wasn't growing into an NBA player, and then he figured it out and he became a really good basketball player.
He got put in part. I understand he was good in Washington, but he's in a perfect role in Dallas. Or at least he was. I know the Mavericks aren't what they were a couple of years ago, but he got traded to Dallas and got put into a perfect role. I think the thing with Dylan Cardwell right now is there's not, and we talk about this, we've talked about this in relation to Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis. I think right now it's really tough for a player like Dylan Cardwell, who I don't think that he's ever going to be some skilled player. I don't think there's a ton of great touch around the rim. I don't know if he's a particularly talented passer, but man, he tries his ass off. He is a rim protector. He grabs rebounds. He plays with physicality. He plays with joy. He does all of those things. At very worst to me, that's energy big off the bench that can swing a game for you. At worst.
Literally, when Scott Perry pops up on your Facebook feed later today and starts telling you about the 6 things that the Kings are going to do,
can't wait.
He's describing Dylan Cardwell.
Yeah, man, that's it. And you would hope that there's some, if they're establishing culture and the way we play Kings basketball, it appears he's doing it. Reward him for it.
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be those frustrating moments where you go, man, he just slammed a layup off the backboard, or man, that was a bad turnover, or whatever it is. That's going to happen, I think, in part because he's just a little bit I'm not even going to say miscast. There's just no offense for him to play.
Yeah.
He's just a large human in there. But I think overall, you see very clearly the outline of an effective NBA player. What his ceiling is, I don't really know, and I don't really care right now. I'm totally with you. He needs to play.
Yeah,
flat out.
Look, I can go back to the history of the Sacramento Kings and pull out a couple of players that I think would match what I think of Dylan Cardwell. Number one is Michael the Animal Smith.
Okay.
And I think actually Michael had a little bit more offensive pop. Could not shoot, could not do anything, but on the break, he was a ferocious dunker. Number two is Yogi Stewart. Yogi Stewart, Sacramento kid. The Kings signed him and thought he was just going to be training camp fodder. He ended up being this shot blocking crazy person, and he ends up getting signed by the Toronto Raptors to some big deal, and the Kings lose him. The other one is Justin Williams. People might remember Justin Williams was extremely athletic, flew all over the court. Dylan Cardwell has the potential to be better than all of those. He has potential to be a NBA regular. I don't think he's ever going to average 10 points a game, but he certainly could average 6 to 8 points a game just as a rim running big who dunks.
I kind of wonder if he could be Kenneth Faried-ish.
Yeah.
Fareed was a little bit more of a scorer. I think what did he average for his career? 11 for his career.
Yeah, but not. And Dylan Cardwell is much bigger than Fareed.
Yeah, bigger, but same energy. Just a pain in the ass to play against.
And I think worst case scenario, you're hoping that he develops into the player that we talk about that the Kings don't have all the time. Just the basic, what's the kid in Memphis that I talk about all the time that the Kings can't match up against?
Brandon Clark. Brandon Clark's a great example.
Yeah, maybe he won't have the 15-foot jump shot that Brandon Clark has developed. Maybe he will, though. And, the fact is, he's a good human being. He's very smart. You watch him play and you think, oh, he's just a crazy person. No. He is a very, very smart kid.
He gets it, for sure.
Yeah, and then on top of that, he's a good teammate and he wants to be there and he wants the crowd to get involved. And sometimes when he blocks a shot and he's raising his hands up and you're like, man, you go play. Stop doing that.
Yeah, right.
Get back in the play. But still, I absolutely love watching him play and that's crazy.
Yep. Number 3.
Yeah. Number 3, where are we?
Made some adjustments.
Yeah, you made some adjustments. Max Reno was getting his behind kicked early in that game. I tweeted out Anthony Davis might go for 100 tonight. The first couple of plays just looked like he was doing layup lines. And then Max Reno made some adjustments. He got in foul trouble, but he got in foul trouble as a rookie and figured out a way to stay on the court for 35 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm super impressed with just the way he processes the game
Mm-hmm.
and how he continuously gets better and better and better. Now, are there issues? Yeah, there are issues.
Mm-hmm.
But those are issues that you're going to develop over the course of 2 or 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you're going to be able to fix everything. But for right now, we asked him to get better as a rebounder, 9 rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
You ask him to be more efficient. He's so incredibly efficient. It's crazy. He's got such a soft touch around the rim. Nobody knows how to stop him at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm super
Very
impressed
skilled.
with Max. He's like super skilled. And I also go watch his interview last night in postgame. He fielded a couple of questions, especially late,
Mm-hmm.
that was like, holy cow, man, you get it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you think, oh,
Stanford guy.
It's a Stanford guy, but you're also thinking he's French. He might not know the game, like the history of the game that well or anything
Mm-hmm.
else. They talked about, he got asked about the ISO in the final
Mm-hmm.
couple of minutes of a game. And he's like, well, we have a guy who literally just became the all-time leading scorer for a
Mhm.
point guard in the history of the NBA. We have another guy who's one of the greatest closers of all time in the NBA, DeMar DeRozan. He just starts laying it out like, I have to do more? Yeah, I have to do more, but I have to do more of the dirty work in those
Mhm.
moments.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, just super impressed with him. And I think he, again, is the one bright, shiny light from this season.
For sure. Number 4.
Flying high. Precious Achiuwa I thought was really good. And Doug actually talked about it later. He said I probably should have got Precious more minutes last night. He ended up having 9 points, 9 rebounds. He grabbed a rebound,
Mhm.
looked off 2 guards, went coast to coast and hammered a ball.
Mhm.
Like,
That was sick.
he also he's starting to hit threes more regularly. Like, this is a very skilled player that almost feels like every step of his career he's had to take steps backwards.
Mhm.
And he's finally found a place where he just gets to go and play. And I think, man, he's a very, very nice rotational find for Scott Perry.
I think so too. My one concern is that the bar is just so damn low.
Yeah.
Because we can talk about, this is all nice. They have 8 wins. But again, I'm going to talk about it with Dylan Cardwell. I talk about it with Max Renault, and I talk about it with the outlines there.
Mm-hmm.
You see where if in 4 years the Kings are competitive and this person is in their rotation, you see a very, very specific role and how they could be successful in that role. And given what this season is, that to me is really valuable.
Yeah.
And I think that matters a lot. Shout out to my guy Precious. Big fan. Number 5.
Cause problems. I thought Keon Ellis, he is such a crazy defensive instigator. And last night he had 3 steals. I think he had a couple blocks.
Mm-hmm.
But on top of that, he must have had another 5 or 6 deflections. Even late in the game, he had a deflection that was just wild.
Mm-hmm.
He's blocked a 3-point shot, I think, in the last 3 or 4 games.
You know how hard it is to block a 3-point shot by Klay Thompson?
Yeah.
Klay's like 6'7" with a high shooting point.
Yeah. And an incredibly quick release.
Mm-hmm. A release point. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just it's so fast. And he just flew out, blocked his shot.
Yep.
For me, watching Keon Ellis, again, I think we're going to watch Keon Ellis in a different jersey at some point this season, just because of the contract situation and everything else. But you got to find more Keon Ellis's, guys who care, guys who go out there and play. Was he perfect? He wasn't perfect. He missed shots. He had
kind of hit the game winner.
Yeah. He also he's one of the worst decision makers in transition that I've seen.
Unbelievable, dude.
Yeah, it really is.
He puts the ball on the deck, and it's like the lights go out.
Yeah. The passes, when he passes, it's always late. When he goes to the rim, it's not
indecisive.
With authority. Yeah, because he feels like he should be passing.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever it is, his transition problems are an issue.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to Keon. Big fan.
Number 6. He got it going. DeMar, look, he's made his name doing this. So the fact that he ends up, I think, 21 points, 5 assists, a block, 3 steals. They took one of his steals away. I don't know why that happened. So I think he finished with 2. But DeMar DeRozan, when he decides to cook, is still unstoppable. And the Kings do need that. They need somebody who is reliable, that you can feed the ball and he can go get you a bucket 60% of the time. I don't love it all the time, and I don't love when he kind of like breaks the play and just starts backing a guy down with 18 seconds on the shot clock. But that doesn't change the fact that he's really effective still, and could go score 20 for any team in the league right now.
I have nothing to add.
Yeah,
DeMar.
it is.
The technical last night was weird.
Oh yeah,
very strange. He was hot.
I think he's got a tech.
He was big mad
a couple of times in the last like week.
Yeah, I thought for sure that was going to be one of those things where he gets the tech and he's getting after a ref and went and scored the final 14 points. I was so sure that that's how that was going to go, and DeMar was just going to take over down the stretch. And then he kind of tried and left a couple on the front rim, had a couple of rim out. It was fine. But yeah, he's...
Well, the problem is that like
I don't have any notes on DeMar from last night.
Yeah, when you get to the final 5 minutes of a game, you can't take bad shots, especially when you have a player like this that typically hits more than he misses down the stretch.
Yeah.
So when you're taking off balance weird shots, that's not by design.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's tough, and it's frustrating for a guy like him who's just looking around like, what are we doing?
Sure.
Yeah.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Two things happened in the Kings game last night that NBA officials do that just really grinds my gears. We'll talk about that. We got NFL playoff stuff to get into. And it's not. I'm sorry. The second hour is not coming up. The second hour is not coming up yet.
We still have one more segment.
We still got another segment, and then we'll get to the second hour. All right. The NBA officials made me mad last night. We'll tell you why next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports City. All right, I have this.
NBA guru. I did not talk about my top 4 players to be traded because it's too nuanced. Like if I'm talking about what are the 4 players I would trade, or the 4 players that I hope to get traded, or the 4 players that are realistic to get traded, there's like too many variables there. I think everybody knows the players that probably are going to get traded if he can. And, like I don't think you can trade Zach LaVine. Yeah, I'm not doing anything post game with someone, so you know. I didn't get home until 12:30 last night, and then you're all wired. I do not think the Kings have a handshake agreement with Monk to be traded soon, sort of like Kuminga. I don't. I think that he's just not playing. And there are reasons why he's not playing, but I think the Kings consider Zach LaVine and Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook better players than Malik Monk. And then it becomes a toss-up between Malik Monk and Keon Ellis, who's going to play. One of those guys plays defense, one of them plays offense, but that's kind of the deal. No, Rustog, I don't think they should shut down Domas and Keegan for the season. I mean, like if I had to choose which one I would shut down for the season, it would be Domas. But I mean, you understand, like there's still like 45 games left in the season. Like it's way too early to shut anyone down for the season. And I want to see this team different after the break, and I want to see Keegan Murray as like the guy. And if he fails at being the guy, that's fine. But at least you did it, and you saw what it looked like, and all that. I have heard the Raptors are interested in Domas. I've heard that multiple times in the last month. Hector.
Wait, say that again?
The Raptors are interested in Domas. I think I've even said that on this show.
Zach Lowe said the opposite.
That they're not interested?
Mm-hmm. Actually, he said, I don't think they're interested in Sabonis. That's an educated guess.
Okay.
Because he said they're calling about bigs because Jakob Poeltl has a back thing and et cetera, et cetera.
I had heard a while ago that they were on the list of teams that had called about Domas. But that was a while ago. Okay, so you just said something that stands out. You said, it's funny Doug wants to play the better players when he's trying for a youth movement. Like, Doug has to try to win games to keep his job. Like, he's not out there to lose every game and to embarrass the franchise. So, again, and if the Kings had, like, we're all arguing about, like, whether Dylan Cardwell, an undrafted player, should get more minutes, or whether Max Reynaud, a kid who was taken in the second round, should get more minutes, or if Nick Clifford, who was the 24th pick in the draft, should get more minutes. Like, the Kings don't have the young core to play.
Here we go, coming back.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. We'll talk Kings trade stuff in the second hour. Want to let everybody know, if you're listening to this on the radio, we appreciate you so much, whether it's 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2. Just want to remind everybody that we do stream this show on YouTube as well. We are live on YouTube right now and Twitch. Hello. Hi, everybody. If you are not already subscribed to our YouTube channel, we highly encourage you to do so. If you're watching this and you're not subscribed, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
Go subscribe now.
Thumbs up.
Hit the thumbs up while you're here. Do all that. But yeah, subscribe to the channel. Jesse works very hard behind the scenes to upload additional content and other videos that go beyond just this live show. So maybe you can only pop in live for a little bit. We have our live shows live as their own videos, but B, Jesse cuts up all the highlights from both the Insiders and D'Lo and KC and gets those all uploaded for you. So lots of benefits to being subscribed, and we would really appreciate if everybody could do that at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Thank you so much for those of you who are subscribed, and to those of you who will subscribe, and to those of you who won't subscribe who are listening, thank you so much for listening anyways. We appreciate you as well. All right. I do want to talk about the NFL playoffs, and I do want to talk about this Kings trade stuff because, James, you said you had a fake trade that might not actually be fake. Mm-hmm. And you know I love a fake trade. When you throw in there, might not actually be fake, that also fires me up. But we'll do that in the second hour.
Okay.
Because two things happened last night.
Okay. I'm here for it.
Just get my goat when it comes to NBA officiating. Number one, the challenge rules are stupid. Okay? Can we just... I get that there have to be some parameters. There has to be some mechanism to rein in coaches from using challenges as some kind of game advantage. For example, the reason you can't Golden State lost to the Clippers the other night, and there was a goaltending call that didn't get called late in the game. Gary Payton the second went up for a layup, ball off the backboard. John Collins swats it away. They don't call a goaltend. You can't review that because nothing got called. And you can't review that because you can't have a coach while the Clippers are out on the break just going, review, and stopping the play.
Yeah.
Right? That can't be a thing that happens. So I get that. What bothers me is that Doug Christie last night has to use 2 timeouts to challenge 2 plays early in the game, and then you're out of challenges in the first half.
And you've eaten 2 timeouts. To make sure that the officials get the calls correct. So you're out of challenges, even though you won both challenges. You did 2 things and went, look up at the score. This is me. I'm Doug looking up at the scoreboard, leaning up on the thing. Actually, he points at the ref and does this. It's more of like a Avada Kedavra deal than a pointing up at the sky and twirling the finger. He points at the ref and very almost.
Yeah, dude, seriously. He just does that whole thing. So that sucks. That's dumb. Limiting challenges to me in order to keep the games moving. I think, okay, I get that. I understand the thought process. I understand the wanting to make it a strategic thing where you have to strategically, like, do I want to use my challenge here? I might need it later in the game. How do you want to do that? But at the same time, when you have to challenge a foul call on DeMar DeRozan, who's going to play heavy minutes, you have to make sure that he's not getting into foul trouble. So you have to challenge this foul call when he very clearly got all ball. That sucks. That all right, like now you're just out for the rest of the game and you're down 2 timeouts. I think Doug went into the second half with 2 timeouts.
Yeah, he did not have a timeout for the final play.
He went in with 3, and then, so he went in with 3 timeouts.
Yeah.
Used one during a Mavs run, so he's down to 2 timeouts early in the second half. Like, that stinks. If you win your challenges, you should get to keep challenging. Now, the caveat to this, and I've talked about this before, the caveat to my version of this rule is if you challenge and you're wrong, you're out of challenges. That's what keeps coaches from challenging just everything.
Yeah.
And bogging games down. But man, Doug shouldn't be, because he got 2 challenges right, be out of challenges now.
And he shouldn't be penalized with the timeouts.
Yeah,
like,
if the refs are wrong, like, we're trying to get it right here.
Here's the stupidest thing. I'm going to add to it.
Please.
The NBA decided to sell their television rights to every single person that they possibly could, right? So now we have Prime, used to be TMT, now we have more on ESPN. We've got
got our 8:30 NBC starts.
NBC. If you're gonna make fans show up for an 8:00 game on a Tuesday night that doesn't start until like 8:18, which was the biggest, like,
unbelievable.
I literally want to curse on the radio right now.
Don't
like
do it,
the
please.
Biggest horse blank of all time.
Add a dump button.
Like, what are we doing here? Why are we worried about the amount of challenges and how long they take? Like, again, I didn't get home until 12:30 last night. The game took forever. And God bless our friend Brett Huff in Canada. Brett's like, hey, this has the look of a double overtime game. And I'm like, bro, you shut your mouth when you talk to me.
Can you imagine?
That almost went to overtime.
You'd have had to go straight from the arena to the show.
I would have just slept in my car in the parking lot and just horrible.
You're ridiculous.
So why are we worried about something like that? Why are we worried about, hey, look, if an official got it wrong, they got it wrong.
That's on them.
It is. It's on them.
Mm-hmm.
And so, look, why are you penalizing a coach for an official making 2 errors in that first half? And it was actually more than that. They just didn't want to waste a challenge every time.
Sure.
Yeah, just dumb.
I think there's this worry because you bring this up and you hear people or see people go, well, God, the length of game. If the penalty is when you challenge once and are wrong and you're out of challenges, if that's the penalty, that's not going to be a problem. Coaches are going to be very, very diligent about the plays they challenge. And if they're wrong, they're out. And now we're just playing basketball again.
Yeah.
So I don't. Human element is a dumb argument.
Yeah.
The human element doesn't exist. Human element is only a thing because when sports started, they didn't have televisions yet. You know, like that's Anyways,
no, I'm with you.
Number 2. This is my second NBA officiating thing I hate that happened last night. And this isn't related to last night's game. This is not why the Kings lost. It's not. It has nothing to do with last night's game. It's just an annoying thing that I saw last night. The wait to blow the whistle until we see the result of the shot move.
Yeah.
Is the worst. I think it was Levine last night. Drives, gets fouled, puts his shot up. No whistle until the ball rolls off the rim. And then as soon as it rolls off the rim, whistle. As soon as it rolls off the rim, whistle.
Yeah, he cut between two players. Totally got bodied. Got knocked sideways.
Yeah, when he gets hit, whistle.
Yeah.
Just do that. Don't wait to see if the shot. That's stupid. That's dumb. You're not doing your job at that point. Now you're watching the game and blowing your whistle and making calls, officiating the game based on shot results.
Yeah.
I don't. It's the worst thing that NBA refs do, except for bet on games in the playoffs sometimes.
Yeah, that's probably a bad one. Yeah. It makes me laugh because when you said that, like, I picture like Roy Kent standing on the side and going, whistle! Whistle!
Yelling whistle?
Yeah, just yelling whistle. And like, if I were on an NBA bench, if I would have an assistant coach who just did that the entire time.
Yeah.
Just every time there was a foul that's not getting called, just yell whistle. Just like sit there and clown the officials until you get a tech. I mean, I'm sure you're going to get and like the uptick, you can tell the frustration level is rising.
Mm-hmm.
Doug Christie's been getting technicals. DeMar DeRozan's been getting technicals. Somebody else got a technical the other day, and it was like, oh my goodness, I don't know that I've ever seen them get a tech.
Did Keon get one?
Yes, Keon did get a tech. Like somebody said, hey, if you did something to get him upset, then you've done something horribly wrong. Yeah, so it's just like the NBA officials aren't great, and you add into that the fact that the Kings don't get the A list.
Sure.
Typically.
It's super duper hard. Basketball, especially this version of basketball, is super duper hard to officiate. I'm not trying to drag the officials because one, it's just, let coaches challenge. And that's not to throw the officials under the bus. It's just making sure that the right team is getting the ball and that the right guy is getting a foul call. And that that's it. That's all. That's all I'm asking. Anyways.
It's a very difficult sport to officiate.
It is.
You got to remember that there's 6 foot tall people and there's 7'3" people. And they're guys with like 8 foot wingspans, and then there are guys with little short arms. Like the whole thing is like the body mixture, everything is like really weird.
And the person responsible for officiating this is just some guy, or girl
who's running for like all the players. They get to sub off. These officials are running up and down the court all game long.
Yep,
like
getting yelled at. They got fans yelling at them,
yelling, "Ref, you suck." We heard that one a couple of times last night.
You got ref, you suck after the Kings challenged and got the call right.
Yeah.
No, ref doesn't. He just made the wrong call. That's why he got challenged. Anyways, the NBA season is back, and obviously it sucks here in Sacramento. But one of the things helping me get through this basketball season is my friends at Underdog. Playing Underdog, it's super easy. It's daily fantasy. You download the Underdog app. You sign up. You got a promo code Kyle M, KYLEM. We'll explain that in a second. But you sign up. You can make picks, win money in California. This is not some weird offshore thing. Like, no, you make picks, win money in California right now. It's daily fantasy. It's super easy. You just pick higher or lower on player stats. I know you know ball. So if you think, like, for example, tonight, there's actually a boosted pack. So this set of picks is going to win me a little bit more money than it normally would, because Underdog offers that kind of stuff. So tonight, if the San Antonio Spurs win, I've got the San Antonio Spurs to win. They just got to beat the Lakers, who played last night, who put a tough game last night against New Orleans. So I think San Antonio is going to win that game. I got Luka Doncic higher than 49.5 points, rebounds, assists. I've got Victor Wembanyama higher than 24.5 points, rebounds, and assists. If those three things happen, I win. It's really, really that easy. So I'd love for you to play along. I'm going to give picks and lineups every single day. And I hope that you join me over on the Underdog app. Download the app today and use promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Underdog, make picks, win money. All right, here's the legal disclaimer part that I'm going to try and do in one take. Here we go. Must be 18 plus and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncbgambling.org. Nailed it. We have a fake trade that might be real, and we've also got to figure out, Niner fans, how confident are you, or maybe you're not a Niner fan, how confident are you that the 49ers are going to win this weekend? I'm going to frame that question for you coming up next. And we have our fake trade coming up in the second hour. I'm so excited to get to that as well. We're the Insiders. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're on ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento Sports Leader.
Wow.
Hang on. We're back.
Yeah, dude, I gave you a head
You
nod.
you usually give me a thumbs up. I can barely see a head nod right now.
I forget.
Thanks. Okay, we're live.
What's up, Chatty House? James, Kyle.
Hello.
Hey, Jesse.
The Lakers have assigned Rui Hachimura to the G League for today's practice.
Huh.
Has he not been playing?
I don't know.
27 games. I'm going to look. Oh, no, he hasn't played since December 28th. Sacktown Tony, I'll answer this. I mean, yeah, there are weird situations all the time with players, but the Kuminga situation with the Warriors is very weird. And it's very weird because very seldom do you see a player that it is like abundantly clear that the franchise has no interest in keeping, that they do not want him, but they're still going to sign him and keep him like under lock and key. It's a weird situation. I don't think Kuminga hasn't handled it well. I don't think the Warriors have handled it well.
Somebody just asked me on the internet, Sacktown Tony.
Yeah, he's asking here in the chat.
Okay, great. He asked me on the internet too. When the world's going on, one of the most bizarre player management scenarios. From what I understand, Kuminga is the one that is decided to not play.
Yeah.
Like Golden State the other night played Oklahoma City. No Curry, no Green, no Butler, and somebody else. I think DeAnthony Melton was also out. And then Jonathan Kuminga magically shows up with a back injury and is questionable and then doesn't play in the game. And then after the game, Steve Kerr's like, yeah, I don't know. So we've now reached a point where it's not Golden State. Like, no, we got to hold him out because we're trading him. Kuminga's like, I don't want to hurt my value. I want out of here. I'm not playing.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't think that not playing is hurting his value, which I think is probably right.
No, I think, yeah, him
People
playing.
think whatever they're going to think about him, no matter what. The only thing that could change it is an injury.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a player that needs a new location worse than him. I mean, maybe there are some out there, but
certainly never one this high profile.
Yeah, it's a weird situation.
More likely to be with their current team next season, Tua Tagovailoa or Jonathan Kuminga?
Jonathan Kuminga.
Hey, the Dolphins contacting John Harbaugh is crazy work.
That has been since refuted.
Oh, has it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
By a local beat reporter. Shout out Justina Anderson. She's tapped in, but I'll go with Barry Jackson. He's a Miami Herald guy.
Why would they not? Well,
because they have a coach. What day is it? Wednesday? God, that sucks.
We're 1 day away from your favorite day of the week.
Yeah, it's true.
And donuts. I don't even know who's donuts.
Your donut day. It's not payday Friday, so it's your donut day.
All right.
Scooter, Russ, what's up, guys? Zebra PT, Filthy, saw you guys in there earlier too. How you guys doing? Johnny G, shout out.
Yeah, Michael, there are a bunch of point guards projected in the top 10 in mock drafts. And then Darren, what's his name? Peterson had a huge game last night.
Here we go.
Huge.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Oh, I don't have to turn that down because Jesse Toppy is here. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Appreciate everybody listening on 1320 AM and on 98.5 FM HD2. And maybe you're listening on one of the various apps we are on, Odyssey, iHeart, TuneIn, etc. We're also streaming live on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you don't subscribe to the YouTube channel, what you doing? Figure it out. That's all. A lot of good content going on over there.
Yeah.
We got to talk some NFL, and we will because the playoffs are this weekend. And I have a question I would like to ask about the 49ers, if we can do that.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
How confident, and whether you're a Niner fan or not, like how, and I ask this, if you're a person who hates the 49ers and you're like, they suck, they're going to lose. Okay, that's fine. But I want to talk to the adults. Joking. How confident are you in the 49ers this weekend? And I'm going to frame this two ways. The first one is if both teams play an A+ game, the 49ers play their best game, Eagles play their best game, who wins?
Ooh. I'm going to say the Eagles if they both play A+ games.
Mm-hmm.
What is an A+ game by the Eagles? Like Saquon runs for 100.
They look like the Eagles.
Okay.
Yeah, 100 yards for each of the wide receivers, 100 yards rushing. Yeah, like
so. I was thinking about this today because we talked a lot about this yesterday when we were doing our Tuesday tiers and where certain teams stack up.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse asked, what does an A+ game by the Eagles look like? I don't think we've really seen one this year.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
From Philly.
Yeah.
So that's if you don't think they're going to play an A+, that's a different thing for me.
Yeah, if they both play an A+ game, honestly, Philly wins by like 2 scores.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's where I was trying to get. And that's what I think about when I started going through potential matchups, because it looks like the 49ers road is going to be that Philly, then either at Seattle or at LA, and then either at Seattle or at LA is probably their road. And so I think we're in a spot where I think all 3 of those games, if both teams play an A+ game, the 49ers lose.
Mm-hmm.
So San Francisco needs not only, I don't think they need an A+ game to win, but they need probably an A- game at absolute worst. And then they also need the opponent to play below whatever standard they've set.
Yeah, I would say the problem I have too is that the reason why the 49ers don't, like, I think it has to be an offensive, like, juggernaut moment. Like, if they can get on a roll where you cannot stop their offense, then that's one thing. But I personally, I like what their defense has done with the tools that they have this season.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that you don't put any pressure on the quarterback is a gigantic issue. And it becomes an issue in the playoffs because when we're talking about a team not playing an A+ game, let's say we get a B- game from Philly where, again, Saquon rushes for like 80 yards. They have some nice moments from their wide receivers, but there's a turnover or there's 2 turnovers that cost them like major field possession and maybe give up a score because of it, right? Well, the 49ers don't cause turnovers. They don't cause turnovers because they don't typically put pressure on the quarterback. They don't put pressure on the quarterback. the quarterback has too much time to throw, and he ends up completing more often than not. So that's where I have this issue that in order for the 49ers, I think that they have to play like an A- game, and they have to have their opponent play a B- C+ game in order for them to win.
I think somebody asked in the chat, and I lost it. So apologies if it was you and I don't have your name here. But they said, what does an A+ game from the 49ers even look like?
Well, we saw it.
And that's what, okay. When did you see it? What do you have? And I have a couple of things on this, but what game were you thinking of? Because I have a game pulled up.
Okay, the game that I'm thinking is an A+ game, because I don't think the 49ers can win a different way than this against top tier opponents, is the Bears game, where you are just moving the ball on every single possession and no one can stop you and you're a juggernaut.
So I think that's a version of it. I said the Colts game is A+.
Okay.
Because in that game, they got a special teams turnover. Well, the Niners scored touchdowns on their first 3 possessions. Colts go touchdown, fumble on special teams, touchdown, punt, field goal, touchdown, punt, interception. D. Winters housed it, and then turned the ball over on downs late, and the Niners won by 20. That to me was an A+ game from San Francisco.
Yeah.
But to what I believe the commenter was getting at, the 49ers defense now, personnel-wise, is even worse than it was in that Indianapolis game.
I don't think coming out of this game, I don't think the discussion is going to be, oh yeah, the 49ers defense made plays and that's how they were able to win. And more so, Jalen Hurts again couldn't make throws. Saquon Barkley couldn't. Like, it's going to be. Remember the Rams-Niners game on Thursday night where Mac Jones played and they were just as injured as they can get. Like, it's going to be something like that where it's more so like the Rams kind of lost that game, I feel.
I agree.
Whereas the Eagles too.
I agree with you, because James, you brought up the Eagles turning it over once or twice. I think if Jalen Hurts commits a turnover against the Niners, which we mentioned yesterday, he threw 2 interceptions, not against the Chargers this year. So I think he played 16 games. So in 15 games, he threw 2 picks. If Jalen Hurts throws a pick against the Niners, it's because a ball got tipped up in the air by a defensive lineman, or it bounced off of a receiver's hands. And it's going to take a massive, massive amount of luck, I think,
to get a turnover.
For San Francisco to get a turnover.
Well, even the fact that you don't get to the quarterback means that you rule out the strip sack.
Yep.
So that's the other thing. Jalen Hurts will turn the ball over, but you have to pressure him and you have to get to him and you have to make him make bad throws. And when you don't have that, that's the problem. And that's why I say, I think what we saw from the 49ers in the Bears win was their version of an A+ game. Their version is, you can't really stop the opponent, a good opponent, good offensive opponent. But what you can do is you have the ability to score more than them in certain situations. And so I think that that's the way the 49ers, if they come out, I think that's the other thing about the NFL. If the 49ers come out and get a turnover on the first possession and run a score in, and then get the ball back and a 3 and out, and then they get the ball back and they run right down to score. All of a sudden it's 14-0. Yeah, the NFL, it happens all the time. I don't think
weird stuff happens.
Yeah, and I don't think Philadelphia is a team that's going to be able to track you and come back and get you, especially with the 49ers offense. If you keep playing and with McCaffrey on your side, there's a good chance that you're going to be able to outlive that, to keep that 14-point advantage. Not, you won't win by 14, but to keep ahead of them the whole time because you got that early jump. But outside of that, it's got to be a shootout.
49ers get to 21 at least. I think they're winning.
What?
They score at least 21, they're winning.
Oh.
I disagree. I've got that number at 28.
I don't think so. The Eagles have not been the Eagles have been winning games on the backs of their defense the last month and a half. I don't think it's playoffs here. Jalen Hurts and the offense figured it out finally.
But what would you say is the one thing that Jalen Hurts is really good at?
Playing well in big games, I guess.
It's the deep ball.
The deep ball, yeah, but
and the 49ers safeties can't cover anything. here's what I'm trying to get at. I don't. We could break this down all day. The thing I'm trying to get at, and the thing, because one of my friends said to me, and it bothered me. You develop a thick skin when you do this, except for when your friends say something to you that bothers you, and then it really bothers you. One of my friends is like, "Of course you think the Niners are going to lose. You always think they're going to lose." It's like, well, part of that is shtick. It's something I do on the podcast, on Candlestick Chronicles, but part of that shtick. But then in an instance like this, every version of the 49ers winning this game that we talk about is like, well, if the Eagles do this uncharacteristic thing, and Jesse, bring up how bad their offense has been. I think the 49ers are at a place personnel-wise defensively where they are so bad that they're going to be the elixir for every struggling offense or any struggling offense they face. They didn't shut down the Seahawks. The Seahawks moved the ball effectively, essentially the whole game.
Yeah.
They missed 2 field goals. You had Sam Darnold lose his mind on a 1st and goal from the 1 where he didn't hit a wide open Zach Charbonnet and then missed a 4th down throw to Cooper Kupp on 4th and goal. That wasn't a product of the 49ers defense to me. Nothing happened. I don't, and now they're Eric Kendricks wasn't on a team 3 weeks ago. He's going to start for the 49ers at middle linebacker.
Yeah.
Former All-Pro, had a nice career, but he's washed.
And who's this other guy that they just signed?
Kaiser White?
Yeah.
He's at least been in the NFL this year.
Okay.
But Kaiser White he's fine. He's probably not even D Winters.
Yeah.
And so now you're worse at this vital spot in your defense, especially when you're playing behind a defensive line that's not good.
Yeah.
They're super banged up. That's just not a good group. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Jesse's right. And the Eagles offense is just this abomination. And it's just not going to matter. The 49ers could have the 3 of us playing in the secondary, and it's just not going to matter. But I can just very easily see in my brain, oh, yeah, A.J. Brown only had 4 catches, but 2 of them were for 45 yards for touchdowns.
Yeah.
And Devontae Smith caught 2 30-plus yard passes, and just those little things swinging a game, because I do think the 49ers, while I don't think it's going to look like Seattle, I do think they're going to have some trouble moving the ball.
Yeah.
Where I don't think it's going to look, I mentioned that Colts game where it's an A-plus game for the Niners. They went touchdown, field goal, missed field goal as a 64-yarder, touchdown, field goal, touchdown, and then Brock threw the interception, and then their last drive was the end of the game. I don't think it's going to look like that. And I think that's kind of what it's going to take. I think 28's the number.
Okay.
28's the number.
Yeah. Philly's at 22 per game all season.
Yeah, I think that the 49ers offensively can hang. I know it's a great defense, but it's not Seattle's defense.
Mm-hmm.
Seattle's a better defense.
I agree.
And I think the 49ers have played other teams that have very good defenses. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're not the Bears, that's for sure. They're a much better defense than the Bears.
Sure.
But I think that the 49ers can hang with the offensive side of the ball. I am worried about, whether they're going to be able to stop anybody. And look, at the same time, I haven't been impressed with Philadelphia all season. I don't think they're dynamic at all. That's what's missing from them, where I feel like the 49ers have moments where you're like, wow, this offense is just incredibly dynamic. And that's where I think the 49ers have a shot. I'm not writing them off. I think that I don't think it's 50-50, but I also don't think it's it's going to be a blowout or anything else. Well, I mean, it could be a blowout because that's the way the NFL goes. Sure. But I think the 49ers, it's probably more like
I think it's 65-35 Eagles.
Yeah, I would say maybe
not the score.
40-60. Yeah, 40-60 Eagles.
All right. I'll continue worrying about this throughout the week, and you guys can try and talk me off the ledge.
Okay.
We got 2 more days of this. We also have a fake trade that we need to get to.
We do.
That might not be a fake trade. Plus, Scott Perry said some interesting things to Anthony Slater on ESPN, and Jake Fisher had a couple of interesting notes about the Sacramento Kings that we will get to coming up on The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Do I feel hollow?
Oh, yeah, the 49ers just signed Eric Kendricks from the practice squad to the active roster and placed Tatum Bethune on the IR. That's when you know it's bad, when it's Tatum Bethune that's going out and you're like, oh my gosh, how are they going to survive?
Yeah.
Is he their fourth, fifth linebacker? It's crazy, man. It's absolutely wild.
So I was trying to go through this. So starting middle linebackers this year, Fred Warner, Tatum Bethune, Curtis Robinson, Eric Kendricks will be their fourth different starting middle linebacker.
Okay.
At Sam linebacker, that's the third. That's that player doesn't play a lot. But it's been Luke Gifford, Eric Kendricks, Sam Martin. Excuse me, Nick Martin, not Sam Martin. Nick Martin.
Yeah, Nick Martin.
Nick Martin. Who's Sam Martin? Sam Martin's the guy who played softball with. Nick Martin. And then this week it'll be somebody else probably. Because Nick Martin's on IR.
Yeah.
Gifford might be out. And Kendricks is playing in the middle. So you might be on your fourth Sam linebacker. And then your weak side linebacker, Dre Greenlaw, that's a 3-down player. Or excuse me, D. Winters. Jesus, it was Dre Greenlaw. D. Winters, probably out. So you're on your second string weak side linebacker.
Yeah.
Who's actually probably more like your third or fourth string will linebacker, because I think Nick Martin would probably be the backup there.
Scooter, I know you're joking. Can Kittle play linebacker? You know what I would try? I know this sounds really wild. I would consider moving Mustafa up.
Yeah, man. Sure.
He's a hitter.
Yeah.
You know, and then just backfilling, because I do think you still have depth.
Whatever it is, it can't be fucking Jason Pinnock. I'm so sick of watching that guy run around a football field. Plays the big nickel. So what they try and do, so if you're familiar with this, sorry if you're not, this is for you. So the Niners run a 4-3. That's 4 defensive linemen, 3 linebackers. And what typically happens, because of the way NFL offenses are now, is teams primarily run a nickel package or some form of package where it's 2 linebackers and 1 or 2 linebackers and multiple defensive backs.
Yeah. To
try and guard smaller, faster offenses. So the Niners play a lot of nickel, which is 2 linebackers. It's the Mike and the Will, the middle linebacker on the weak side. And what they do to try and like thread the needle is they make Jason Pinnock the big nickel. So instead of having Upton Stout as the nickel, like in the slot, they put Jason Pinnock there because he's like a safety corner kind of hybrid who can play that third linebacker role from a size perspective, but also can cover. And that's what they try and do to combat and thread that. Except he sucks at it. I don't understand it.
Yeah, that's why I would try Mustafa.
Yeah, try Mustafa. Try anything that's not number 25.
Yeah, because that dude, I think he can do a lot on the field. I'm a fan.
Covering the deep half is probably not it, or the deep third.
Yeah. According to our friend Nick Wagner, slated not to practice today: Trent Williams, Ricky Pearsall, D. Winters, and Keon White.
Not a huge surprise.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. James Ham's over there. Jesse Tapia is helping us out. We appreciate your help so much, Jesse. Thank you. Hanging out with you until noon. We got the handoff of D'Lo and Casey. They're going to join us in about 20 minutes. 23 minutes. 22-ish minutes. Right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. We sprinkled in some NFL stuff, and we will continue to do so with the NFL playoffs coming up this weekend. But there's more Kings stuff to get to. And James, you have a fake trade.
Yeah.
And you told me this last night. You said, I have a fake trade I want to do tomorrow. And if you are new to this show, we love a fake trade.
It's part of the beam scheme.
Part of the...
The Beam Scheme.
Part of the Beam Scheme. So we love a fake trade. But then you hit me with this morning, and you went, all right, so my fake trade, I'm not sure it's going to stay fake.
Yeah.
And that is the ideal.
There it is.
Like, what is it?
Okay, so look, I've said it the last couple of days. I've heard murmurs that the Minnesota Timberwolves are interested in Malik Monk, right? Like whether that's real interest or it's just fleeting interest, I don't know. But like you go and you look at their roster and you look at their salary, and I think that there is a trade that makes just like perfect sense, right? It does. It makes perfect sense for the Kings, makes perfect sense for Minnesota if that's what they're looking for. If they're looking for a lightning rod off the bench, an energy guy, all that stuff, a scorer, right? Because that team does have moments where they're a little difficult to, they're a little difficult to score. They have trouble scoring. So I looked at the roster, and this happened yesterday. It happened the day before as well, where I'm sifting through, and like if the Kings are making a move, they're gonna want, number one, they're gonna want an expiring contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
And number two, they're gonna want a pick, or they're gonna want a young player, or they're gonna want a young player and a pick. It just depends on the level of the young player and all that stuff. So, the biggest thing that I would point out, Mike Conley makes $10.8 million this season, and it's an expiring deal. Mike Conley has clearly lost a step. He's more of a game manager. Yeah. Or six. He's more of a game manager when he does come in the game now. And to be honest, he's not even playing that much at this point. And I don't think the Kings should have any interest in Mike Conley as a player, because let's be honest, they already have their own aging point guards in Russell Westbrook and Dennis Schroeder. But they also have another young player that I think the Kings should be interested in, and who is not playing that much and who is not playing that well, and that is Rob Dillingham. He's under contract this year at $6.6 million, $6.9 million next year, $8.7 the year after that, and that's a team option for the third year. And then, of course, he's on a rookie scale contract. He was a number 8 pick in the draft, not this season, but last season. And as of right now, he's not playing hardly at all, and he's not being very effective. And when you're a team like Minnesota and you're trying to play for something different, when you're pushing for a playoff, or you're pushing for even a potential championship, especially with the way that we're seeing some of the, we're seeing OKC stumble right now, right? I think it's a deal that would make perfect sense if you were to trade. Like, again, you go with the Malik Monk for Mike Conley and Rob Dillingham trade. Dillingham turned 21 like 2 days ago.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, this is a super young player, but this season, I mean, he's played in 30 games. He's averaged 10 minutes a game. He's averaging 3.7 points. Like, he's not part of what they're doing. He's shooting 34% from the field. He's shooting 34.5% from three, which is better than his field goal percentage. But that's because
he's like Keegan Murray.
Yeah, it's because he's not part of the offense. He's not part of the idea of what's happening.
I would like to play a game very quickly while we're reading off Rob Dillingham's stats. How many times in his career has Rob Dillingham, who has played 79 games in the NBA, how many times do we think the 8th overall pick in the 2024 draft has played 20 or more minutes in an NBA game?
I'm going to say 11.
11 times.
Jesse? Oh. Jesse's not paying attention.
Jesse's locked in, dude. Jesse's doing stuff. Jesse's what? 8.
Oh.
8 times. You know how many of them were last year? 7.
Oh.
He's played more than 20 minutes once this year. And it was, stand by, 20 minutes and 2 seconds. What in the world? Why did that happen?
He's like, I am not going quietly.
Did you do that? That was weird.
I'm cutting clips, brother.
No, that was very strange. All right. Anyways, shout out to the match game. That was against the Nets on November 3rd. November 3rd, he played 20 minutes against the Nets. His next high, 16 and a half minutes on December 12th against Golden State.
Yeah, so look, when we look at Rob Dillingham, he's not part of what they're doing.
At all.
And they have, again, Mike Conley is aging out of the league right in front of them. So my proposed trade would be just straight up those two players, Monk for those two players. I think it would give the Kings a young player to build around or to at least test out. To, again, what would stop the Kings from giving Rob Dillingham like 25 minutes a game the rest of the season?
Zach LaVine.
No, like again, if you're going to trade a Malik Monk, you're going to clear up some space. Like there's no reason not to play him.
You're bringing this player in to put him into your rotation now.
Yeah, he basically would be the equivalent of getting another first-round pick. And, like, look, this is a number 8 pick in the draft. So, clearly there's something going on there in Minnesota with him. And
don't forget, I believe they traded an unprotected 2031 for him?
Yes. Yeah, they
don't the Kings own that pick now?
I think they do.
Hilarious.
Yeah, like, it's a small world. Yeah, I think they traded that, wasn't it, to...
the Spurs.
It was to the Spurs, and then the Spurs in the De'Aaron Fox trade were the Kings were able to get it. So now let me add this to the puzzle, right? This is why we talk about it being a fake trade that might not be a fake trade. Number one, we know Minnesota. I have heard that Minnesota is interested in Malik Monk. That may or may not come to fruition, but they're interested, right? From what I've heard. Jake Fisher today says the Timberwolves are searching. Let's see. It sounds as if the Wolves, should they make a move to enhance their backcourt, are much more focused on adding a mid-tiered salary player at the position. They can easily combine Mike Conley Jr.'s $10.7/$10.8 million expiring contract and second-year guard Rob Dillingham's $6.5 million to absorb incoming salary in the mid-level exception range, and can conceivably add a few more end of the roster players if they go a little higher. That's literally the deal that we're talking about. It's the deal that I was telling you yesterday that I could see being a possibility. And now, and again, with Mike Conley, what the Kings would do likely is turn around and waive Mike Conley. And, maybe he would take a little bit less money in the grand scheme of things to be released from his contract and allow him to go play for a winner in his final year.
Although I don't hate the idea of having a player like Mike Conley in the Kings locker room.
Yeah, no, that's very true.
Like, because that's what he's been kind of doing with Minnesota, is being that veteran voice, the organizer on offense. But I'm sure what is he, 38?
Yeah,
he might want to go do something else.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess that he would go like sign with somebody else to finish his career. Mike Conley is 38. Again, his role is diminished. He's started 6 games this season. He's averaging 18.7 minutes. Look, he's at 5 points per game. This is a player who's shooting 35.4% from the field, 34.4% from three. Like, am I wrong? Are those like literally Rob Dillingham stats?
This is so. This is one of those moves that I think there's layers to it.
Yeah.
But something jumped out. The thing that jumped out the most to me from Anthony Slater's conversation with Scott Perry, which is on ESPN, you can check that out. This is the last quote in the story. Scott Perry says, and I'm going to relate this back to Rob Dillingham here in a second. Quote, "My job, and anybody sitting in this seat's job, is always to work the phones, whether that's trade deadline leading to the draft, summertime. Trade deadline just happens to be the closest thing. Now to being able to make a change with the roster, we've got to get younger as a team." So if you're sitting here going, I love Malik Monk, I don't want them to trade him, why would they trade him for what effectively is a very similar player? It's because he's younger.
Yeah.
And this goes to this is something where it looks very clear like Malik Monk is not part of the Kings' future. You are getting expiring salary back. You are getting a young former top 10 pick, getting a little bit of a change of scenery for him, because this goes back to what we were talking about yesterday with your Darius Garlands and your Trae Youngs and your John Morants and your LaMelo Balls. There's going to be warts on the player you're acquiring.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I love this for the Kings is because you are benefiting, and I say benefiting from how the Kings are viewing this. Now, how I necessarily view this or how fans view it, but you're benefiting by getting out from under Malik Monk's contract.
Yeah.
You're bringing
extra 2 years.
You're bringing some expiring salary back. Rob Dillingham is not an expensive option.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a young player who is extremely talented. There is a lot of physical gifts there with Rob Dillingham that give you some optimism for his upside as a player. Maybe it doesn't wind up working out, but there are still benefits, even if it doesn't. This isn't the big swing. This isn't Scott Perry's, hey, we're bringing in Rob Dillingham, and if this doesn't work, don't know what we're going to do. This is you benefit from the assets going out
mm-hmm.
while getting a low-risk, high-reward return. And that is the exact type of deal the Kings need to be making.
Oh,
I love this for Sacramento.
Yeah, I totally like. There's a lot of positives here,
mm-hmm.
and I would say look, there's also some other things at play here, right? Like,
sure,
like we're gonna have to match up salary and all this stuff, but I could also see this trade expanding, and like the Timberwolves, because they're an Apron team, you're gonna have to almost match dollar for dollar, which makes this like a little bit more complicated. But I could see, again, like cringe if you will,
mm-hmm.
but if you throw in Keon Ellis into this trade and the Kings were to take back I don't know even how to say it, Behringer.
Jon Behringer,
Jon Behringer, right? If you trade him to the Kings, again, a 19-year-old, you're trying to
get
younger, right?
I'm in.
But you're giving them like a player that could work out to be like their Nickeil Alexander Walker that they lost last season, right?
They missed dreadful.
Yeah. So again, you could do a Malik Monk, Keon Ellis for Dillingham, for Behringer, and for Connolly. You buy out Connolly, let him go on his way. Maybe save a little bit of money there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty net neutral trade as far as salary, and away you go.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, now you're looking at a 27 and 26-year-old going out the door. Again, it's not the 33-year-old or the 30-year-old or the 32-year-old, whatever, going
mm-hmm.
out the door. But you're still, now all of a sudden you get to the last 25 games of the season, and you're running a 21-year-old and a 19-year-old out there with Keegan Murray, with a Nick Clifford, with a Dylan Cardwell, with a Max
mm-hmm.
Reno. And you're giving yourself something that you can actually look at and
mm-hmm.
build around. And you still need veterans, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a trade like that would like make so much sense for the Kings.
I agree.
And to be honest, it would make a ton of sense for Minnesota as well. Like that, like getting a guy like Jon Behringer would be the equivalent of getting a first-round pick. He was a 17th pick in this last year's draft.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe he works out. A 6'10" power forward. Like maybe he works out, maybe he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But at least you're trying something that's different than the status quo
mm-hmm.
that's right now. And then again, if you're going to bring in a guy like Rob Dillingham, now do you look to move off of a player like Dennis Schroeder?
Mm-hmm.
So now you have something that you're building around, and now you've got a guy like Dennis Schroeder that you might be able to go get an asset for.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is how I believe it's how he rebuilt the Knicks very quickly, is by doing deals like this that, don't feel great,
mm-hmm.
but at the same time, you're going backwards to potentially go forwards down the road.
Are we going backwards though? They're 8-29.
There's no way to go any further backwards. Yeah.
Right. You're accelerating going forward.
Yeah, they went backwards and they have the back two wheels are off a cliff at this point.
Yeah.
And you're like,
exactly.
hey, you're still backing up, but yeah, they're just spinning back there. It's
right.
like, okay.
Do something to start moving this thing in a forward direction.
Yeah.
Or at least a new direction, because maybe Behringer and Dillingham are bad and they're not a factor in 2 years. That could be the case, but at least you're picking a direction and you're doing the things that you've set out to do in terms of, like I said, the assets going out and the type of asset that is coming in.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We talked a little bit about the NFL playoffs earlier, And did you guys know that underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action? Yeah, that's what the copy says, and I agree with them. Because you can make picks and win money right now in California. It's super easy. Just talked about it. Download the app, pick higher or lower on your favorite player stats, touchdown, rushing yards, receptions. You know what stats are. Get those right. You could run up to 5,000 times your cash. It's really that easy. I don't have a lineup for football yet. I will. I'm waiting to see how a couple of injury things work out. And I got to tell you, though, I'm probably going lower on some Niner stats, and I'm probably going higher on some Eagle stats. Or I might just go lower all the way around. Maybe it's going to turn into a weird defensive slugfest. I don't know, but that's a Friday problem for me. I'll put together a lineup a little bit later on in the week. I would love for you to join me or fade me on that lineup, and you can do so now by downloading the prize. Nope, that's wrong. The Underdog app today, and use promo code Kyle M, KYLEM, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code Kyle M, KYLEM. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 plus and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Got a couple of more interesting nuggets from the Anthony Slater-Scott Perry conversation. Got another interesting nugget from Jake Fisher in regards to Zach LaVine and him trying to get out of Sacramento. And we'll talk about that on the handoff with D'Lo and KC. It's next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports there. I'll do the Expo coming out here.
I'm going to go fire up this other computer real quick.
A word? But this is short-sighted, man. This is not the right way to look at this. Like, they will be in the scope of this year, but this is not a move made in the scope of this year. Again, they're still undersized and everything, but they're not going to fix that problem. There are much larger problems they're trying to fix.
Damn, the guys are matching again.
What?
So the guys are matching again.
Oh my God, they are.
But any naysayers out there that think they might have a problem? Oh, that's solid.
Hey, man. You really dialed in the amount of lotion so the scent doesn't take over the entire room.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like nice. It's there. You feel it, but I don't feel like I'm wearing it. Yeah, you've got that locked in.
That's the deal.
A lot of trial and error.
Did I tell you I'm on a little skincare routine now?
Yeah.
Very brief, very easy one, very quick.
Do it,
yeah. It's weird because I legitimately when I scratch my nose or my forehead now, my face feels different.
Yeah.
Shout out to skincare products.
Are we on or no?
On what?
Brother, we've been on.
Oh, I just like the lights aren't on. Oh. What's up? You hit my earpiece, which clicked through my ears. Like, it's okay.
Can I hear you?
I was like,
what
was that?
What's with the upside down on the hats? Okay. All right.
Brendan wears a bunch of upside down logo.
Yeah, I know you got a lot of them, and I've seen now because I get a bunch of hat ads fed to me on Instagram.
So
I see so many things with upside down logos. Yeah. Oh, I bet it's crazy. Yeah, the hat club drops are insane too.
So, Dame, I heard we have to talk about night terrors.
Oh my God. Bro.
Oh, I can't wait. Okay.
You don't have to on the air.
No, we do. Hang on. Unless you actually don't want to. Give me a thumbs up, thumbs down.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders. The handoff. D'Lo and KC are here. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Jesse Tapia is over there. So I was gonna talk about the Kings game last night, and I had a question for you, but apparently the Kings game has led to
Night
some
terrors.
night terrors for you.
Yeah.
Okay, explain. I don't know. I'm lost. What night terrors? Like you're having nightmares?
Night.
Is there a difference between a night terror?
So that's a good
nightmare?
question.
It's
That's
like cursing and cussing, right?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a difference because, like, Katie keeps referring to them as night terrors. Our 4-year-old she makes a lot of noise when she sleeps, and sometimes she's talking, sometimes she's laughing, sometimes she's crying. Like one time, she was making a lot of noise, and it's always around the same time. It's around like 11 or 12. And I went into the room, and I swear to God, she was crying. Like tears were rolling down her face, and she was sound asleep. She was not awake. And it's like, oh man, it's like it's difficult. And I've like, when they first moved in, like I'd hear and we sleep with white noise and everything, but I'd hear the slightest thing and I'd pop up and I'd be down the hall.
You listen to our show while you sleep? That's tight.
White noise working title for the insiders. But last night I had just fallen asleep because the game had just ended. Like it was maybe 11 something.
Yeah, so 3 more hours to go.
Yeah, Doug hadn't taken the podium yet.
I loved it. I loved it.
But it was past the Russ miss and past the DeMar miss. And so I shut everything down. I closed my eyes, the noise is on. And I hear a scream. Not like noise, not like mommy, like a full-on horror movie scream,
blood curdling.
And I sat up, and I normally just like a lot of times the noise ends. It's just noise and then end. This didn't end. So I jumped up, I got to the door. Abby, the 17-year-old whose room is next door, she comes out of her room and runs into the room, and she's like, "Baby, are you okay?" And so Morgan is like sitting up, the 4-year-old, she's sitting up. And Abby's like, "Baby, are you okay?" And I come in there and I'm looking over Abby's shoulder, and I'm watching this like she's not awake.
Yeah, dude.
Like she is not awake. And Abby didn't know I was there, so I walked around to the bed, and she was screaming, and I was like, "No, I heard her." She was like, "That was scary." And I'm looking at her. I'm like, "Baby, she's asleep."
Were her eyes open?
No, she was asleep. Now, when she sat up, her eyes were open. And Abby thought they were communicating. So this morning, I get Morgan out of bed. She didn't wake up on her own. I get her out of bed, and I'm rubbing her back, and I'm holding her down the stairs. And I'm like, "Hey, how you feel, baby?" She was like, "Oh, I'm good." So, "Did you have any bad dreams last night?" She goes, "No." I said, "Did you sleep good?" She goes, she has no recollection of what happened.
I looked it up. It says nightmares, like the person who goes through, like they remember that. They wake up from a night terror is just no recollection at all.
And she has night terrors because she did not wake up to that.
Terrors.
About 2 hours later. So now like I can't fall asleep. My heart is like, you wake up like that. You don't know exactly what's going on. Your heart's beating a little quicker. So she wakes up again some point at like 1:40. And this time I know as I get out of bed, like it's a lot later. Abby's not up. I need to get to her before she wakes everybody up. And she's like lying flat on the bed, and she's just going, "Mommy, mommy." And I put my hand on her back, and she immediately stopped. And so I sat there for a few minutes, and she was sound asleep. She has no recollection of any of this. She will come into my room. She came into the room yesterday, and it was like 6:30. I was working. I was just like, "I had a bad dream." Like, "Okay, baby, come, we don't have to get up yet. We got about 30 minutes. Let's lay down." Today, she was like, "No, it was great. Everything was great.
Best sleep of my life, actually. Thanks for
I know
asking."
Kyle over here is like, "No, I'm not doing this."
Like, oh my God.
So I'll say this. It's funny because you're like you inherited a 4-year-old. So you didn't go through like Kenny's been through like a baby phase and like the build up all the way through. Like when Toby was like maybe 20 months old. He was freaking out on me and I was holding him. He's leaning back. He's doing the arch back. And then he headbutted me so hard that it shattered my nose and I have a deviated septum still.
Jeez.
And so like there are phases with kids that you get used to, you know, like you're bringing them through the grocery store and they want the candy at the end of the aisle and you're like, no, you're not getting it. And they freak out on you or you're,
How
you know,
embarrassing.
so you haven't had, the embarrassing
I
moments.
still do that.
But I think it's sort of like the build. Now you're just like, you're dropped into this mode where all of a sudden crazy things happen.
That is a little different though.
Yeah. You have nothing to
different.
build you up to this though, is my point.
Yeah.
You know, it's just sort of like get you ready.
I don't think there's any prep for a
that was different.
small child sitting up in bed screaming.
No, that was.
I've seen that on a Netflix documentary.
She's had several wake up in the middle of the night moments. They have gotten far less, and that was by far the worst. Like that was like, you know, Abby deals with this, you know, like she was like, that was scary. Like it sounded like something was happening, but normally you can let her make her noise and you can just like give it a second and it'll get quiet and she'll just go back to, or she won't go back to sleep. She never woke up. She'll just stop. And like, I've started to like catch on to that. Like even it happens sometimes after we wake up, it'll be like 4:30 and we'll hear something and Katie will like pop up. It'll be like, just wait. It's gone. This one was not that.
Huh.
This one was enough.
Is this something that she has done since she was a baby?
Yeah, she's always made noise. Like she's always like she has laughed, she has talked. One time, like maybe 2 months ago, she was singing for maybe like 5 seconds, 5 or 10 seconds.
Gotta belt it out.
It was a K-pop song too. Like I don't know.
Come on.
And yeah, but this was different. This was a full-on Nightmare on Elm Street. Freddie was there.
I have one more question on this. Was she singing in Korean?
It was.
That would be unbelievable.
What's the song right now? Well, it's not. It may not be right now, but it's on the Panda movie.
Oh,
Kung Fu Panda?
No, the Red Panda.
Turning Red.
Yeah, Turning Red.
Great movie.
It is.
Four Town?
Yeah, and we're crying. We're not crying. I don't know. That movie's it's a couple years old. So. But that one's just, I hear it every day, every single day.
Great
but
movie.
Is there,
I didn't let her see the end of the Kings game, so I don't know if something caused it, but
that could have caused it.
I had my own.
Probably asleep before the game started.
I had my own night terrors. I was just wide awake for him.
Golly.
I'm sure Doug Chrissy had the same exact problem last night.
Well, Doug is starting to say a little too much during his press conference.
He's saying the exact right amount.
No, he is.
I want to talk about that. I heard the beginning. I want to talk about that. We'll get to that in just a second, though. But I do want to. Is there something that they say you should do or can do?
Well, so of course I'm like fuming. It's like I just want to go to sleep, and like I know we had this god awful game we got to deal with. And it's like I just want to go to sleep. So I get back to the bed, and I know how this works. Like I'm not going to be able to fall back asleep, especially after watching that game happen at like 10:30. And so Katie, like, because I don't think she woke up to Morgan, but she woke up to the aggressive way I got out of bed. And now I'm mad, and I'm like, we need to make an appointment. This is not normal. And I just get back into bed. Now I'm quiet. I'm like, that was probably stupid. Like, what's the doctor gonna do? But like, I'm like, so like,
he's like, damn, that sucks.
She'll grow out of it.
But either grow out, or I don't know, maybe there's like exercises do, or like brown noise they can play. I don't know. Like,
so Katie talked about this morning on her show, and like, I mean, the amount of people that texted my daughter went through this, my son went through this, and everyone has their own, if their sleep schedule, and this is what we worry about, their sleep schedules are different. As you four might be aware, I'm very regimented, and that has very much carried over into family life. When they're with daddy, that's a little, he does things a little bit differently. So, at 8 o'clock, like you can have your tablet for a few minutes, and then, by 8:30, we need to, we're going
Which
to
is
sleep.
Great. Love a
we're
routine.
going to sleep. Yeah. That's not necessarily the case, the other days of the week that they're not with us. And so we don't know, people are like, if their sleep schedule is inconsistent, it could cause it. If there's a drastic change, like she sleeps in bed with daddy at the other house. She sleeps in her room at our house. And so we don't know. We don't know, but people have offered so many different things that they went through that it could be that, or it could be that, because she does experience a little bit of that in two different houses.
May I offer a solution?
Please do.
Try logging on to ESPN1320.com for a chance to enter to win 2 single-day passes to the Sportsman's Expo at Cal Expo Thursday, January 15th through Sunday, January 18th, 2026. That's this year, courtesy of the Sportsman's Expo. Maybe give that a
confidence. She'd love that.
Give her one of those shirts too, so she'll fit right in.
Okay, this is a true story. I sent. her...
there's a true story on that. Cool.
So we'll a call back to yesterday. Nice. Casey, D'Lo and Casey's little game at the sport with. We were in New York looking for just little things to bring them back.
Souvenirs.
Yeah. And it was like, well, let's, bring them like a hoodie or something. And we found one for Audrey and this one's really cute for Morgan. It had a flag on it that was, it was like in all black. And I don't know what it was or what I was like, we're not buying this. We're not getting this.
But what she wins tickets to the
she would have fit in. She would have been a part of the over.
That's awesome.
Right. So,
all right,
Kings
game last night. Did you? You say your thing because I have a question that I asked at the top of the show that I want to ask you guys. You say your thing first.
I feel after listening to Doug, after watching both plays. I don't know. I don't want to speak for you guys. Are you guys convoluting the plays that he's talking about? He's talking about the very last play, not the DeMar to Schroeder play.
No, he was talking about the very last play.
Yeah. That one. So you went over it in shoot around. That's fine. All right. I can understand with no timeouts and not going over that they don't execute that one properly.
Yeah.
I get it. I get it.
My larger gripe is what DeMar DeRozan said just about how disorganized they were offensively. That's the thing that concerns me. Not that he said it, but that he's right. We're 40 games into this. Figure it out. And then on top of that, Doug saying they ran the wrong play and all that. That just.
He said they ran wide.
Yeah, I got the impression that maybe they
ran the play incorrectly. Whatever.
So is that what it was? Because I got the impression that maybe there were two options and they chose to do not the one that they went over.
Yeah, he said they went wide instead of the way that they were supposed to go, and that caused the problem. And we were talking about earlier. It's possible,
which was being clogged up on one side of the court.
You literally had 50 years of NBA experience on the court. I don't want to hear that players didn't know, and that's really frustrating. And if I were a coach, I'd be extremely frustrated with my players if they, with that much experience. I mean, you have an 18, a 17, a 13, a 12-year experienced guys on the court, and Dylan Cardwell. So you got to run the right play.
Yeah, but this is something that we don't know, or I don't know. I'll speak for myself. Was it, hey, we've had shoot around. Hey, I saw this play the other day before we end shoot around. I saw this play the other day in the Nuggets Sixers game. Let's run that set real quick. And I like how, in the end of game situation, less than 5 seconds to go, this guy goes to the corner. This guy sets a elevator screen, and then you also have that. Let's go through that real quick. Run it once, run it twice. All right, run it 3 times. All right, yeah, I like the way that looks. All right, guys, let's get in here, man. Kings on 3. Boom. 5 hours later, hey, from the other side of the court, hey, that one that we ran today, that one we ran today. Like they're not. Well, I can understand not knowing that to a T.
You would have had to have called that play during the timeout, though, don't you think?
There was what timeout?
Not the during the free throws, not the timeout, the dead ball.
Maybe.
I think they had enough time to know what they were doing, and
maybe the foul threw them off.
And it's possible that the same 5 guys weren't on the court that they had been running the play in practice with. So all of a sudden, like we were talking about earlier, maybe it's possible that Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook run the exact same route in that play, and they were taking turns like during practice. But then when you got to the game, someone wasn't running the other position route on that play. Got me?
And and these guys should know. They should know. They should be paying attention if you're on the sideline or whatever the case may be. But that's also a good point that you bring up, James. I doubt, like, hey, there's something I saw the other day. Give me Dennis, Russ, DeRozan, Levine, or excuse me, Dennis, Levine, DeRozan, Keon, and Dylan. I want you guys to run calling those guys out to run that play.
Sure.
They're not together running that play. So I'm not saying that they shouldn't. There should be a common thought that you should have in that situation. And one of them shouldn't be DeRozan and Levine both running in the same direction towards the ball. Like somebody's got to know, hey, I'm a flare out or I'm a set a screen for you or whatever. They had 2 guys running over there, which is why one of the reasons why DeRozan had to do a 1-foot runner, because Zach LaVine had brought his guy over there. Now you had 6 guys in one spot. But as far as like when you talk about that play, it's not the craziest thing in the world that they didn't execute that play.
No, for sure.
With no timeouts after a foul situation like you talked about. Like, hey, that one, we ran it 3 times today, shoot around. That one. Yeah. Coach, 4 of the guys weren't on the court for that. Oh, yeah, don't run it. Like, yeah.
It's just another, to me, this is not.
But to be clear, that was a hypothetical. That whole scenario Kenny presented was a hypothetical about how it might have transpired and how they might have missed it at the end of the game.
Yeah.
They might have gotten it
They
right.
might have ran it 15 times. They might have executed it flawlessly the whole time during practice.
Pass batted down at the line. That was crazy.
You're so close. They may have run it right if they listen to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports that are always free on the Odyssey app. That's what happened. I was like, oh, here's my passing lane's open.
Did it go right back to you? Did it go right back to you? And you
I swatted it straight down. That
was the Christian McCaffrey interception.
Exactly. Too soon.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I think the play being right, the wrong play being run or the play being run wrong, whatever it was, it's just added to the pile for me. Like this, that's not why they lost. The crazy thing for me, and this is what we talked about at the top of the show that I want to talk about with you guys, I thought we're at the point of the season where we're beyond like wins and losses. We're watching Dylan Cardwell get more minutes. How's Maxime Reynaud's development coming along? What's the trade deadline look like? Like those are the kind of things. I didn't think the Kings could have a bad loss until last night. I feel like last night the Kings somehow at 8-28 had a bad loss. Because that is not a good Mavs team. That team stinks.
They're better than the Kings, though.
They are better than the Kings, no doubt, like without question. But the Kings controlled that game for most of it. They should have put that game away.
What was it, like a minute and 15 seconds that the Mavs led or something like that?
Yeah, it's less than 2 minutes.
I told you earlier, like the Mavs' largest lead the entire game was 1 point until they led by 2 at the end. Their largest lead the whole game. And I was watching it.
That was in the first quarter, right?
It was in the first quarter. The Kings had held a 12-point lead, and they got up to double digits multiple times, but the Mavs had only had one, like a 1-point lead was the most until they led by 2.
Died in the third quarter.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It felt like during that game, the way they were playing, they had 30 fast break points or something like that. It just felt like, oh, they're going to win this one. And that's cool. No Keegan, a lot of Dylan Cardwell, a lot of Max Reynaud. Like, this is nice. It's going to be a good one. And then to just have it fall apart at the end was really disappointing. I didn't think I would be disappointed by the fact that they lost. And last night felt that way to me.
I can understand that. I'm at a different place. I looked at that game. I look at every Kings game. It's funny you say that. As I was watching the game, I think about what you say a lot of the times, and I feel the same way. Like, I'm not I just can't ever root for them to lose. Like if they're winning,
impossible.
if they're winning a game and they're playing well, like they were, I want to see these guys win, especially at home because the crowd gets involved and you get wrapped up in that. You know, watch it on TV or if you're at the game. So I'm never like, oh man, like they're messing it up. They need to be losing. But when they actually do lose, like they did last night, I was like, all right.
So the two things that stand out to me with what you just said was, one, I saw Kevin John's video and I kind of chuckled at it because I saw it this morning because I thought in the fourth quarter, and I watched it again this morning, like the final 4 minutes, like the back and forth. Maybe it was 3 minutes. And I kept thinking, the crowd really isn't engaged in this. Like, did they cheer? Yeah. And again, I wasn't there. I was watching at home, barely conscious. But it's like they're cheering. But like when Levine, I think, dunked against the Bucks and it cut the lead after it had been 26 to maybe. Yeah, that was a pop. It was like, oh, okay, good. God bless you guys, like all of you. Like that was amazing. This was a back and forth where, you know, time's ticking away. It's a team you would just beat, and it was like, were they up? Sure, but they never, you know, DeMar hit a shot. There was never a reaction like I expected. The other thing was, you say when these guys played well, you know, when they play well, you want to see them close it out. I thought they were awful yesterday. I think
the Kings.
I thought the Kings were terrible. I thought that game overall was awful.
It was not a well played basketball.
I mean, it was.
But it still felt like the Kings
controlled
it.
So that's
yesterday.
it. Yeah. So yesterday was clear to me. It was clear yesterday we were watching two bad basketball teams
for sure.
Like this wasn't a defensive slugfest. These were two teams who were regularly making bad decisions in the second half. And I had, you know, I didn't want them to lose, but I had no reaction when they lost. It was just like, good night.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I reacted more when Baltimore lost the other night than I did when Sacramento did.
I don't want to. I wasn't flipping my coffee table over.
Well, good.
Like, I wasn't like I actually don't have a coffee.
Personal
table.
growth.
But yeah,
are coffee tables a thing of the past? By the way,
no.
No. Do you have one?
Yeah. Well. Yeah. I do.
We have a coffee table.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Coffee table.
I don't have one.
Well, yeah, you have.
Good
I mean, in your setup though, you don't.
I even got a coffee table. Everyone's got coffee
Do you?
tables.
Really? I thought coffee tables.
You have a series of like queen beds for a couch though, like a coffee table.
Yeah, he's got a
doesn't
different
really
house. It's not like us. Like for normals, yeah, you get a coffee table. For you, it's kind of like, I got this open concept home. Like, yeah, just whatever. There's a pool table in my living
so like
room.
Kenny having a
Are you guys finished?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just what you're describing.
The question.
Kenny having a coffee table in like the master bedroom, for example, makes sense. Because that's about the size of, you know, like a normal house. So
this dude has stairs to his bedroom, and y'all get to his bed, and y'all getting on
Two
me.
things can be true.
I actually do have a coffee table. That's why I used to do the show. That's why I used to put the computer there.
There you go, right in front of the couch. Man had a couch there
and
too.
The white wall.
I found some old D'Lo and Casey, those clips, those like square ones we used to have. Oh my God, this show has evolved so much.
A little bit.
Show has evolved so much.
I remember I filled in for one of you guys one time, and I did the show from I now have like a little studio set up in my house, but I did the show from like my downstairs dining room table because that was kind of that was the vibe. That's what there was no pressure to like, I need to make this look kind of professional because it's just like, hey, we're just at home.
We just chilling.
Just vibing.
You talk about, man, evolution. Kyle and Whitey did a show for us, I think on Juneteenth, because we thought it would be funny. Danny, it was like the first year. It was the first year Juneteenth was acknowledged as like a holiday.
That definitely happened.
And our guy Danny was like, "You guys, you're gonna take it off." We're like, all right, cool. He's like, "But we don't want to go dark. So what do we?" No pun intended. But what do we want to do? I was like, "If we're taking this day off, I want Kyle Madsen and Whitey Gleason to do the show.
Let's go into the light, not into the dark."
And Danny said, "Deal." And there it was. And
then the Sharks had a shout out to Juneteenth.
Yeah, that was the same year.
That was that year.
Yeah, yeah. Break the chains. Bad.
The shark biting through.
You remember what their explanation was?
No.
But a black guy designed it.
Oh man,
no.
You should have had another black guy go, no. Better yet, bring a black woman in. No, don't do that.
Oh man.
But
yeah, I DeMar DeRozan had the ball. I saw the guy. I was sitting on the couch. Shot is missed, free throws missed. I get up, I stand up.
You stood up?
Yeah, I'm like arms folded, I stand up. I want to see what's gonna happen. I want to see, is this gonna be a game winner?
Can't see if you're sitting down.
No. And
too far away. He's got to get closer to the 80 screen.
Great point.
80-inch screen.
And then he missed the shot, and I said, "Oh," sat down.
Good for you. I didn't even get up.
That's it. Sat down. So that's where
I literally just reached for the remote, turned it off, and closed the computer.
That's it. It didn't. It wasn't like I was angry. Like, oh my god, I'm going off tomorrow. Like, no, it wasn't. It wasn't that. But it was throughout that game. It's the first time in a long time I felt like, oh, the Kings are winning. Like, they're definitely going to win tonight. And I was going to come in today and talk about, nice win. But man, Dallas was really bad. Like, this isn't, and then they just lost. And it was like, ugh. So you had no business losing that game.
So we're gonna talk about this more on D-Lo and KC. But
yeah,
the Kings, the 2025-2026 Kings.
Mm-hmm.
No shade to anybody, no disrespect. These are all professionals, some Hall of Famers on there, whatever. They're trying their asses off. They will always find a way to lose. That's the zone that they're in. And that's what I believe of them. It doesn't matter how good they play, how much they play defense, how much the ball is moving, how together they are out there, how much they fought back from being down 15 to 20 points. If they're up 15 to 20 points, this year's team will always find a way to lose.
Sure.
They're the Charlie Brown of the NBA.
Yeah, and that's what I've accepted about this. I'm talking about just this year's team. People could talk about the franchise or whatever, but this team, they have a propensity to lose whatever game they're playing.
Why do you think that is? Like, is there? I'm sure it's a number of things. What's the main reason for that?
Man, I mean, I thought about this. I thought about like why that is, and it's kind of lazy and it's a little bit of cop out to be like sometimes that's just how it is, right? Like for instance,
but it's not like somebody's responsible. There's a coach, there's players, there's a GM, there's an owner.
There is, but I'll give this example, right? You think about the Chiefs a year ago. Chiefs are great, right? But they had no business winning like 9 of those 14 games that were one-score games.
No doubt.
They that's the way it went for them. This year, damn near the same group. They were in damn near the same amount of one-score games, and it just didn't happen for them this year. Like you think about the Bears and how they don't ever stop playing. They always come back. Well, next year, when they're in 7 of those games again, they might go 2-5. Same coaches, the same mindset, like, hey, we're gonna keep playing. They just don't execute for whatever reason. And I don't want to, like, I'm sure Doug Christie could call better plays. They might need a better point guard. The shot selection from Russ and others might be bad. Like, there are reasons like that. But man, for what they're snake bit. Like, it doesn't matter how they play. They'll find a way to lose.
And I think there's probably some self-fulfilling prophecy there too.
Maybe so, yeah.
Like, they know, like, Brandon Williams hits that 3 last night to put him up 2, and they're like, up.
Right, all right, 18% three-point shooter.
Yeah.
And he cooks the Kings.
Splat.
I think that's the second time he's done that.
I really like Brandon Williams. He killed him in the playing game last year.
Yeah. Oh, that was it. Yeah.
He's a really good ball player. But he shoots 18%.
Kings and Brandon Williams.
If you're gonna help off anybody, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna help off the guy that's shooting 18% from 3.
Can't imagine a guy named Brandon Williams messing up the Kings. Can't imagine it.
Man, it's 2 days in a row. Brandon Williams is
complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Yeah. Jason Jones likes Brandon Williams.
Of course he does. Why wouldn't he?
I think I said yesterday James Ham is punching something right now. Might have even flipped over a coffee table. Who knows?
But I don't like it's a. I understand it's a cop out. We'll try to find the reasons, but it does not matter how they play this year. They will always find a way to lose.
Yeah,
I think that's why
they play bad. It don't matter.
Like we were talking about it earlier, like there's interest from around the league for guys like Malik, and like we were talking about the potential for a trade with Minnesota, kind of mixing in the Jake Fisher stuff, also like just what makes sense, and I think that's why you almost have to clear out just anyone and everyone that you can. Like you might want to put like a couple of players off to the side that you're not going to trade, you're not going to have conversations with, but everybody else has to be on the table, and you need to start moving as quickly as possible. And it can't just be one trade. It's got to be one trade that leads to another trade that leads to another trade. And even if it means starting with a super young guy, like somehow try to get Rob Dillingham out of Minnesota, it makes too much sense to have a 21-year-old that you can say, at least we're trying to go young. At least we have something that might work down the road. Maybe it won't, but at least we have to try something different. Because as of right now, like, what is it to go out there and have a bunch of, again, 50 years worth of NBA experience on the court who run the wrong play on the final play of the game and don't even give you a shot. And hey, they were down 2 points. Like, I know I didn't want overtime, and I'm sure there are other people around me in the media group who are like, please no overtime, please no overtime. But you, as a team, you should still at least consider playing for overtime in that moment.
That they didn't even, it wasn't even like, man, they drove, they just sealed off the drive, he kicked out, there was an open three, they missed it. It was like they were playing that like this was, they were down 3.
Yeah, like they're going for
very strange,
3 to tie it. Yeah.
But again, very strange, very odd. Just feels like this entire season.
I don't hate free basketball. Someone here in the chat says James hates free basketball. I don't hate free basketball. I hate free basketball that starts at 8:15 or 8:18 and is going deep into the evening. I'm like, I was good.
And to Dave's point about the crowd, they look normal to me. I was watching on TV. They look normal to me. And
yeah, they were all standing.
Were it really?
Like, the last 2 minutes?
I did not get that.
Yeah.
But you talk about that Bucks play, the Zach LaVine dunk. That was in the midst of this run where it was like, they're ramping up. And here they go. That never happened last night. It was like the Mavs were the team making the run. The Mavs were the team that kept punching back. And the Kings last night, to me, never had that play that it was like bang, like, that was, it was close. It was, people were engaged for sure. Like, you could hear, you could see it, but there was not that run that really let people kind of get rolling. I think that's what it is.
The Mavs,
the difference was
opened the second quarter and the third quarter on a 7-0 run. And the play that Zach got, it snapped the 7-0 run in the third quarter. Like, it was the first, but it was almost 3 minutes into the quarter the Kings hadn't scored.
Yeah, and the 12-point, it was a 12-point lead at halftime, right? So that's gone before people even got back to their seats.
And everyone's just kind of like,
right.
Are you kidding me? So they're not going to celebrate one bucket when it's like, well, this game already looks like it's slipping away.
The announcer, forgive me for forgetting his name.
No.
But okay, well,
we're not friends anymore.
I've lost one.
I don't even know who it was.
He's the guy that does the Timberwolves, right?
I don't know. They said that Derek Fisher was.
Yeah, Derek Fisher was
there
on the color.
Yeah,
but the play-by-play guy, I think he does the Timberwolves. But he had the line, and obviously it was a little different because it was like 4 seconds to go, and they thought it was a game-tying shot or game-winning shot. But the play where they fouled him and they got it to Keon and he shot the ball clearly after everything had happened.
Oh, yeah.
And they erupted. And the guy was like, I think, they called a foul. Like, it's so loud in here. Like, it's just so loud. I couldn't really tell. But, yes, they called a foul. So he's like, they're going crazy for a play that clearly was after the whistle had blown. It was like 2 passes after the whistle had blown, sir. Why are we?
The fans, but they were celebrating. They had no idea. Yeah.
Oh, they should know. Come on, guys, let's watch the game.
Yeah.
There's 2 passes after the whistle blown.
There's also this weird thing that happened last night. The official, every time that he announced what happened on a replay, said it would finish with "Thank you."
Thank you.
I caught that too. That was
It's like
great.
it's his own Bill
Did
Kennedy
Doug
moment.
use his,
Hey.
his 2 challenges in the first half?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And got them
I
both
whined about
right.
that earlier,
Yeah, you got them both right. We discussed that earlier.
Oh.
It's just like,
Ooh.
figure it out.
Can I do a while we're talking? Bill Kennedy has become too self-aware and it's not funny anymore.
He makes me laugh.
I just don't. I'm out. It was funny at first, but now it's like he's like doing this stuff where somebody and he'll like, all right.
For those who aren't watching, Kyle's making
I'm glaring.
faces.
I'm glaring and growling. Yeah. But,
However,
yeah.
the play was called correct, and they have lost their challenge.
So, suck it.
You're welcome. That's what a ref needs to do is say you're welcome, especially if they overturn.
We should have heels and baby faces in officiating.
Mark Davis is a heel.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Who's
I
that
guess
guy, Scott Foster.
all officials are heels. But if you have like a Bill Kennedy who just kind of, hey, I'm not giving the bad news. You have an official that only gives bad news and an official that only gives good news.
Hey, Donnie, you're up. You're up. It's a bad one.
And so the crowd catches on to it and they see, Bill walking to the microphone so they know it's good news.
And he walks past it.
Like,
That's Bill Kennedy. That's Bill Kennedy.
Kennedy's music. He gets all the way there and then does like the staircase down.
Gotta go to my school to be around.
Hey,
you guessed it. Call overturn.
10, 15 years from now, for us that were outside, like Reese ain't gonna really understand. He not really gonna get it.
Reese isn't outside.
Not now. He not gonna really get it. But we're gonna be like, yo, y'all weren't outside when an NBA Hall of Famer and Chris Paul and a NBA referee literally had beef.
Like actual,
Like they literally
problems.
And every time they played or he played and he was the ref, it was a loss.
Scott Foster skating in the whole Tim Donaghy thing is kind of nuts, by the way.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's pretty wild. He's still officiating NBA games.
That's crazy that they literally like, I don't
But
like
it's
this.
not. It's not.
It was a rogue official.
That's it.
Good point.
That's
you know
it.
what?
That's it.
Okay,
and you have
it's
to
wild that
stick
they
with it.
It's wild that they were able to do that despite the fact that they were
There's
on the
a lot
phone
of-
constantly.
There's
Just
a
checking
lot
in. Tim,
of
you good?
there's a lot of like
I'm being a rogue official right now.
Scott Foster is very literally the gunman on the grassy knoll. It's like there is so much evidence to point to the fact there was a gunman right there. But it's just Lee Harvey Tannehill over here that just pulled the trigger.
On the JF Kings?
Yeah.
Reference to Boondock. Yes, this is R. Kelly. Yes, my social security number is da-da-da-da. That's what they did on the Boondocks episode.
Oh,
When they showed the
One of
tape.
the great television episodes of all time.
They showed the tape and he's like, that's not me. They're like, play the tape.
Bro,
Yes,
there's
this
a-
is R. Kelly. My social security number is da-da-da-da.
That was always my favorite thing. There's a bump and grind plaque behind you. What are you talking about? It's not you.
Hey, Kyle.
Hey, Kenny.
James and Damien. And Kyle might
Oh,
be able to lock into this one as well.
okay.
It's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday.
The Niners play on Sunday. Guess what I'm starting to do?
Drugs.
Shrink.
Slow cooking ribs.
That bottle of scotch we got from James.
I'm starting to. The pathway to a win is getting clearer.
Doing this with 7 minutes left. All right. 6 minutes
The
left.
pathway's getting. I'm not saying there are.
Because
I'm just
we
saying
had
I
a conversation
see
today,
it
and
now,
I
though.
don't. So what's it look like? Because let me ask you this. This is what I asked earlier. Both teams play an A+ game.
No. They can't. I don't think they
Niners
can.
losing.
Yeah, I think. they
Okay.
lose. I think they lose.
Okay.
Heard something today. Did
Because
you
you're outside.
know, on the streets of Philly, did you know that Eagles offense
Mhm.
only averaged 16 points per game against the playoff teams they played this year? it reiterates how sorry they are on offense. That team's not that good.
When Kenny learns something, he gets really dramatic in his delivery.
No, I love it.
Like he's going to drop
16 is pathetic. That is awful.
There was a stretch where they weren't playing playoff teams where they scored, what was it, 19? In that 4-game stretch before the Raiders came along?
Playoff teams they played this year. They beat the Rams 33-26.
They were down, 21-6, 21-0 in that game?
Yeah. And that was really 27-6 because there's the blocked field goal return for touchdown.
Jalen Hurts had 15 yards passing in the first
but he
2.5
in the second half.
What was that score?
33-26. That's 33. You got 17 against the Denver Broncos. That's a good team.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good win by Denver. Denver had to come back in that one.
Yeah, the Eagles just died in the second half.
All right.
There's a theme. There's a theme in all these games.
Yeah, Denver's defense is really good.
Well, they just die for halves. The Eagles just die. That's the theme.
It's death.
There was that Monday night game against the Packers. They scored 10 in one of the worst football games. Awful. That's the worst football game I've ever watched between two good teams. That was like Kings Mavs, but it was two playoff teams. Let's see, Chicago
playing teams.
Chicago kind of stuffed him in a locker.
Mm-hmm.
That's 15.
And that defense is. You say Bears defense is good?
Bears defense is not good. Jason La Canfora, who got mad at me on the internet the other day.
He really did. I actually
wait, what?
Yeah, I was like, hey,
I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it.
No, I saw it.
He directly went back at you.
Yeah, because he said when Purdy threw the interception.
Yeah, hater too, by the way.
That's what it was. That's what it centered on.
So he said Brock Purdy in prime time again, and I was like, one, are you watching the game? Like, there's just that's not on Brock.
Yeah. So I saw your tweet. I saw you tweet that. I didn't know he responded.
Did you see last week or the week before that where you kind of were 10 touchdowns? Like, what are we talking about? And then he responds and is like, that was against a horse-ass Bears defense. Good luck without Trent. They're going to suck. And all Kyle's bitches in the media are going to be with their excuses. Yeah. And so I just replied. I was like, I can see you're emotional about this.
Yep. That was a great response.
We're not going to have an actual discussion, so I'm going to drop it. Good luck or whatever.
I think you said have a good night.
Have a good night.
Which is so passive aggressive.
Well, then, so this obviously hits every group chat I have, and I didn't realize he's unemployed. By the way, like he's not doing anything major.
Boy, that tweet! Wow, I can't figure out why.
Yeah.
Damien, you need to bring your 4-year-old over there. Like, have a good night's sleep.
So this goes to my group chats, and somebody sends me a screenshot of something he wrote while Kyle Shanahan was the offensive coordinator in Washington about how he was doing a horrible job because he was hiring a guy named Matt LaFleur and some other no-name named Sean McVay and some other guy. Who was the other guy on that staff?
Kingsbury?
No. It was LaFleur, McVay, and there was like one other guy, and he's just dragging Kyle Shanahan through the mud for these hires who are all like the best coaches in the sport now. Yeah, the hell with that guy. That guy sucks big time.
Jason Locke and TC.
Damn.
Don't put that on TC. That's rude.
TC would say the same thing.
TC's our guy.
He would. We just like TC.
Yeah, that's my boy. That's my boy.
Were you courtside at the Laker game last night?
No.
He was courtside last week.
Well, no, he was courtside last week. I just saw Luka turn around and cuss at a fan and thought, hey, I didn't know Kyle was out there watching Luka.
No, not this time.
Oh.
It might have looked like, man, I'm a very generic looking person. So
you actually can't see the
one.
person he's talking to. You just hear the person go trash, and Luka steps back, hits the shot, turns and looks at him, and it's like, Kyle?
I would not say trash to Luka. I don't do that though. I got yelled at because I was trying to tell him, hey, don't ask for a review. That was a goaltend. I'm like, don't. He goaltended. Is a good call.
And
then he called me a bad word that starts with a P.
I didn't know that's what you said.
Which is a stunningly popular word in the association.
I wouldn't have said that, but I probably would have. If I was the player, I probably would have said so. I'd be like, man, shut up.
That's fine. Fine. I'm just trying to help him out.
There's 2 words that you have to use in the NBA because they all use them, and Legends has taught this. It's the word that starts with a P or it's the word that starts with an N, and you can only use the one that starts with a B. Luka can only use the word that
called
starts
me
with
that,
a B.
that would have been wild.
And they'd be so aggressive in the NBA. Like they're hella aggressive for no reason. I saw a Pistons game. Somebody was shooting a free throw and they just start cursing out, talking about their mom, talking about how soft they were.
Well, I guess
why?
Shout out to Russ. He didn't say either one of those words in that video that dropped the other day when he chastised that kid for dunking.
No, he didn't. Yeah,
he didn't use either one of those words.
He
said
hey,
a lot
fella.
of other ones.
He said, hey, fella.
He didn't do that. He didn't do that.
All right, D'Lo and KC coming
tomorrow,
up next.
I'm gonna tell you. Tomorrow, I'm gonna tell you like the final score of the game.
24-hour tease.
Wow.
Like you see where I'm at on Wednesday.
Final score prediction on Thursday.
You see where I'm at on Wednesday.
No, you didn't lay out the path. We got to lay out the path tomorrow.
Okay.
Final score prediction Friday. These are 24 and 48-hour teases. That's what we do here on the Handoff. D'Lo and KC coming up next. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen. Shout out to Jesse Tapia helping us out. We're the Insiders. Back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water. Be nice people. Thanks, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
See you, friends.
Damn, Jaylen Brown averaging damn near 30 a night. Wow.
What's up, everybody? Get this. There we go.
Oh, it's bad.
Woo. Never left, bro. Never left. Everybody good? Just just one of them. We spend too much time together, I guess, man.
Funny thing is, I was gonna wear something else. And
Same.
Just didn't
literally had something different on. I was like, something about this doesn't work. Let me take this off. Go with something I know. I don't know if you saw that note, but we're back for the Super Bowl.
I didn't see that yet.
Yeah. Oh.
That that was crazy on Saturday out there.
I bet.
Hell of people out, and it's probably gonna be the same on Sunday.
Oh, it's definitely gonna be.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. I was chuckling as that song started, thinking we ain't never going to hear that other Young Zell song again.
Oh my gosh, bro! When was the last time we heard it? Or when the little snippet? What game was that? I think it was
Houston.
Oh, Houston. Was it Houston?
Well, I wasn't here for Dallas.
No,
and you weren't, because that was a Tuesday.
I wasn't
no,
here
what
for
day
Houston.
was? No, that was.
I wasn't here for Houston.
You weren't here for Houston. I don't think I played it.
I think it was that Minnesota game where Malik saved the ball out of bounds. I think that's the last time we played that snippet. That's terrible.
The Rockets game, that was Sunday, December 21st. So you weren't here the 22nd. Is that right?
Yeah, I wasn't here. So
the last time we heard,
was it the Timberwolves one?
The last time we heard Young Zell,
because the other games might have been like on weekends. Any other win, like the Miami game was on a Saturday.
Wasn't the Mavericks? So when was the Minnesota? You said Minnesota?
Yeah, the overtime game. It was during the week, and I remember Miss Mac 10 was like, "Nah, they deserve it tomorrow when you guys are on there."
Did we not play it when they beat the Heat, or am I missing a
on a Saturday? Yeah, I don't.
They
think
beat the Heat on a Saturday.
I don't think we played it on a Monday. I don't think we played it on a Monday.
Can you believe there used to be a time where like, oh, we got to space out Drake bars, guys. They're just winning too much, and Kenny,
you should have brought
too much. Like Kenny's having to repeat bars at this point. Now I was like, yeah, when was the last time we played Light the Beam? Gosh,
Drake Martin come back now. I ain't never got a right.
Fast, huh?
I never got a right.
I remember when the Kings started winning a few too many games, KC would finish and Jesse'd go, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I heard that line before. I heard that line.
Man, he can come back, man. There ain't no pressure to write about nothing.
I guess not.
It ain't happening.
Young Zell don't even watch the show no more. I ain't heard from Young Zell in a year. Man, how many people have we lost because the Kings? Will Z texted me yesterday. I was like, "Oh yeah, Will. We gotta have Will on the show. He could tell us statistically how bad the Kings are."
Yeah, through the numbers.
We'll see you Friday. God damn, man.
Because this is nasty. Now I will say this though. I do disagree with you. I thought last night was. It was an entertaining game. I'm not gonna say it was well played, but it was entertaining. I thought in the second quarter specifically, it was fun watching the Kings get out, and Russ was dunking, and they had some nice little no look pass. Like they were playing good at that moment. Third and fourth.
When did you think that?
Second quarter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
Third and fourth quarter.
Yeah, not so much.
Well, yeah, it was kind of whatever.
Not
but
so
it was
much.
Entertaining at the end. Like in the last,
the
last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, the last 4 or 5 minutes was just back and forth. Like the fact they got to, it was cool. The game, in part of it is like, y'all know how I am. Like that game started at 8:15. Like
that could have been.
I did not enjoy
Kings
that,
Clippers
man.
2023, and you're like, this is whack.
It could have been. It could have been like. Well,
it was late.
If
though.
it was Kings,
late.
if Kings Clippers, like I wouldn't have seen the end of that game because you remember like the Kings, they kept in that game, they kept making like runs, and then the Clippers would stop them.
Mm-hmm.
And I always tell the first time that I was like, hey, they might do this was when Malik hit that. I think it was a step back 3.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, yo, that was the moment where I was like, hey, the Clippers literally scored on the next possession. Like they scored seconds later. And if that game had started at 8:15, there's no chance I would have seen it.
It was late.
No chance.
Like it was really late. It was like almost halftime. And it was like, man, I gotta put Ryan to bed.
Yeah.
It's late, but I love it.
You talking about overtime? Shoot, I wish it had gone to overtime. I would have been awake when the night terrors started. I would have been wide awake.
I loved it though. It was good stuff. And I liked,
but they lost.
They did. I liked it being on NBC.
Oh, I like that too.
It does feel different.
Yeah, I love that.
I'm old school. I'm older than Jesse, so it might not hit the same for
Jesse. You don't care.
No, I like the games. I like how they play the they'll do like the player intros at the Golden One Center. They make it feel like something.
The wife saw that and she's like, "Why are they showing this?" I said, "You don't understand. NBC used to do this.
The local
That's
guy.
how we got Jordan, but then they went away from it, but NBC brought it
Did you
back.
do that stupid ass voice?
That's probably what it sounded like to her.
Yeah, right.
Because I was like, no, you just don't understand. This is amazing that they're showing
Jazz
this.
walked away. I ain't never asking that dude anything again.
Shout out to the local. I tweeted it yesterday. I didn't get to see the video though. Did anyone catch the pregame video for the Kings and Mavericks? Remember last time they were on NBC and it was just a diss for 30 seconds?
Yeah, I did. I
Was it any better this time?
Yeah, halfway paid attention. It was kind of nondescript. There was nothing like good or bad.
Okay. Fair enough.
I thought about that though.
You said the local guy tweeted
well,
it?
because he brought it up. He's like, oh yeah, he tweeted NBC or whatever. Like, just don't diss us as bad this time or whatever.
Marv,
so I was curious how the video was gonna look this time.
Marv
I
was
didn't check it. I didn't see it yesterday.
Last time, Marv was wild. He was like, the last time the Kings were in the playoffs, they lost to Steph Curry by dropping 50. It's been miserable other than that. That was it.
To be clear, Marv wasn't wrong. I think that wasn't the Ori shot in there too somewhere.
It was
the main highlight.
Bro,
it was our first time back in 20 years, and then this is how they greet us.
Welcome back, guys. You remember this, right? Thanks, man.
I mean, NBC is better than ESPN at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, and I like the Amazon Prime stuff.
I like Tracy McGrady last night. What are they
yeah,
doing?
he was good. He was
what
going a little crazy
doing?
yesterday.
Well, but he wasn't right. He was his assessment was perfectly fair.
It was fair, but then I thought about that as he was saying it. It was like, yeah, they don't have anything, Tracy.
Yep.
Okay, like they don't. What do you want? What do you want Scott Perry or anybody to say? Like, no, we don't have the young guy. This is a lost season to a certain degree. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. We're trying to lose as much as possible so we can change directions. Today, no, there's nothing here. Sorry, there's nothing here today.
It's cold out here, Tracy.
But it kind of, and I understand it's a national guy and all this other stuff, but people say that and they're not wrong. But so what are the Kings doing? Like they don't have anything. They don't have a young guy. They got a bunch of Asian. Yes, that's where we're at. Yes, we understand that, and we're not getting a young guy tomorrow. It's not happening. We'll address this in the summer, and then we'll have a direction for you. But today, no, there's not a direction for you. Yes, we understand that.
I'm sure nationally too. Like there's still probably some of that De'Aaron Fox trade stink, like with the Kings.
Oh,
like,
for sure.
Oh,
Tyrese.
yeah.
That's
Tyrese. They be on there for Tyrese.
Let's Tyrese and more like Zach LaVine's still here and stuff like that. Like the result of that trade is still here. It's like, all right, what are you guys doing? Like we've moved on past that, but
Tracy, do you want to trade for Zach LaVine? Do you want to be on NBC? We're trying. We're trying to move on from all these guys.
I wonder what the narrative is. Probably not the right word. What's what will the conversation be? Because you can't convince me this isn't possible. If Zach LaVine just goes, forget it. I don't want my player option. I don't care. I'm out. I'm going to sign somewhere else.
It'll be an indictment on Sacramento.
100%. But at the same time, if you're being honest, whether you're Tracy McGrady, you're Bill Simmons, you're any national guy who covers the league, isn't your man, God, what an indictment on Sacramento. But damn it, good for them.
Yes.
Because
it should be.
They pulled off the unthinkable. No, did you get anything for Zach LaVine? You probably weren't anyways. There were rumors, probably not even remotely true, that Chicago was willing to give up multiple draft picks for him 2 years ago. They just waited it out. They just waited it out and called his bluff. Hey, man, couldn't trade you. Rich said, we're out. Mm-hmm. That alone could get Scott Perry a statue. He made it so miserable. He made it so miserable. Zach walked away from, because he will absolutely be walking away from something. The question is how much, at least, for that first year, how much would he be walking away from? And who knows? Maybe he wants to go to Washington too.
Oh, jeez. All right. Well,
it was the most hilarious. This is the funniest headline I've ever seen. Wizards are Trae Young's preferred destination.
It was like 3 preferred destinations yesterday too.
And none of them were the Wizards.
Wizards are the only team that wants to pay.
Brooklyn was like, I'm sorry, who? What? No, I don't know. Minnesota was like, sweetie, I don't want to. I don't even know who Trae's agent is now that it's not Rich Paul. Don't take his agent's call. Now all of a sudden, man, he really loves the nation's capital. All right, man.
Who do you think is saying that?
Trae.
Yeah.
Do you believe him?
No, I think he got embarrassed, or his team got embarrassed, because the Brooklyn Minnesota thing was put out there, and it didn't seem like any insider had any trouble. We're not involved in this. I mean, good luck to Atlanta. Good luck, Dallas is involved in a variety. Good luck. That's not us. Now all of a sudden, he really likes Washington. Washington has also won a bunch of games recently. They don't have a guy. They kind of have a bunch of Keegan Murrays who are playing pretty well together. Remember, I don't remember the general manager of the team, but Leonsis is the owner. He's going to have to put a halt on this because the Wizards need to finish with a bad record. Yeah. They have to finish in what was it? I can't remember if it was top 8 or top 10. I can't remember which one it was, but they have to finish or they lose the pick. And I think it's Houston. It's Russ and Wall, right? That was Houston. That was Houston and Washington. Yep. Yeah. So no, this is a real cute story don't start load managing rookies because they might absolutely have to do that coming up here pretty soon. But
the interesting thing about all this with Trae, I think the league in general just like wilding out about Trae a little bit.
Are we gonna look
the way they look at him?
Are we gonna look back in 2 years and be like, maybe you should have traded Zach LaVine for Trae Young?
It depends on like what else you do, but like I feel that way right now.
Well, because we're talking about Zach LaVine. Hopefully he just declines his option or whatever, or you find something. But I think the way it looks, he's probably leaving for nothing.
I'm with Kenny. I'm with what you just said. However, Trista's story yesterday does hold a little bit of weight with me. If we're in a situation where we're not just talking about the player, and you can do net positives, net negatives, defense. You could do all of this stuff that you want to. When you talk about locker room issues, when you talk about issues with management, especially now if I'm Washington too, I'm like, hey, we need a guy, but we also have a lot of young men who are learning to be NBA players right now. I don't know that that's the move we can make right now. If the story Trista told yesterday is a prevailing thought within NBA circles, like I would get that. From a player perspective, I genuinely just don't understand.
Like I look at Brooklyn, like what are you thumbing your nose up at Trae Young? Oh no, because we're gonna get Giannis. Sit down. Brooklyn Nets they just damn near wasted 4 picks this past draft. And no, we got to keep our cap space. And man, y'all stink. Y'all gonna stink.
They could be. possible. They could just be being patient
because they're gonna get Giannis.
Brooklyn.
Yeah, that's their. We're getting all our ducks in a row because we're gonna get Giannis. Giannis is not going to the Brooklyn Nets.
Okay.
And if you do get
Giannis is kind of
you still got to get players around him.
Giannis has kind of put himself in a position where he can't go to the Brooklyn Nets. Like every time he opens his mouth, it's about, well, I want to win. Like it's about winning.
Mm-hmm.
Going to Brooklyn does not symbolize that you want to win.
Right.
Like they're not there. Even with you, like they're not there.
Mm-hmm.
So you've kind of blown up everything that you've said over the course. Well, who knows? Things might go bad here and they might trade me. He gave the speech about being a competitor. It's about winning championships. I want to win championships. All right. Well, telling Milwaukee you want out so you can go play in Brooklyn, who's not even close, it kind of don't work that way.
It don't rock. So I don't know. Like I said, I just think people kind of. I told this to you yesterday before the show started. I think a lot of these general managers and people who these decision makers,
mm-hmm.
I think they hide behind numbers because they don't necessarily know what they're watching or what they're talking about a lot of the times.
Mm-hmm.
So if they look at somebody like a Trey Young, they'll come up with this the DVOA and defensive efficiency that'll show you like he's really just a bad player. Like that's what all that other stuff will tell you. When if you watch, is he a perfect player? Absolutely not. I can watch him and say like, oh no, he's not really a good defender. Like he lets guys go blow by him. You've got to account for that. But he is a difference maker on the offensive end at a high level. He's a guy that can win you games. He's a guy that can bring you across the finish line in close games. He's a guy that you, as the other team, you have to account for. You have to spend time trying to figure out how are we going to defend Trey Young, which leaves you less time to worry about a Jalen Johnson or Bogey or Kevin Huerter when he was there and all this other stuff. He's a difference maker in that respect. But because his war.
Wow, that war.
His Verserp.
Wow, that Verserp.
Is 10 points in the negative.
Mm-hmm.
That proves he's not really an effective player or he's not a winner. And they hide behind that. Like you can go to these numbers and make these numbers say whatever you wanted to say to justify your wrong decision.
Mm-hmm. There are, yeah. But is there a chance, though? Some of these guys I do think know what they're looking at. And sometimes the numbers, I think we talk about the eye test.
Mm-hmm.
I think oftentimes numbers don't match the eye test when you're looking at two different things.
Mm.
When you're watching Trey Young through the perspective of he's not a winning basketball player, he's a net negative, he's this, he's that, you can use the numbers to make that work. That's what you're so I saw these numbers that said when Trey Young is on the court, this happens, and this happens, and it's all bad.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm watching Trey Young through those eyes. We have a real life example here. Keon Ellis. I do not watch Keon Ellis the way I used to anymore.
Mm.
And it's almost like a less obnoxious version of the Draymond Green thing. Draymond Green's a good basketball player. No. Draymond Green is the greatest basketball. He is the greatest defender. He is the greatest sidekick to a superstar. It's all this over the top stuff. And it's like, oh, really? Now I watch him through the perspective of that and it's go, yep, I'm not sophisticated enough. I don't get it. Because he's getting away with like what should be flagrant fouls on this end of the floor. He can't hit nothing on this end of the floor and hasn't been able to in 4 years. I watch it through a different perspective. That happens with Keon Ellis, and it's happened since Summer League before last season, where he played that whole Summer League and Keon's got to start. And it's like, wait a minute, what did Keon do to tell you he's earned a starting position? And now I just don't watch that brother the same anymore because people get so infuriated that he's not playing. And it's like, what numbers do you see that he's this? And they watch him through, well, he's a positive defender. Well, he's this. Well, Kenny's favorite, he was a +2 in a game they lost by 10. All right. I guess my eye test doesn't match those numbers. And it's the intermingling of those two things can often be overridden by your feelings that you already have about a specific player, be it Keon in this situation, Trae Young in the situation that got us here, or Draymond Green in the earlier example.
Check this out. You tell me if I'm wrong or I'm doing too much, or maybe it's just a Twitter conversation that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Off the top of my head, there's a handful or less of players in this league that haven't been drugged through the mud with, well, he really can't do this. And the numbers say when he's on, like, their defense drops off, or his shooting percentage, or he's an ISO player and all this other stuff. There's only one person, maybe two, in the history of the game. Well, let's just say in the recent history of the game. Mm-hmm. Three. I got three now.
Okay.
Jokic, Curry, and who was the other guy I was thinking of?
I thought you were going to say Jordan, but maybe that's too far back.
Yeah, I'm recent history, like LeBron era.
Okay.
Maybe it's LeBron too. So Jokic, Curry, and LeBron, even though they be talking about LeBron's defense right now. Like, they talk about everybody. So you mean to tell me all you smart people, all you people that are students of the game, all these guys suck? All of them are just bad and you can't win with them? They talk about everybody. And they get these numbers off with the metrics. So they actually everybody. They even bring up Luka.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently Luka played great defense until the NBA Finals.
Tyler got one. Wemby's one they don't talk about yet. They get all they talk. So that's why miss me with like, oh man, he's not a winner, or the numbers say all this. You guys say that about everybody. All these great players. You come up with it. They talk about Giannis. Well, he's just an ISO player. You got to get the ball on the block, and you got to do what he says. That's why they can't win. Giannis.
Mm-hmm. No.
They talk about everybody. So I'm not forget. There you go. Scouts. SGA was the other one I was talking about. I was thinking.
Oh, there you go.
So that's 4 or 5 players. 4 or 5 players that they just don't talk about. They talk about LeBron being a hindrance. LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a lot of the times to be there's some validity to some of it. Like if you're watching, like they line up the numbers and the eye test line up a good amount of the time. But sometimes it's just like, man, I'm not paying attention to that, because you got a problem with everything. And the solution isn't to find a perfect player. It's you've got this guy, this is what he does well. Let's work around the things that he doesn't do well. That's how I always look at some of these players. Trae Young's not perfect by any means. And I'm talking about the court, like the locker room stuff. I'm like you, that's a little different. You know, that holds a little different weight. But it's like, all right, what are you looking for? You looking for a perfect player? That don't exist.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot of these teams, executives, I guess, that's what they're looking for. And again, maybe you name the 3 or 4 that, and Steph is far from a perfect player, but he does the things that he does right. He does them so right, it doesn't matter.
Maybe talking about KD. Come on, man.
I mean, if there was a perfect player in the league, it's probably Kevin Durant, right? And they find ways to, like, what does Kevin Durant do wrong? No, seriously, as a basketball player, like, what does Kevin Durant do wrong?
I have no idea, man. Too many mid-range shots.
I guess, but Trae's not Kevin Durant.
No.
And he never has been, and he's not Steph Curry. He's not Nikola Jokic. But he is a unique he is a unique player, in the conversation around him right now is fascinating. And maybe it just boils down to, if you're Brooklyn, if you're Minnesota was another one. Does it, if you're Brooklyn, does he help us build towards, we won't even say a championship. We'll say Scott Perry's line about being a sustainable winner. Does Trey help with that? If you're Minnesota, you have to ask, does he help us win a championship? And if you can honestly sit down and say, no, he doesn't, like, I'm fine with that. But Minnesota's conversation has to be a lot different than Brooklyn's. And Brooklyn's conversation even has to be different than Washington, because Washington might be in a better place as currently constructed than Brooklyn. Now, Brooklyn can have all these high hopes, but if those fall short, where are you? Washington has something, what we don't know, but they need a one, and they need a guy. And there's still a question in this league as to whether Trae Young is that or is not. And maybe we'll get some answers to that in the upcoming weeks, or the way that these reports have gone over the last 4 or 5 days. It could be a whole lot sooner than that. There's a lot of noise around the NBA trade deadline, so we'll dive into all of that. We'll get back into the game as well. We didn't really even spend a lot of time on the game, so we'll get back into an ending that caused night terrors when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Securing. I'll tell you like this. I'm not saying there aren't red flags with Trae Young.
What's the one team?
Well,
is it Washington? Is Washington interested in him, or is he interested in Washington?
I thought it was more so Washington. He was interested in
Washington. That's what I thought.
But this is the way I look at things, right? Those guys are human, just like everybody else. I talk about Scott Perry, how much trust I have in Scott Perry. I disagree with him. In my opinion, I disagree with him, especially in this situation with Trae Young. But you talking about one team being interested. I say this all the time. These guys get fired all the time. They get fired all the time. Who was the guy that everybody like, oh man, he know what he do? Griff. Oh, Griff.
David Griffin, yeah.
Griff got fired. So it's not to say that they don't know nothing, but I'm not going to look at, oh, these teams don't want them, or these scouts say there's a reason why they don't want them basketball-wise, and be like, it's gospel. Like, no, I disagree with them. They could be wrong. I could be wrong. They could be wrong. Now, once again, if you talk about they have more information about some of the things he does behind, like his personality and then the type of teammate he is, that's different, and that holds a little different weight. Because now it's not just on the production. It's like, yo, is this guy going to add or take away from the culture or lack thereof in this locker room? That's different. But you talking about like he's just not a winning player because he shoots 35% from three. Like, all right, man. Like, okay. Not really. That's not a deciding factor for me. I'll ask you this, Lotus, and I'm not trying to be like a Trae Young apologist, but do you think they've done a good job building around Trae Young? The Hawks?
I think you're asking Lotus, but I'll be happy to answer and say no. Like their teams have not been good.
He's never played with an all-star.
Now you can ask a chicken or an egg question.
Is he part of the problem?
This is right. Yeah.
Secure, how could you say they've done a good job? They haven't drafted or traded for an all-star in his entire career. How's that a good job? Just having in a league where if you're going to be more than a play-in team or more than a playoff team, you need probably two guys. Like, how is that a good job? Where they haven't found the second guy. They just got these guys. They just got Alexander Walker this year. Jalen Johnson hadn't been able to stay healthy, and he was 19. Dyson Daniels is good, But like you hyping them up right now. That's like they
Dyson's on what year 2 there?
2 with the
with Atlanta.
And hyping them up like they're the Pistons.
All right, if you want to get in on these phone lines, man, you most definitely can. 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line there. We were kind of all over the place.
That was me. I was all over the place.
Well, I got like I saw the headline on NBA Today when we were talking to the insiders, and it's just it's a funny headline seeing Trae Young's preferred destination is the Wizards. It was something along those lines. And it's like, that is the equivalent of saying, such and such players' preferred trade destination is the Sacramento Kings. You've never seen it. You've never seen it with the Kings. You've never seen it with the Wizards. And there must be, I have to assume there is a great deal of traction between the teams and perhaps the camp of Trae Young and a future in Washington that has led us from Minnesota and Brooklyn, not that long ago, to all of a sudden, strong Shams takes on Washington. So we'll see what that winds up looking like. But this could be an interesting trade destination. I mean, there was a lot written today, not just about Trae Young, but Anthony Davis as well, who we saw yesterday. I thought the Kings bigs did a pretty good job on Anthony Davis.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about and I include Precious in that. Max was good. Dylan, I think Max and Dylan had a combined 11 fouls between the two. I think Max fouled out and Dylan didn't. Because, Dylan was on the floor at the end, right?
Yeah. Max fouled out with that the foul he had to take at the end. So, he fouled out.
So 11 fouls between those two guys. But Anthony Davis, no one really had a great night last night. Like, there was a lot of shots to get a minimal. No one was super efficient last night. But I thought the bigs did pretty good on Anthony Davis. But point being, Anthony Davis was in Sacramento. We talked to some insiders who are around Sacramento, and there was a lot written about AD this morning and how him, Rich Paul, they're eager to get out of Dallas and move on to somewhere else, whether that's Toronto, Atlanta, or some other team. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line here, 916-909-1320. Two of our favorites on hold. We'll start with TC. TC, what's going on, baby?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What's going on, TC? How you doing, big dog?
I'm all right, bro. Hey, listen, I'm good. So I'm not even really mad at that game. I told y'all as far as the peace of mind I'm at, because every time I look at them games like last night, I think about that. I think about AJ and Caleb and those 2 second-round picks, bro. And I say, man, we in a good spot right now moving forward. I do disagree with Perry on the Trae Young situation, but hey, it is what it is. He got his thoughts on it. We ain't going to cry. I mean, it is what it is. But now these reports coming out with Zach LaVine, we've been known that, right? But if you want to keep talking behind doors, bro, I told you before, big homie, I'm talking to Zach. We want to move on from you as bad as you want to move on. We didn't want you out here in the first place, big dog, but it happened that way, right? So we ain't even going to beat down that line. So the slick talking, you telling people behind closed doors, if that's really you talking, right? Stop it. Stop it, bro. If we could, we'd send you back to your spot you want to be at where you grew up as a man in Chicago. Right? If we could, we'd make everything roses and peaches if we could, big dog. But stop talking, please. Listen, by Russ and Schroeder, all three of them take bad shots. Also, I'm going out on this one. Bro, I'm out on Darren, bro. I'm out on that dude. That's all I got.
Thanks, TC. 3 fades. That was iconic.
Finish his call.
Did he say he was out on De'Aaron?
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
I just
know
playing the fade now.
TC, sometimes you sound like you want to fight these guys, man. Like your tone of voice shifted when you started talking about Zach LaVine, and it was like you wanted to square up with Zach LaVine.
So, hey, dog. Hey,
you want to talk behind closed doors?
I'm just saying,
you
dog.
think this
we ain't
is,
even
bro?
want you, dog. You can go back. Like you can go.
If you're saying those things, by the way.
Yeah, we don't even know.
Zay said, "Oh, he's out on Darren Peterson."
Didn't Darren
After
Peterson
the game he
off
had last night.
Maybe he go off last night. I fell asleep.
Know.
I didn't get a chance to watch the game.
Maybe he said Aaron Rodgers. I don't know. I don't know, man. I thought the triple fade was comedy. Jesse was like, "Watch this. I'm gonna fade this down. He's still gonna be talking. There it is. He's back. He's back."
Oh man, that was goat stuff. Yeah,
Shout
Darren
out
Peterson
says,
had 32 and 6 last night.
I imagine him with boxing gloves on during his call. He's the reason Kansas won. He couldn't have said Darren. It had to say something else. It couldn't have been Darren Peterson.
I think he likes AJ Caleb Wilson. That's his guy.
Oh, okay.
That's his guy. And he likes AJ too.
He also, correct me if I'm wrong, he also said the Kings are in a good spot.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out. Hey, that's all right. Shout out to my brother, man.
More
He's a
interested
fan.
in them than the 49ers.
Yeah. It's facts.
I'm actually disappointed. I did not hear that. Seems what were they 12 and
4 coming off the game of the year. He said this on Monday.
That's not the right amount of games.
No, at the time they were.
At the time.
Yeah.
Right.
At the time, that Monday, coming off that game.
Yeah,
man. Be honest with you, I'm not even really that excited about them.
Oh,
I'm more interested in the Kings. To be honest with you, the Niners, it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
TC confirming he's out on the guy who led Kansas to a victory last night. All right, it's cool. Maybe Darren Peterson is the new Kyle Shanahan. Who knows? Let's see what Lee's talking about here. 916-909-1320. Leezus, what's up, baby?
Yo, D-Lo KC. Hey, it's kind of hard to follow up TC, man. He ready to swing on everybody. It's crazy.
Shout out. What up, Ken Folk?
What up, Ken Folk? Hey, stay locked in this week, KC. It's going down this weekend.
Where were you at?
You're talking about his Philadelphia
Eagles. Man, you know
the Jalen defender.
Yeah, man. All right, man. All right, Lisa. You already look. It's Wednesday, and the more I look into this situation, got a real shot. We got a real shot. A real shot.
It's okay. We're talking basketball today. We're gonna wait on the football. Humble hearts, biased Eagles fans. We just flying under the radar. Hey, guys, I just wanted to ask you guys a quick question. I want to stay on topic. I wanted to call in because I wanted to ask, do you guys think the aprons are hurting the NBA more than they're helping? Because it seems like with these aprons now, teams are more cautious about spending their money. And all of a sudden, all these players are getting like trash in the media. And kind of like even Draymond said, even if you're a team that drafts well, you're not going to be able to pay everybody. And that just got me thinking, do you think like these aprons are doing more bad than good? Because like, look how Trae Young is getting trashed.
Yeah, I think it's too early to tell, in my opinion. Trae's a unique talking point because he's always had a bit of a I don't know if polarizing is like is it love or hate? Like maybe it is. Like so maybe his game has always been polarizing, but it's all like I've never been a big Trae Young fan. I've always joked I missed the college thing. Like I saw it, like I like I'm aware it's happening. I buckle in to watch the second half of that season, and if you remember the second half of Trae Young's season at Oklahoma, it wasn't what the first half was. There wasn't no 50-point barrages in the. I was like, oh, okay, good score. We'll see what this, we'll see what happens. I didn't buy Atlanta's run that they had a handful of years ago to the conference finals. I was willing to give them a shot. It was like, I'm not buying this as real and sustainable. And I think that has worked out to be true. I just also didn't think we'd get to the point where it's like, no, we don't know what his next contract looks like. Like he could potentially get $100 million and some change less than we would have ever imagined. And I don't think he is the barometer that you use to judge whether the aprons are helping or hurting. One thing that I think is definitive, the aprons have changed things. They have absolutely changed conversations. Just because you can sign a player to a $300 million contract, just because that $300 million contract was something that the league put in place in hopes of players not changing teams. Just because you can do that doesn't mean that you're willing to do it anymore. The whole point was to create parity. And right now, I mean, look at last year's finals. It appears that it's working, but it's too early to tell. We just know that the first free agency period was dry.
Yeah, I think it's hurting.
Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, you want when we come back?
Yeah.
Got you.
More ahead. It's Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. No. I didn't even see it. He was talking about it where?
The other day. It was on Twitter. I saw it like yesterday or something.
Okay.
Says it's bad and all that stuff. I could pull up the clip, I think.
It took me an uncomfortably long amount of time this morning to remember that Anthony Slater no longer works for The Athletic. I knew he had written something, but I don't click on links to The Athletic in Twitter. I have to go to my Apple News app because that's where my Athletic subscription runs through. And I'm like, there's Sam. Like, where is Slater's article? And I'm looking. I reset the app like it hasn't updated. Go back to it. And I'm sitting there like, man, he doesn't work for The Athletic anymore. Idiot.
ESPN.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're just on TV in front of that backdrop. In front of his backdrop, his backyard, where he does our show from.
Can't play the Kevin Love clip because he cusses in it.
Okay.
There was a clip that Perk had that I wanted to talk about, but they're cussing all through that clip.
I see him.
It's the one where he said Jaylen Brown should be MVP over Luka.
I tell you.
No, Perk said that?
Yeah.
No, this wasn't that one.
I'll tell you what's really effing stupid. These aprons are effing stupid. These aprons are effing with the game. That's our side. They know exactly who they are that did that. You're telling me OKC can't keep those three guys together because of these aprons? That's bullshit. You're telling me Sam Presti is handcuffed because of these effing aprons? It's also going to hit teams' cap when signing a veteran, and I think veterans matter.
Putting some blame on whoever the players on their side that led that, I guess.
Yeah, that's a lot of my thoughts.
Yeah, he's talking to certain players in the Players Union Association.
Who was the president? Was that Chris or CJ when that happened?
CJ is unlike Chet Holmgren. CJ has fought back on that a couple of times. Like, dog, like it wasn't just me. Like, you think I want this? It just happened. But
Lou,
I believe that villain Grant Williams was vice president.
You know what I've seen that I gotta figure out. It's a bad time right now because Christmas just happened and I gotta regroup, and we got mom's birthday and the wife's birthday in the next 2 months. I gotta regroup. But I see these things, I get these ads for the leg compression recovery thing. Those things are like $200 right now. Like, damn. But I it's got to figure something else out. We got a sauna.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Outdoor?
Indoor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Baller.
How is it?
It was cool.
Yeah.
I'm not really a sauna guy.
Oh, I like the sauna.
I got in it a couple times and it's cool. I did an hour in there.
Damn.
I know.
Wow, good for you. Jeez.
Did an hour in there and it's cool. You get used to it.
Kenny's got an
Is it in the abandoned bathroom or
yeah,
did you, is it? Right
okay.
I was like, man, that's a perfect spot for it. It's crazy. You have lived there the entire length of this show, and this man is so wealthy he has an abandoned bathroom.
Well,
that's facts. That's supposed to be the studio at one point, right?
It was. Yeah, it's facts.
I remember Jazz showed me that, and I was like, well, there's a few things we're gonna have to do. show would have sounded a lot different if KC was doing it from that abandoned bathroom in his house.
Would have had a shower going on in the background. You ever hear that famous clip of Rick Barry taking a shower during a show?
I never heard it, but I saw the KCRA clip.
What?
Yeah, when it wasn't an anchor, but it was a reporter was doing something, and her husband was taking a shower, and it was on camera. It's like,
oh man, I
think that was KCRA. I'm almost positive. it was KCRA because I remember seeing one of the comments, which I thought was just incredible. It said KCRA where the nudes happen. That's good work. That's good work. Where's social media right there? Good work.
But yeah, now didn't happen in my house.
Okay. We were talking before the break. We were actually looking during the commercial break at some remarks that Kevin Love recently made about the aprons. It started with a call from TC, who was asking. I mean, a lot of this kind of centers around Trae Young. It started with a call and Anthony Davis, who we saw last night, and Anthony Davis's movements coming up here in the next few days or few weeks will certainly be interesting to follow. But Lizzie asked if the aprons are doing more harm than good. Mm-hmm. I attempted to make the argument that we don't know yet. We know that we had a really dry free agency period. We know we're headed into the first trade deadline of this apron era. But you disagree.
Yeah, I think it's doing harm for a couple of different reasons. Yep. For a couple of different reasons. Number one, the first thing that jumps out to me is, and I maybe do a little bit more figure out, but the players aren't getting the money. Mm-hmm. Like the players are not getting the money that they are accustomed to, and it's only for a select few. It's almost like to a certain degree. I ain't one second day in a row, not trying to get political, but they're eliminating the middle class. Mm. It's either your SGA Lucas or Jordan Clarkson. That's what it feels like, right? And yeah,
which is why I think this Trae Young thing is going to be really interesting.
Trae
because he's not Jordan Clarkson,
right?
And it's clear he's not. It's not clear. He's not getting SGA money from Atlanta. Mm-hmm. Will he get it from Washington or wherever he winds up? I think is an interesting. It's going to be an interesting chapter to this very conversation we're having.
And I think Jason Jones said it when we were talking about this more than a year ago. It's just giving the owners an excuse not to spend money and compete. And I don't like it. I also don't like the aspect of, and Draymond hit this on the head too, but if you drafted these guys, you should be able to do what you want to do to keep that team together. Mm-hmm. You shouldn't be held to the same regulations of a team that put a super team together through free agency and trades. Like the Warriors were the example. They drafted Draymond, Steph, Clay, throw another player in there, whether it's Kuminga or something. They drafted those guys. So they shouldn't be held to the apron the way the Nets were when they got Kyrie, KD, and Harden. Like, you developed those guys. You drafted them. Mm-hmm. You made those decisions to go out and pick those guys. You should be able to handle that. And now they're
so in defense of that,
mm-hmm.
or Oklahoma City has.
Mm-hmm.
They paid SGA, they paid Chet, and they paid J-Dub. All massive contracts, max contracts, all three of them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's all.
Oh, well,
like they've been able they have been able to pay their guys. Now, none of the three contracts I just referenced have kicked in yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember who's kicks in first, but it's like Isaiah's Hartenstein's
SGA
falls off the books,
mm-hmm.
right? It starts to become a thing where they always have cap money available. Now they lose players along the way. You lose the Isaiah Hartenstein, who you were able to sign because those guys' max money hasn't kicked into place. lose Alex Caruso, or you handcuff, you make decisions where you either lose them or you handcuff yourself in terms of, what you're able to do moving forward. But right now, a team that is, to go back to the Draymond Green, and we have said this repeatedly, and we'll say it again, and we'll say it every time. Draymond Green was 100% right in his assessment about these aprons and their hindrances. But right now, the closest comparison to the Golden State Warriors and the way that they built their team is Oklahoma City. And they have been able to manage it up to this point. They've been able to manage keeping those guys under contract. Now, what happens when Hartenstein falls off and Alex Caruso falls off? How good is this team with the guys that they're able to bring in at whatever reduced price to take their place? That remains to be seen. Do you have to move on from one of those guys to continue being competitive? That remains to be seen. I mean, there's still a lot of this story to be untold, but there's still a lot of the story to be told. But that is a one of one. Mm-hmm. To your point, and to Jason Jones's point, a year and some change ago, there's a lot more teams who are willing to go, I don't want to spend that. We're not winning a championship. Let's not re-sign this player for this amount of money. Mm-hmm. So to that point, you started that by saying these players aren't getting their money. If the league is more competitive, if a player can't get their money from whatever team that they're with, but Sacramento has cap space and is willing to sign that player, and it helps their team moving forward, and now Scott Perry is closer to that sustainable winning thing, you've created that parity. Isn't that the ultimate goal of all of this for the NBA? Now, I know I sound like Kenny Caraway taking Jerry Jones' side because this is very much an ownership stance.
Well, I'm glad you finally see
this is less of an ownership stance and more of a league stance. But if your goal is parity, aren't you accomplishing that?
If that's your goal,
you're doing it at the expense
right
of what the players are used to, but you have a league to run. Mm. And if that is your goal and you're accomplishing it, you have to feel good about that.
Maybe I'm cynical in this situation, but the goal of parity is what do they say? It's a result that happens. That's not the result you're going for, but that is what happens because of what you're really going for.
So what do you think they're going for?
They want to keep the money. They want the money. They always want the money. And if they don't have to spend as much money, then fine. If that results in parity, cool. Mm-hmm. But I think it's always about the money.
But how many executives, owners, or at least people in those circles have gone on the record with their names saying it's not the money that the aprons cause us to think about. It's the hindrances that it's the way we have to execute every move we make in terms of basketball operations with can't sign vet minimum players. You can't be an apron team for a certain amount of years or you suddenly become SMU and you've got a death penalty. Like you can't, like, I feel like we have heard now, maybe that's a lie. Maybe it's a cop out.
I think it's part of it. Unintended results or something like that. Mm-hmm. Because even with I think this is with the aprons, right? It's not about the money, but it is, because if you go past that apron or you sign somebody or something, what's the Kelly Oubre where his contract was $16 million or whatever, but it cost the Warriors $70 million. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, that is you can't, it doesn't allow you to team build the way you want to, but you also got to pay an extra $50 million because of this guy.
Yeah, but what that was didn't that create a situation that maybe wasn't, like, if you have, I'll use him as an example because he's the Kings owner. You have Vivek Ranadive, and Vivek Ranadive, we'll say the cap, just to make this easy, is $200 million. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll pay $200 million. Well, we have a playoff team, Vivek, and Keegan's contract's coming up, and that contract is going to put us over the cap, and it's going to, it's going to put us more, in the first year, we're going to pay some penalties, and we're going to be at 230, and then by the second year, we're going to be at 250. But, we can maneuver some things after that second year, but we're going to have to get to 250. As an owner, I'm asking, are we a playoff team? Like, are we competing at that point? Are we a first round? Are we fighting to get into the play-in, or are we competing? Because I think most owners who will say, if we're competing, yeah, I'll pay the luxury tax, and I'll start paying, to a certain degree, I'll start paying the upwards end of that luxury tax. But if we're looking at a team that is the 8 seed, the 7 seed, we're looking at a team that's getting bounced in the first or second round. If you're looking at a team where you honestly go, okay, Sacramento Kings, they've built something here, but they're not better than Oklahoma City. They're not better than the Los Angeles Lakers. They're not better than the San Antonio Spurs. They're not better than team, 4 and 5. And they're really in that 6-7 range where they're like 47, 40, 48 wins. Like, hey, man, I can't pay this. I can't pay Kelly Oubre. I can't pay the penalty of a $70 million, a $16 million contract for Kelly Oubre. I can't pay the penalty of $70 million. Joe Lacob, to his credit, was willing to do that because that team was competing for championships. And he stuck by his word where he said, as long as we're competing, I'm paying. The NBA said, forget it. We're not doing this anymore because Joe Lacob will pay. If Bomber will do it. I was thinking of your boy, Dolan. If the Knicks that we saw last year had been, a handful of years ago, Dolan, what's it take? There would have been no Jalen Brunson pay. None of that would have happened. Pay it. We got to win a championship. Right. And we'll continue to pay. I think there are a lot of owners who would have continued to pay as long as they can. I don't think there are teams who are willing to pay that amount of money for middling.
Yeah, you're right.
Now I think what's happening is teams aren't like, you're not going to restrict what I'm doing for me to finish in the play-in. And now, to a great degree, what you're saying now and what Jason Jones said then is 100% accurate. I don't think it's forcing owners to be cheap. I think it's forcing them to be a lot more disciplined. And they're not throwing. There was a time where there was no question. A guy who scores 25 and averages 10 assists, a guy who leads the league in assists the year prior. There was never going to be any question that, and he's been on one team his entire career. There was never going to be a question that he was going to get a max contract with the team that he's on, that he wasn't going to get the contract that the NBA put in place for players like him to not leave the team that he's on.
Right.
Now, remember the league. You talk about the league players not getting the money that they're used to. Remember, the league, to try to solve this problem originally, threw more money at players. They made it advantageous for you to stay with the team that drafted you, to stay with the team that you're on. You were able to get the extra year, the extra money, the extra all of this if you just didn't take your talent somewhere else. And the league said, I got an idea. Or excuse me, not the league, the players. The players said, no. Their agents said, oh, it's cute. Watch this. We're going to get that money and we're going to leave. We're going to show you how. And then you have, I always use him as, he's not the first example ever, but Anthony Davis in New Orleans.
Yeah.
You started a year and a half early.
Yeah.
I don't think he was traded at the trade deadline, but you started that conversation.
Kawhi kind of did that too.
At the trade deadline.
Kawhi kind of did that in San Antonio.
Yeah.
And the players got him, and the owners are like, they had to adjust to that so they could be in control. That's why I say, like, I don't think they tripping off parity. They just want the control. They want the money and the control. And when they did that, when they're like, well, we can control keeping these players here or in their home place or whatever by giving them more money, and the players had that counter and were able to circumvent that, they're like, oh, nope, we got to get this control back again. We got to get this money back again. And if it results in 7 different champions in 7 years, cool. But that's not why we're doing this. We're doing this because we want the control back. That's my belief. Now,
that could be very true. But to steal your line, that could be a and I can't think of the phrase
I think
you're
it's
trying to use.
Unintended consequence. Or
there you go. Yeah,
result.
great.
I think that's what it was.
That's what it. That's I think what it is.
Mhm.
It's hey, we're hey, this is this is changing the way owners are spending money. Now that does nothing for the league. To be clear, that does nothing for the league. Vivek, owner A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, it does something for them. It doesn't really do anything for the league.
Now let me ask you this. Everything that you said, which is spot on with what happens, do you think that's good? Do you think that's good for the league? We'll just use the Hawks, for example, to say, we're going to move on from our best player because he only gets us to the first round. We might not be as good. We might be in the same spot. We'll be cheaper, but we'll be in the same spot, and we got to go a different path that we're not sure. Like, we're going to spend 2 or 3 years trying to get a guy like this again. But him here only gets us to the first round, so we're going to tap out because it doesn't.
Is it good for who?
For the league, for the fans.
It's the fans of the team. I'm not sure. Like one again,
I'd say fans of the team. Like if the Kings, we'll use the Kings for example. If the Kings had a team that could get to the first round,
oh man, God, that would be amazing.
But that's all they could do. Like you're looking at it, we're like, man, this team is a first round team. Like we don't have enough to win a. So I'm not going to spend money for a first round team. But let's blow it up.
For how long?
Well, you don't know.
Well, no. What I'm saying is when you're asking, when you're asking yourself that question, how long have you been a first round team?
Let's just say 4 years.
I don't know that I have a problem with it. Like if you're, but if you're 4 years of being a first round team or a first round exit, and a player that's been on your roster for 9 years is coming up for a max contract extension, I'm okay asking the question. And there's more context to the Trae Young thing. That particular player gets hurt, and your team is playing really well. You've got young guys on your team that are actually really good, that are showing a lot of promise. Little concerns about injury and some other things there, but you have something there. Will you spend your time looking for another version of him or a better version of him or someone who complements this group better? I'm okay with that line of thinking. I'm not okay with, well, I'm out after a year or 2 years. Like, if we're talking rookie extension, multiple years of a first round exit, I'm okay asking that question.
So, and here's a maybe different scenario, or I phrased it wrong the first time potentially, but you're at the crossroads. You've been a you've been a first round exit for 3 years. And you're like, man, something's gotta change because of the aprons and everything that goes along with it. It feels like the decision would be end it all as opposed to let's try to get better. Like you're at the crossroads, like, hey, if we go get this guy, we'll be a first apron team, but I think we could be better. I think we could be better.
But
maybe not.
But I think they'll do that. I think teams will do that. Like if you're telling me this is the Toronto discussion. Toronto's a good basketball team. If Toronto's front office says, look, we know the difficulties of Anthony Davis, but if we acquire Anthony Davis right now in this year, where look, I watched Detroit. Why can't we be Detroit? Boston's on a run. Like, let's be honest, they're not going to be able to do damage until Jason Tatum gets back. Go ahead, rush him back this year. It's not going to work the way you guys think it is. And then we've got New York. We've got to be able to compete with New York, and we can't do it without Anthony Davis. If we get him, we can compete with those 3 teams. All right, we've got that. We've got 2 years to pull this off. If it works the way we think it if it works the way we think it can, we'll sign him and we'll get this all figured out, down the road. If it doesn't, $50 million's gone. We keep moving. we take whatever our next step is. I think that discussion is real. I think a team looking to take that step up discussion is real, and I don't think they shy away from that. I think it's when you get to Chicago's in my mind, but that's probably a stupid example.
Let me give you an example of not doing it, or tell me if they did it or they didn't.
I mean, aren't the Warriors a good example? The Warriors made the move. Yeah, they made it with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, and Joe Lacob has shown that that's what he's going to do. Like he showed it before.
Yeah, it's true.
Like that's what he's going to do. But the Timberwolves, after that first run, wasn't one of the reasons for the Cat Randall trade. Was like, we don't be a second apron team. We got to sign Nas Reed. We got to sign McDaniels. Like, we've got to get a contract. I think Randall's contract was shorter. And they're like, well, we can't keep Cat here because we're gonna be a second apron.
Yeah.
And I believe, I could be wrong. Somebody could tell me if I'm wrong. But part of the reason of doing that Randall trade is he made a little less than Cat. And
the years, I think.
And they're like, we can't.
Did Julius wind up re-signing with them? Like, he's not on his original deal, right?
I thought he's still on the deal.
Oh, okay.
I
My
could
bad.
be wrong,
My
but
bad.
I think it's under that. Here's another scenario I want to bring up.
Okay, go ahead.
In 2 years, 27-28, if I'm reading this right.
Okay.
With OKC, they'll have Hartenstein will be a free agent. Dort will be a free agent. Caruso's still there.
What's Caruso at in 2 years, right?
Yeah, 27-28 season. He's making $21 million a year.
Okay.
With one more year, that year and the following year. I still have to say there'll be $19 million from the second apron.
Okay.
It looks like they'll probably need 4 or 5 players. Like this isn't with a full roster. You think they keeping one of those 3? You think they looking to move one of those 3?
Yeah.
And
like looking.
I think that's Kevin Love's point. They shouldn't have to make that decision with guys that they drafted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
My bad.
When you say one of the 3,
those 3 are gone. So
you meant
Hartenstein. Yeah, Hartenstein's gone. Dort is gone. Those are unrestricted free agents. So those contracts
they're
are gone. Caruso's still there.
Yeah.
The bulk of that being $19 million away from a second apron is those 3 guys. Do you think they're going to move one of them?
So this brings us all the way back to how this conversation started and how Leezy asking, that's the test. That to me right there that's okay. What does this apron thing truly mean? Because let's say you said that's 2 years. Let's say OKC wins 1 title.
They didn't play the Spurs.
And they definitely didn't. Wemby got a cold for that series, and all of a sudden they got confidence. Yeah, probably. Let's say they win 1 title in the next 2 years. How does that influence their thinking? If they win 2 titles in the next 2 years, how does that influence their thinking? If they win no titles in the next 2 years, where do they get eliminated in the playoffs? How does that influence what they do? That to me is the biggest barometer. That is the biggest moment where you figure out whether this apron thing is a positive or a negative. Because if you're Sam Presti, you've done all this work and you've done all this cap gymnastics, you've done all of these different things, and you still can't sign. You didn't go get LeBron. You didn't go get Giannis. You didn't go get whatever unhappy Rich Paul client or unhappy superstar was. You didn't do any of that. You drafted flawlessly for a decade, and you couldn't keep your basketball team together. That's the conversation to me.
Yeah.
That's it.
In that year, too, I think they've got, doing some quick math, probably about $30 million in club options.
Okay.
On there. So that would give you almost $50 million before you get to the second apron.
Sure.
So maybe you could work with that too. But I'm with you. That's
and
a
if
good
that
point.
title comes in the second year,
yeah,
you're probably looking at things like, hey, and again, you have to, there's so much like, added context. What does Hartenstein look like in that, like, nah, we need him here.
What's some of your draft picks look like?
That I was just going to say, you've had 10 draft picks. If you're 10 first round draft picks, You're going to have a top 10 at worst draft pick this year if you're the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's your next. That could be your your next guy.
Yep.
We could see things where you trade that type of player for strong role players to fill that gap.
Yep.
I don't know. It's a lot of mental gymnastics here. We'll talk with our man Jake Gadon. He joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. There you go. Jake, what's up, buddy?
Chilling, Bob. How about you?
Great, man. Great. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. How are you? Congratulations.
I'm wonderful. Thanks, man. I appreciate you, my friend.
Always.
Yeah, I'm
Have
great.
you thought?
One more time?
Have you thought out yet?
Yeah. Yes. It was cold, man. As you are very aware, we had a couple of really cold days. The day we left, no rain, no snow, no clouds even on December 30th. Sun was out, gorgeous outside.
Okay.
10 degrees. Freezing. Like we're walking around watching them set up Times Square for New Year's Eve, man. It is freezing. But we couldn't have asked for a better trip, man. It snowed our first night there, covered the ground, for the first day, our first walk around Central Park. It was just all white. Like it was beautiful, man. It was beautiful.
Hell yeah. We love that. We love to hear that.
Yeah, man. It was it reminded me there are a few things I love about the East Coast.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A few things I love about the Northeast right there.
Thank you. That's music to my ears.
Yeah. There's actually a lot I loved about the Northeast, but it's a lot easier to kind of visit than leave. Then wonder if the next nor'easter is pulling up on us.
I was flying into Newark.
Not bad. We had no issues. We got to Newark. We got to Newark 40 minutes early. And we got home 25 minutes early. We did not have a single issue on that United direct from Sacramento to Newark. Not one.
Did you do a secret dance beforehand, or did you pray?
I think we just got lucky. There was a little bit of snow before. The big snow came after. The rain tapered off as we were getting ready to get out of here. No weather issues at all on the way back. Yeah, we had no problem.
Lucky man. You were a lucky
man.
Man.
I was thankful because it was definitely weighing on my mind a little bit, but it went great.
Blessed to hear it. What's up, KC?
Hey, what's this guy doing? What's he doing with this shirt? What is the hell is this guy doing?
You're lucky it's January 7th, man.
It's playoff time. I talked to my boy, Alan, the Bears fan. He says he thinks the Chargers are going to get the Patriots.
I don't know, Alan, the Bears fan. I don't know, man.
I don't know either, man. He says I think that's a tall task.
Like
my boy Jim gonna have him ready though.
Of course, my gimmick is I really do not like the Chargers.
Can't make it up, Bryce. Can't make it up. Good news is this: we get to record this week, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the Kings play at like 6:00.
Yeah, if you guys can do a 9:30, we'll go on.
Back here with our man Jake Gadon, CBS 13, my favorite station, by the way, for news. Just a great team with Jake Gadon, Brandon Benitez over there.
Tapped into 13.
Yeah,
that's how I was watching Stephen Colbert the other night.
There you go. Okay. All right, late night. We walked by that studio. Dude, it's a great studio. That's a true landmark.
That's where Letterman was, right? Is that the same place?
That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. Jake wants us to acknowledge his stupid T-shirt, his stupid Patriots T-shirt from God knows what year. Super Bowl champions. Who knows?
Hey, where's your blurred background today? Like, blur that out.
Nah, I'm at home today, guys. We're rocking. All right, we've been chilling. It's different vibes. Got to change up the setting. You know what I mean?
You know the Patriots could win this thing.
They could absolutely.
They absolutely could win this thing.
Can I point this out? I think they have an easy schedule. Okay, in terms of the playoff positioning, because if you beat the Chargers right in that first round, you don't have to face Denver, and you don't have to face Buffalo. I think you can make it to the AFC Championship game and face either of those teams. If it's Denver, you go to Mile High. Good luck. If you're home, playing Buffalo at home, hard to lose to Buffalo twice at home in 1 year. Just saying, the path's there.
I don't like that second matchup regardless.
Mm-mm.
Well, if you somehow played the Steelers, then it'd be fine. But like Texans or Bills, I don't like the second matchup regardless. But you're right. I mean, they could go. They can absolutely go. Yep. The Patriots can go.
I just don't believe, and maybe we can talk about this in a bit, but like I'm not a firm believer of the Texans offense. I think that defense is nasty, like disgusting.
Listening to Kyle Madsen. Yeah.
I'm just not a fan of the Texans offense. I think CJ Stroud is great. I don't think they have a run game. I'm not very, very impressed by their offensive line, and their only option is Nico Collins. So
no, you're spot on.
But that's fine. Well, hold on, man. We can't switch it up now. What's that line everyone repeats every time the playoffs get here?
Defense wins championships. I understand that.
Like
you got to win. You got to score points to win a game. You have to.
Agreed.
Well, that could be.
Ask you this. Would you rather take CJ Stroud or Drake May as your quarterback?
Well, all right, we're a little prisoner of the moment.
Yeah, like hang on, like CJ's a good quarterback.
CJ has won in the playoffs.
Yeah,
he didn't win a playoff
CJ's
game.
a good quarterback.
We ain't never seen Drake in the playoff game.
Be careful. I don't know if Drake's the MVP either.
Whoa,
whoa.
Yeah, this dude went to New York and literally decided to be like, you know what? We're gonna hate New England. All right, God damn, I'm done. I'm not taking the slander, Damien. I'm not taking the slander.
It's not slander. It's a two-person race, and it's Stafford and May. Matthew Stafford has had an incredible season. Drake May has too. That's the race to me. I just don't know who it is.
Matthew Stafford, I will say this, has had a really good season. I'm gonna play semantics here. I'll put it to you like this: in a regular year, both of these guys ain't finished top 5 in the voting.
What do you mean?
I don't think that's true.
In those Lamar, Patrick Mahomes years, both of these guys ain't finishing top 5.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The other thing I also point out is this, okay? People are going to say the records have to come into it. New England, let's be real, have had an easier schedule this year compared to the Rams. That's easy to compare against. You know, Stafford's leading the league and passing yards and passing touchdowns.
46-8.
That's really good.
Whoa,
it's
what?
Really good. It's really good. It's really good.
Nah, you're doing the thing. I know what you're doing. I've worked with you too. Don't do this. I know what you're doing.
Really good.
I know what you're doing. And you're doing the stupid voice, which is making it worse.
I've seen him the last.
Say it without your voice going up.
It's really good.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I don't think May has the same complement of players around him like Stafford does. And the fact that he's making it work with the guys that he has around him, no-name guys like Kyle Williams, like Hunter Henry, I don't think is a top 5 tight end. Like, you know, who after you look at like Matt Collins, do you consider him a top wide receiver in the league? Like, you know, Pop Douglas, is that another top receiver in the league? I think when you look at Stafford, he has Puka, he has Devontae Adams throughout the majority of the season. Kyron Williams is an established running back, and you have one of the best offensive coordinators or offensive head coaches in the league, in Sean McVay. And compared to what, you know, Drake has around him, the fact that May has the highest completion rating in the NFL and best QBR, I think, says a lot.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this right now. If that's the argument, if people are consistent, then I know for sure. Matthew Stafford better not win nothing. He better not win nothing, because in 2023, when that boy Brock Purdy was going crazy, It was all about his weapons. That's why he couldn't win. I don't even know if he finished top 5 in voting. It was all about his weapons. So let's not change it up now. If we're talking about the weapons, Stafford don't need to win nothing.
I think they're going to give it to Stafford, though. The reason for it is because I think they're going to sit there and say Drake May is going to be able to win it somehow or another again.
I think Stafford. I think it's 5th seed too, though. That's crazy. That is crazy.
I just think they're going to give it to Stafford and tip it and say and give extra motivation to Drake May, which will be fine when he wins the Super Bowl. So
13-4, 3,700 yards, 28 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
That's Matthew Stafford?
Nope, that's Josh Allen last year.
Oh. Well, I didn't think he was the MVP.
Who was the MVP?
I thought it should have been Lamar.
Well, Lamar's a little harder to look up because Lamar's rushing yards are somewhere down on this page, and that kind of changes the entire conversation. But let's go back to Lamar's last MVP. But last year, Lamar.
That's what I'm saying. Lamar should have won last year.
Lamar last year was 41-72, 41 touchdowns, 41 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. We went over a couple of quarterbacks that threw those in one game this year.
Right. Like, look,
Geno Smith. Hey,
Lamar.
Damn, he was one of them.
Lamar. It's not going to sound good right now, but I'm going to stay with it. Lamar, the best quarterback in football. Lamar, best quarterback in football.
That don't bother me a bit.
He's the best quarterback in football. I'll put it to you like this. Like I said at the beginning of the season, if Josh Allen had Lamar Jackson's numbers and Lamar Jackson had Josh Allen's numbers, nobody would say Lamar is better than Josh. Nobody. If you flip their numbers,
yeah, for sure.
Nobody would say
for
that.
For sure. 915 yards on the ground last year. Is that real? Am I looking at that wrong? Nope, I'm not. 915 yards last year for Lamar Jackson. Didn't win the MVP. But all pro. All pro won. All pro first team.
That's great. Yeah, he won all pro.
There you go.
He didn't win that.
There you go.
I remember that conversation.
Point in all of this, Jake, we like Drake. Jake, listen. I don't like the angle of this camera, man. You've got to fix this. You've got to fix this. Don't do that. That's better.
Hey,
okay,
staircase go crazy.
No. This is lifestyles of the rich and famous out here in Sacramento. That's a nice little spot right there.
Thanks, man.
Point in all of that is, I think your Patriots have a chance. I don't know if Drake May is going to win this award, man, but I think Mike Vrabel, he's winning that award.
Ooh, I don't think so. I don't think he's winning Coach of the Year. I think
I'll probably get it.
Mike McDonald was good last year.
One seed, fan.
I can't.
I think so. I think they did.
I thought they just missed it. I'm trying to.
Oh, maybe they did.
I've also
heard, we were looking at that. Who made it and who missed it earlier. I thought they made it.
I'm also hearing Leon Cohen is getting votes.
I mean, and he deserves it too. Like those guys. He absolutely. Yeah. I mean, but for me, I'd probably go Cohen or Vrabel over Mike McDonald. I thought Mike McDonald was terrific, but you're kind of pulling the Patriots were in a difficult spot, and the Jaguars are the Jaguars. So, good for Liam Cohen for turning that around the way that he did.
Yeah, I think it should be Vrabel. It should be.
We'll see how it comes.
Good candidates in all these categories. Jake, we can get back to football here. Seahawks didn't make the playoffs last year.
10-7 though last year.
Yeah, 10-7. Maybe I was focusing too much on the record and not the fact that they missed. Jake, we can get back to football here in a few minutes, but KC it was Kyle. Kyle Madsen asked the question earlier. At this point in the season, at 8-29 now for the Sacramento Kings, is it possible for them to have a bad loss? Because for Kyle, it felt like that loss was bad last night.
No, that's not a bad loss last night. Want to know what's a bad loss? When you get blown out by 41 in LA to the Clippers, and the night before you got blown out by 20 to the Lakers. And you sit there and you question the effort level and everything like that. Last night's loss was just is being made a big deal of because he was on national television last night. Like, let's be real about that. Because he was on NBC, and it was on a national audience, and the Kings were up 10 and looking good through 3 quarters, and they couldn't.
That's what I think it is. That's what I think it is more than where the game was aired. I think it was it. They felt like they were. It felt like they were in control for most of that game.
Yeah, and then they do what they always do. They have a blip in the radar throughout the game, maybe a 5-minute period, and then they come back down to earth, and then they start playing hard again. If there's one thing that's constant about this team this year, because there hasn't been a lot of consistency whatsoever, is they will always have a 5-minute blip or a 10-minute blip or a quarter blip where they're just not locked in. They can't play the full game to the intensity that they want to. Even in the wins this year, guys, I haven't seen them play a full game of basketball from start to finish where I've been impressed by them throughout the whole entire game. And that's just where the consistency is. It's rotations. It's who's hot, who's not. It's how the offense is working, the defense, the ratings thing is hysterical. That they're one of the worst. They're the worst team in offensive rating and one of the worst defensive ratings. Their net rating is by far the worst in the NBA. It all makes sense because it's all clunky and dysfunctional. And here's the thing that I think people are holding out hope for, that a trade's going to come down. Guys, I don't know if they're going to even trade anybody. That's the sad thing about it. I think that the new type of NBA is not trading away for assets and draft picks because of the salary cap and everything like that. I think you might have this team for the rest of the season. And if there is a trade, it might be a small thing on the outside. We can talk all we want so we're blue in the face about how many times that Zach LaVine has been, connected somewhere, or DeMar DeRozan's been connected somewhere, or the latest one, Malik Monk, being connected somewhere. But this might be the team for the rest of the season, and they may not trade anybody and just try to get a draft pick at the end of the year, which is just, the reality of where they are in the NBA and what Scott Perry's trying to do. And the team has no direction other than saying they want to go younger and they want to play to their 6 pillars. But you got to be able to play to those 6 pillars, you got to be able to have the people on the team that actually want to do that and believe in those pillars as well.
44 games left, maybe 45. I'm not sure. Yeah.
That's going to be hard. Too many. Yeah. It's going to be hard to watch.
Can we cut that in half? And I don't mean 22. I mean, can we make it 4 games left or 5 games left? Whichever. I'm fine with either.
Something. Another thing that really stood out, Jake, I don't think you saw this yesterday because, you might have been off. Did you watch the game, the broadcast?
Of course, I watched the broadcast last night.
Okay. I didn't know if you were at the arena or not. But on the broadcast, they were kind of not hyping it up, but they were just acknowledging, hey, this game is in clutch game category, and this is a clutch game. And they showed the records for the 2 teams in clutch games. The Kings have only had 14 clutch games. 14. I think what's the record? 8 and 28?
8 and 29, I believe.
29. So that's 37 games. Only 14 of them. And they're not getting no blowouts. They're not blowing nobody out. They're not beating nobody down by 20. 14 of it. For comparison, I think the Mavericks had 28 clutch games. They played 30-something games.
They're 14 and 23.
That's just, to your point, Jake, that is just a sign of this. You've been non-competitive for the majority of your games all year long. That's unacceptable. That is completely unacceptable. Non-competitive.
And the sad thing about it is you're supposed to be having some of the best clutch players in the NBA on your roster when it comes to DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. And the fact that, I know you guys are talking about this with Kyle and James at the top of the show, but I am still perplexed. One, on the 2 game-winning plays that they had. The one that was coming out of the timeout where DeMar was on AD, drove past him. They headed out to Dennis, and Dennis takes a 3, which – for me, I wish Dennis would pump fake and take it to the 10, because at least you can get an easier shot. And if you have that center step up, you have an easy lay into Max. I didn't like the 3 that he took. And then the second one was with 3 seconds left. You're telling me the best shot from last night to win at the buzzer was a 1-foot 30-footer from DeMar, who's not a great 3-point shooter in general. I'm perplexed. I'm completely perplexed of just how we get to this point. And the IQ is supposed to be really high for these guys because they're future Hall of Famers. And that's not a high IQ play. Like, it's just not. I don't know if you got, I just, when in clutch time, I think it's important to be able to drive the lane because you have much more options to either kick it out for an open three or to get fouled and go to the free throw line and hit 2 easy free throws. And the fact that you're taking a contested three and a 1-foot 30-footer to try to win the game, I just don't understand that whatsoever.
You talk about clutch moments. I believe there is a clutch gene. Maybe DeMar has it or had it, or maybe we'll regain it when he leaves Sacramento. Zach LaVine does not. Like, there is one guy who plays who is capable of doing what you just asked, and it's Zach LaVine. Like, DeMar can penetrate, but he'll stop and he'll go for the mid-range, which a lot of times can be extremely effective. The other guy who can create hasn't played in several games. I think the last time he played was 4 minutes. And that's, of course, Malik Monk, who didn't get off the bench again last night. None of this makes sense to me. We could frame this however we want to, losing game, all of this different stuff. Malik Monk not playing basketball for the Kings does not make sense.
And the fact it's $18 million sitting on your bench too, like, that's just not smart in terms of business type of stuff. And like, I know James has some solid reporting on this, and I followed up with his reporting, and everything kind of checks out. It's like, Malik's being shopped, and there's a lot of different opportunities out there for him. A lot of it has to do with the salary and the reasons why he hasn't been moved yet. But that guy is a player that deserves at least 20 minutes a night. And it's unfortunate because of the roster construction that he's the one that is getting the short end of the stick with this. Because you're right, Dame. Like, he should have been out there last night. And the fact that he's played only 4 minutes since the new year, the last time he's played significant minutes was almost a month ago. Like, it's just, he's a pro's pro on how he's dealing with it. But I think he's frustrated. I know he's frustrated because I think he thinks he can contribute to this team. But clearly they don't believe that.
Well, let's try and find some bright sides to all this. How do you feel about the rookies?
I love the rookies. I think that the biggest move that they're going to do over the next 2 weeks or the next couple weeks is, like, you got to get Dylan Cardwell off a two-way. Like, you got to get him to a fully guaranteed and have that guy play significant minutes, because the mystery around Domantas Sabonis and when he returns continues to be a mystery. We saw him, I want to say, on Monday, I think, shooting hoops, but he wasn't he was in the gym just shooting free throws. So I don't know how much he actually participated in basketball activities. And his second month of coming back should be up here soon. So we'll have an answer sooner rather than later. But the mystery behind his season and when he actually fully returns is going to be something that I'm going to keep an eye on. Max Renaud, I love his two-man game with Russ and his float game that he's able to just float the ball up there in the middle. I still haven't seen enough of Neek. I think Neek defensively is great. Offensively, I sometimes think he hesitates and he doesn't want to take the ball out of a veteran's hands. I would like to see him do more playmaking, but maybe just he's not comfortable in doing that right now. But in terms of foundation and building blocks, those three are going to be the future of what you're looking for, and I think they're living up to the expectation, especially Dylan Cardwell. Like, been impressed by the young man, the amount of rebounds, the amount of blocks he is. He's the force in the middle that we've been looking for, especially as a young guy over the past couple of years. And I like those three. I think they nailed all three picks. And, for me, that gives me hope, because when you look at the NBA draft and having probably a top 4 pick this next year, I don't think the Kings, you have something you have to worry about where it's like a repeat of Luka Doncic. Like, I think, if you ask Scott Perry who he's going to pick when the top 4 pick comes, I think you're going to have a solid feeling that he's going to get the pick right. So that gives me hope, if that's what you're asking.
Look at Jake Gadon of CBS 13 being optimistic, talking about a top 4 pick. Go ahead.
Well, look, I set Jake up a little bit to be combative, because I don't think Nick got to show me something. I don't think he's like a bust. I'm not trying to make that argument, but it's like a boxing match. Hey, you don't show me something soon, I'm stop the fight. Like, he got to show me something. He's not doing nothing out there.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead, Jake. I'm sorry.
So we know this, but I've covered Neek since he was in high school, and I've seen this in every progressive state that he's been in. When he was a sophomore in high school, when he got called up to varsity for the first time, he was trying to figure it out. Junior year, trying to figure it out. Senior year of high school, exploded, and then we had the COVID year. Went to Colorado, suffered at Colorado his freshman and sophomore year, could not figure out, what he wanted to do, or, his role on the team and what he needed to do on a night in, night out basis, and then went to CSU and exploded and became this top prospect. I think we have to be patient with him. He is a older prospect, and I understand that, but I also will say that every time he's taken a jump in his basketball career, he has had an adjustment period where he has not looked great at the start, but by the end of it, he's a capable, top tier basketball player. Again, do I think he's going to be a starting, shooting guard or forward for the Kings? No, but I do think he's going to be a solid rotational piece to come off the bench that plays great defense. I just think offensively, I don't know what his game is. Like, are you a 3-point shooter? Are you able to get go get off the dribble? Like, offensively, I think that's where he's still searching of what type of player am I going to be. And he's a rookie, guys. He's still trying to figure it out on a team that he has not gotten consistent minutes throughout the year.
I think the problem, too, is you talk about it's like a fight. You got to show me something almost that you can't stop this fight. He just has to get his ass. He's going to get pummeled. Yeah, he just has to get his ass. He's going to get pummeled. Over.
But, I mean, yeah, I gotta see something from him. And, like, the most impressive – I don't want to say the most because Max has done some good stuff, but I really like Cardwell. Like I wasn't high on Cardwell at all in the summer, but you look at the physicality and the defense, you're seeing, and I'm going to give Bruce Pearl a lot of credit for this because you could say Cardwell was taught how to play a certain level of a certain brand of basketball. Mm-hmm. He's not the most talented, but he's like, I'm tall, I'm going to be physical, and that's what I'm going to do. And I like Max's game or whatever. Max is by far, and he's a rookie. He's by far the worst defensive player on this team. He is awful on the defensive end. And everybody that talks about defense and all this other stuff all the other time, we got to keep the same energy. He is an awful defender.
Is he the youngest player too?
Yes.
He's like, how old is Max though?
I think he's 21. He was a junior when he came out, so he wasn't a senior.
Okay. But I saw him out just a little bit to say Bruce Pearl taught Cardwell how to approach playing that position. I don't know if Max got that same teaching, so I'm willing to give him a little bit of time on that. But
and Dylan damn near 40.
What is he, 25?
Dylan's 24.
Yeah.
Max can't be older than 24.
No, he's maybe.
I know he's not young.
I give him 22 because he was a senior at Stanford.
22.
Yeah,
okay.
22.
Here's the thing, guys. I also think with Max, I think
it's money all over again.
I think the offseason program is going to be big for Max. I think he's just got to be bigger and tougher. And I think that his frame right now is what's holding him back on the defensive end. And then also his positioning on the defensive end is what's holding him back. He's a high IQ player. And in terms of being able to call out defenses and stuff like that, but the physicality part of things, he's getting outmatched on a consistent basis. And I think he needs to build up a little bit more strength, get bigger shoulders, bigger arms, bigger, just be more fundamentally stronger. And I think that will change how defenses approach him. But you're right, Ken. Like, it's not right now. There's some times where it's like even a guard can just get right past him with ease. So, but offensively, he's been great. So take it with what you will.
Great stuff, Jake. We appreciate you as always, my friend. I guess I'm looking forward to seeing you on Sunday.
Yeah, I think so. We have a Golden Globes on our channel, so I think we can do a little record action. So we'll see if we can make that happen. I can't guarantee I'll be in a great mood.
That's a Sunday night game, ain't it?
It's a Sunday night game. So if I'm frustrated, you'll know why.
Can't guarantee we won't get jokes off if you're not.
Can't be worse than Rihanna, okay? It can never be
great.
Which, by the way, that is, I watched that video back maybe over Christmas break, and that is by far, like, it's a year since then. So maybe we do like a reunion situation on that. And,
let's bring Rihanna
on, and bring on a whole thing of how that ended up happening. But that show was literally a top 3 or top 2 moment of Sports Sunday. Absolutely incredible.
You were literally the GOAT for that. That was awesome.
That was It's absolutely terrific.
You two are the GOATs, just like Drake May, who's going to be the MVP by the end of the season.
All right, man. Okay.
Go
All
you.
right.
Okay.
Well, yeah, they got Providence tonight, so we'll see what happens.
4:00 on
Y'all better not run into Michigan at any point in this tournament because you see what we doing to people. We only won by 2 last night, but don't worry about that.
We got to talk about soon, by the way, before I go, is women's basketball being played at the Golden One Center in March. Like, that should be exciting.
Oh, yeah. Very much so.
That I am, like, amped for that. I think that's going to get some high-level college basketball here.
Yeah. Good stuff, Jake. We appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you. Hopefully we see a beam in 26.
There you
Bye,
go.
guys.
Well, pause. It's Jake Gadon, CBS 13. That's the man right there.
You've been there before.
He obviously has his New Year's resolutions are a little bit different than ours, but all right. We'll come back. We ended that conversation talking about Neek, Max, and Dylan. And I'm going to ask the question now.
Okay.
People seem to be high about the way that they're playing. Maybe not so much Neek, but Max, Dylan, obviously. There's something there with Dylan that's really cool. Does it matter? And I'll tell you why I'm asking when D'Lo and KZ return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Speaking of women's college basketball, our girls are in the state, aren't they? Well, I know on Sunday it's Duke Stanford.
Oh, but I think it's there, isn't there?
No, it's at Stanford.
Oh.
And I'm assuming they play Cal before that, like tomorrow or something like that.
All right. Well, she don't tell me that.
I'm behind on the stream. McCasey is heavily misinformed about the Nets. Watch their games before speaking. They have a young core with elite defense. They're really not awful. In a better spot than us. You assuming that I haven't watched the Nets is hilarious. But if that's what you believe about the Nets, if you believe that the Nets have a young core that is on their way to being good, then that's what you believe. More power to you. Y'all, one thing that happens when people talk about like basketball and stuff like that, people really move the goalposts for what they want. They really move the goalposts for what they want. If the Kings were 11-22, y'all would not be saying they got some young core. But let somebody else be 11-22 and like, they got a young core. I don't know what y'all be talking about half the time. Some of y'all, I don't know what y'all be talking about. This is what I'll be talking about, moving the goddamn goalposts. Did I say they were in a worse position than the Kings? I didn't say that. But you talking about they got a young core when they're 11-22. Like, it's like this is good. Like, oh no, this is great. We got young guys that are putting up 11 points per game. We don't need to go get no Giannis or nothing like that. Like, we're good. Y'all just 5, 6, 7 months ago, y'all hated Porter Jr. I thought he was trash. Matter of fact, Matter of fact, in any other situation, if any other situation, Michael Porter Jr. playing the way he is, it don't affect winning. It don't affect winning. Look, they 11-22. Y'all just be saying anything just to act like you right. Like, just stop. You contradict yourself constantly. Matter of fact, I won't assume. I'll ask you a question. Do you feel Michael Porter Jr. affects winning? Kings with no rings and securing the Carter. Oh, I thought he was.
At least you weren't cussing at anybody before we got back.
Yeah, I'm trying not to curse at people.
Oh, man, every time you say that, I
just don't understand the way people speak sometimes, or give their opinion, or give their thoughts. That's all.
Okay. All right. Well, that's the beauty of youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You can always communicate your thoughts there. If you're not a subscriber yet, if you're just watching, become a subscriber. We got to get to 10,000, man. Come
on now.
We don't buy subscribers. We don't try to lie to our audience. We don't inflate these numbers. Like, those are real people that follow us, and the views of this show match the level of subscribers we have, and we want to continue to grow that number. So go and hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up. We don't talk about that as much as we used to when we were growing the channel and 50 people were watching live, and we were like, man, we got to triple digits for the first time. Like,
cooking, baby.
Yeah, like we don't push that stuff as much as we used to, and there's some different things in place where you can't comment unless you subscribe. Like, just become a subscriber, even if you don't want to comment. Just become one, man.
Notifications.
Yeah, hit the there's a little bell in the upper right hand corner of YouTube. I don't know where that bell is on Twitch, but get notified when Dealing with Casey go live, when the insiders go live, whenever special programming goes live. Shout out to everybody who had that join on. You know, when Mike Brown got fired, when with De'Aaron Fox, when we were doing shows from the house. I think we did shows the day Luke Walton was fired. We have Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Kings hate mothers, and they hate Christmas, because wasn't Mike fired around Christmas?
Yeah, it was like 2 days after Christmas, I think. Yeah.
Hate Jesus and hate mothers.
These holidays, boy.
Yeah, they are not down for him. Not down for him at all. So a couple of things here. James Ham, today's Wednesday, right? James is with us today. So James will be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Couple of things. We'll start with Ant-Man, Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater, and I should quote it. I was going to say, hopefully I'm smart and kept it in the exact location that he said it, because I want to read it verbatim. I might not be able to do that because he wrote a very, very long article on the Sacramento Kings today over on ESPN.com. And here it is. I was able to find it. Christie is on the first season of a 3-year contract, least sources said, but the final season is a team option. This is a trial period for a first-time head coach, but Perry has been firm in his backing of Christie. Despite the poor record, his job is safe, team sources said. It's funny. There's a couple of things. Despite his poor record, his job is safe, team sources have said. He's talking to Scott Perry on the record in this article. So it's interesting that note doesn't have Scott Perry's name attached to it. However, my question to you is, and it's going to lead into what I asked about the rookies a second ago, but yeah, they're all rookies. The rookies that the question I asked you a second ago. Despite the poor record, his job is safe, team sources said. And it starts that by laying out the contract, 3 years, team option, trial period, blah, 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 blah. What's that line tell you?
That he's not getting fired today.
That's it. That's all it means to me, is he's not getting fired during the season. I never for a second thought Doug Christie was getting fired during the season. I have a lot of questions what happens the day after that regular season concludes, though. And again, very openly talking to Scott Perry on the record in this article. But despite the poor record, his job is safe comes from a team source. I'm with you in that line. Is Doug was never losing his job during. No matter they could lose every game the rest of the year. He's not losing his job during the season.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know if he's going to be the coach next year. This season has been so far beyond, even in your worst expectations, you didn't envision this. The most Sakir Bagley, one of the most cynical Kings fans. I mean, there's a lot of them. I don't mean to pick on Sakir Bagley. There's a lot of them. I don't think even the most cynical Kings fan saw 8-29, 37 games into the season. And that 8 might not change too much the rest of this month.
Mm.
If Doug is in fact, like, meaning Doug doesn't hold the water for all of this, but he might have to hold some of it. Now, I don't know what Scott's plan moving is forward. I with all due respect, I shouldn't be Mike Woodson, but Dylan, Max, Neek, what's it matter if the next coach comes in and is like, I don't know if I really like any of those guys. Now, Max doesn't do what I want to do on the defensive end. Dylan doesn't. Dylan's hands, they're not sticky enough yet. The ball keeps bouncing off him. I can't do. What do you want me to do with that? Neek, he's a little rough around the edge. I'll give him an opportunity. I'll let Neek continue to, take his lumps and figure the league out. But what am I going to do with this? Scott, let's sit down and talk about what this upcoming draft looks like. And it's a different version of the Keon thing. It's a situational role player. It's a different version of Malik. It's a different version of Akpala and Duarte and all of these different guys who fit a specific coach's vision of what they want their basketball team to look like. Well, if the visionary is different, what does any of this matter? Now, if Doug is back next year and is in fact the long-term coach, because one thing's clear, Doug seems to really like Dylan Cardwell, and he seems to really like Maxime Reynaud. I'm not suggesting anything about anything otherwise about Nick Clifford. I'm just saying he has said at different times, including last night, specific things about Dylan Cardwell and Maxime Reynaud, where I was like, oh yeah, Doug likes these guys. He absolutely sees something in them. But he's the visionary right now. Well, what if that visionary changes? What does it matter? What is their performance right now with this god-awful basketball team matter? What Russ is doing, DeMar, Zach, none of that matters, and everybody knows it because it's like, well, they're not a part of the future. Hey, we love Russell Westbrook, and you take the good and the bad, don't love the step-back three, but, man, he's been a net positive. We want DeMar out of here. We know all of those guys are short term. Doesn't matter. So whoever the coach is, be it Doug or someone else, that doesn't matter. But these other three do. Keegan's sort of in that group also. But these other three manage a lot more because you can't really take the job and go, oh, I don't like Keegan Murray, especially after that contract was just signed. But you can take the job and go, like, playing two-way guys or two-way contract guys. Come on, man. Come on, Scott. We got to do better than this. I just don't know. Like, you guys want to see the young guys, want to see, hey, I'm with you. Like, let's do it. I'm fine. I just don't know in the end what any of it means. Moving forward, I don't know if any of it means anything. Unless it's like, yo, it goes from, oh, we think there's something there to like, no, there's very clearly something there. Like, there's something undeniable there. I don't think any of these three guys is going to show something undeniable over the course of the next 44 games.
I don't think so either. I think, and like I said, what I'm about to say is a 180 from how I felt over the summer. But I think the thing that I believe in the absolute most from those three guys is being able to play Dylan Cardwell in almost any situation. It's because of his physicality. It's because of him knowing exactly who he is. Maxine Renault is a better player. He's a more skilled player than Dylan Cardwell, but it's really right now, it really feels like Maxine is just, I'm a roller on a pick and roll and I can hit my little floater. He's an okay rebounder. I want him to be a little bit more physical on the boards, and he shies away from the contact right now. Maybe that changes with an off season and in his second year as he gets more comfortable. So I don't want to categorize him in that respect just yet. But like, it feels like for him to be effective, he's got to be scoring. And he's got to be, hey, get him the ball so he can get his floater and all this other stuff. Dylan Cardwell can get no shot attempts, can get no plays ran for him, and he can leave an imprint on the game. And that's something that if he kind of fine tunes that a little bit, he can have a career in this league because of that. And because that's something you can rely on: his defense, his rebounding, his shot blocking. And once again, this is all looking at these guys in the premise of like a guy off your bench. Like, I'm not looking at Dylan Cardwell as a starting big man. I'm not looking at Maxine Renault on a good team as a starting big man. I'm looking at these guys as backup bigs, and what can I rely on for them to be effective moving forward? I feel like I can rely a little bit more on what Cardwell brings to the table in that scenario than what Max can bring to the table. That's how I feel right now. I didn't feel this way about Cardwell in the summer. I looked at him a couple of times like, man, why are they playing this guy so much? Like, he can't shoot a free throw. He ain't got no touch around the rim. Like, nah, I've seen enough. And I was wrong. Like, I really like what he brings to the table. So I say all that to say, in the scenario you're talking about, he might be the one that can, I don't know if this is the right word, but can transcend coaches. Mm-hmm. Like, a new coach comes in, he's like, I like how that guy gets down. Like, I can use him. I can use him. It feels like you can use what he brings to the table in any scenario. You need that for a basketball team. I might not need a backup big with a soft touch around the basket who doesn't defend and is hit or miss with the rebounding. A coach may not need that. I'm not looking for that. Mm-hmm. And they may look at Max differently than Doug Christie does. Feels like Cardwell, what he brings to the table is universal. Does that make sense at all?
No, it makes complete sense. Yeah, it makes sense, but it still feels, and tell me if you think this is wrong, it still feels almost like niche at this point. That's not what I need.
Mm-hmm. Like, it can easily be dismissed.
Yeah, there you go.
It can easily be dismissed. And I like what Max brings to the table. I like a guy that can finish around the basket with both hands. I think he can shoot better than what he's shown in the regular season.
I think all three of these guys have a lot of growing that they're going to do.
Well, see, that's what made different.
Okay, tell me why.
I don't know how much growing these guys have.
Okay,
I'm looking at them. They're not finished products. They're not. But tell me if we disagree. I think they're closer to maxing out who they are than not. I don't think.
I hope not. Yeah, Max
22, 24, 25 years old.
No, I understand, but it's still their first year in the league. Like their basketball age is different than their NBA age. Mm. Their NBA age is very young. Mm-hmm. Like, and they're not like bogey. Like with all, and I know the joke is I don't like, but that's not like Bogdan Bogdanović was a professional basketball player for years before he came to Sacramento. Maybe a decade or close to it before he came to Sacramento. And it was like when he got here, it was, that was only, year one of Bogdan Bogdanović. What's he going to look like next year? Well, wait a minute. He's like 25. He's a 6 or 7 year professional basketball player at this point. I know the EuroLeague is different, but it's not college. Mm-hmm. It's not college. It's not, G League. It's he's playing professional basketball against other professional basketball players,
Mm-hmm.
including NBA players. So I always like looked at that different. That's not what Dylan is at 24. That's not what Max is at 22 or what Nick is at 21, 22 years old. Their actual age, their basketball age is not the same as their NBA age. And I do think there is something to getting in the league and understanding the league. I feel like Max has gotten a little bit better just in this year alone, just in the time that we've seen him.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that is it's the, going back to that far too long Washington Wizards article I read. They're playing their guys and they're just going to see what it looks like the entire year.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to see what that looks like. That might be, again, we don't know where any of this is going because Domantas Sabonis isn't playing, but you're going to have to find a way if Domantas Sabonis is still on this roster for mid-play. That might start becoming true for Dylan Cardwell as well.
Mm-hmm.
You have to find ways to get him minutes. It's going to be a lot more difficult to get both of those guys minutes, and you're going to have to prioritize one over the other or work one at the 4 or whatever. But I think they have a lot of growing to do, and it's not the Keegan Murray 12 points to 20 thing. It's not that. It's, I think, some of the frustrations that you have with Maxime Renaud can be ironed out. Not to where you feel like he's a top 10 center in the league, but to where you feel like he's good at that position. Dylan, I think he has. I think Dylan's going to be a lot better just with time on the floor. There are we talked about the ball just bouncing off his hands at times. That's gotten marginally better just in his short time, this year. The weird thing with him is he still has to go back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
The back and forth hasn't ended for him yet, and it's probably not going to end until after the middle of February, I think, is when they can end that if they've managed it properly.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I want this to mean something because Kings fans want to see it so bad. You've had the rug pulled out from you already with the Keon Ellis stuff.
Yeah.
Like, just be careful about getting too invested in these guys when someone might come in next year and feel differently about them.
For sure.
And we don't have a clue how Scott feels about these guys.
For sure. And there's a couple of things there. Like, and I see in the chat, people like upset with what I said or saying I'm like,
as they should be.
Hear what I said. Hear what I said though. I said I think they are close to where their ceiling is. I'm not saying they're, no pun intended, maxed out, but I look at Max and Dylan and Neek too. I think they're like 70%, 80% of who they're going to be in this league. There's, number one, that's still room to grow. Just like, I don't know what percentage you guys would put it on, but just because I didn't say they're only shown 40% of who they're going to be in the league, and I disagree. That doesn't mean I don't think they can't get better. Yeah, they can get better, but at this age, and really like the knocks on them coming into the draft and coming and watching them in high school, in college, and that's still kind of being who they are. I'm starting to lean towards that's kind of the basketball player they are. Max is a little finesse. He's a little soft. He can get better at that. Do I think he turns into Charles Oakley? No, that's not saying that's who you or anybody else said he would be, but that's not who he's ever shown himself to be. He's not going to be this, I don't believe, this man-child physically in the NBA. He's going to be a little finesse. He's never been a defender. Never been a defender. I watched him at Stanford. This defense, there's a reason why he slipped into the second round. It's because they thought he was soft, and he's not really a defender. He's finesse. These are the things that have shown themselves in the NBA. He can get better with the people around him, with working with the coaches and trainers. He can get better at that, but he's not going to turn into Draymond. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's room to improve, but I think we're close to who these guys are going to be. And here's the other aspect of this. Maxime Renaud is a second-round pick. Dylan Cardwell is an undrafted two-way guy.
Yeah.
If you get in a situation where both of these guys are part of your rotation and playable, even as backups,
Mhm.
that's success.
Mhm.
That is success. You did a good job, Scott Perry, by finding a guy in the second round and finding a guy on the scrap heap as an undrafted free agent that you can play in real games and meaningful games once you get there. That is a success. I look at those two already showing that they can play on this level against Anthony Davis and Jokic and all these other guys and be effective. That's a good find. You did a really good job, Scott Perry, finding these guys. These guys are good basketball players. It's not just because I don't think they're going to be. I don't think they're both going to be starters. I'm not putting that on them. They could prove me wrong, but if they're bench guys in this league, that's dope. That is dope. Like, you found two guys where a lot of guys don't even make the NBA to be in the rotation. Good job. I'm all for that.
Mhm.
So I don't think there's any problem with, if this is close to who they're going to be, that's what it is, because they've shown that they can play. You found two guys that can play in this league. That's a good thing, in my opinion.
Oh, 100%. It absolutely is. I just hope all parties, whoever they may be, next year feel that way. Scott Perry had to walk in, and he has to figure out, because he hasn't been able to do it, but he has to figure out a way to wipe the slate clean to a certain degree. If Doug Christie is not brought back next year, the coach doesn't have to do the same thing. Scott and the coach need to be, aligned, and it feels like Doug and Scott are aligned. It's just there's the uncomfortable nature of Doug Christie's contract, which is incredibly easy to move on from. And, now you realize it's a 3-year contract, a team option year at the end, and he's making less money than Kenny makes for doing this show. You have a situation
he needs to get a second job.
It's easily, we'll just pay him. Like, I know, I mean, because it's not like the Kings are paying Mike Brown whatever he's owed. They're paying Mike whatever he's not making from New York, and I don't even know what that number is.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, oh, they're going to be paying all of these coaches. Like, yeah, they might be paying Mike and Doug, but Doug, we know they're not paying him much.
Right.
And Mike, like, I don't imagine he took, given, it's great right now. Let's not forget what the Knicks coaching search looked like. Publicly, it looked really, really silly. It got to the point where they kind of needed Mike.
Mm-hmm.
And so hopefully Mike was very well compensated for that, and it wound up costing the Kings minimal dollars. But it's just one of those unsettling things with a bad basketball team. And I love Doug, and I think some of Doug's shortcomings aren't discussed as much as they would be if it was a coach that we don't have this connection to.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, much like we just talked about Dylan and Max and Neek, we're talking about a first-year head coach. Not just that, we're talking about a first-year head coach who has only been on the bench for a few years. He's not Sam Cassell, who's been a lead assistant for multiple basketball teams and has been an assistant, for a decade plus. It's not that. He's not a, forgive the terminology, child prodigy that Will Hardy is, where he's been around professional basketball, like within an organization. Obviously, Doug has been around basketball forever, but with, in an organization, growing to this level of being a head coach in the league. He wasn't that either. Doug has done a variety of different things in his life since his basketball career ended. And, books, TV, all of that different stuff, came back, wound up doing radio, wound up doing television, leaves all of that and joins Luke Walton's staff. That wasn't that long ago. And he's coached with Luke, Alvin, Mike, all in this short period, all in the length of this show about.
Mm-hmm.
He's coached for those guys, and now he's been the head coach. So he's learning a lot too. And I try to keep that in mind just as we would a player. but I just don't know what this offseason looks like for him. For him in particular.
Yeah, I don't know either. And going back to where we started all this, all that Anthony Slater conversation article said to me is like, yeah, he's not going to get fired today.
Yep. And I don't think either one of us ever thought that he was. Not today and not any time before April 14th, 15th, whatever that final day of the season is. Yeah. We'll come back. James is going to join us at the top of the hour, so we'll talk a lot of Kings basketball with him. I do. We've got it. I don't know how we're going to. We've got a lot to talk about in the next 15 minutes. I'll tell you that. James Ham on the way here.
Yeah, we got to get to because we got to accurately document my progression from Sunday to Friday.
Yes.
About how I feel about this 49ers
Yeah,
game.
we've got to. I'm curious to
We're
hear
at
that.
Wednesday, and it's different now. It's a little different.
This is D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Yeah, and I think Doug is just in a brutal fucking spot, man. He's just in a brutal spot. Not even any shortcomings of his own. Like, the man has not had a roster. The man hasn't had his roster. Yeah. Again, I just said this was yesterday or the day before. Like, Doug might not coach the roster he had when he signed on to be the coach. He might not coach them one single time between Domas, Keegan, and now, we're a month away from the trade deadline. Month-ish. Yeah, I hate this juice. That's right, Lotus. They haven't played a single minute together. Too much fucking sugar in it.
Would you match Doug's contract with Scott Perry's right now if it was up to you? I guess question for the chatty house too.
Nah. I just don't. I just still don't understand if Scott hired him or not. If Scott was willing to be like, yeah, no, let's do this for a year because we've got to get rid of this player, and this player. Until there's a direction, stick with him. I would like him to be a part of the direction. Yeah, I understand. I understand the question. Who asked? Where are you? Someone asked about Kings. Yeah, here it is. Kings VA. Yeah, he's in a tough spot, but how do you explain playing McDermott over Monk and Devin? I don't know, man. I don't understand why Malik Monk isn't playing. Shoot. Do not understand. Michigan, yes, sir. Always, man. Always. At least I tried to. All right, James Ham going to join us here at the top of the hour. Elk Grove Kia Talk line open for you for the next handful of minutes. 916-909-1320. Shout out to all those listening on 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, HD2. If you're listening on an app or smart speaker, wherever you're listening, we appreciate you just as much as we appreciate those watching. Do want to talk 49ers here a little bit because my man has been, well, you talked about it briefly on the Insiders earlier. Your energy seems to be a little bit different as this game against the Philadelphia Eagles approaches on Sunday.
They're still very cautious. Still very cautious. I think they're going to have to play a top flight game to go into Philadelphia and win that game. But on Sunday afternoon or Saturday night after the Niners game and the possibility of going, I was like, oh, Philly, that's not where I want to go. That's a bad matchup. And it still is a bad matchup. But I'm starting to see, as I do a little bit more research and looking into the game, I'm starting to see some pathways. First and foremost, that Eagles offense is terrible. It's awful. And
19th in the league in points per game.
It's
about 22 points per game. 19 points their last three.
22 points per game on the season?
I'm trying to tell you guys.
It's really bad. It's really
I don't think
bad.
I realized it was that bad for the season.
I saw the I
God,
heard
the Raiders really suck. Give up 31 to this team. Goodness gracious.
Well, I saw the stat or heard the stat this morning. My people in Philly, well, they're not my people, but listen to the streets of Philly. 16 points per game for that offense against playoff teams this year. One of the things I thought the 49ers got dominated by the Seahawks in that game on Saturday. But one of the things that I think Robert Saleh, especially with all the injuries, is looking to do with this defense is, it's been said a trillion times, but literally bend but don't break. Like, we'll give up yards. That's just what we're going to do. But we're not going to give up chunk plays, and we're going to get you into the red zone where everything is more condensed. And I think we talked about it last or the other day or something like that. I think they're 5th in the league defensively in like red zone percentage and touchdowns given up in the red zone or something like that.
Yeah.
They do a better job there. And I look at this game and I'm like, Eagles might get yards or whatever, but if we get to the point where they're still playing well in the red zone defensively, the 49ers, they're going to have their opportunity to stay in that game. Keep them out of the end zone. Try to give up 2 touchdowns or less in that game. You'll have a shot to win. Lastly, was watching Richard Sherman's podcast and reading some different things. And also I watched a little bit of film. That's what I have to do. That's my job with Kyle. I had to watch a little film.
Shanahan, not
Yeah.
Madsen.
That's my job. Me and Kyle, I got to direct connect. And I agree with them. Richard Sherman says that defensive line, led by Jalen Carter, who might be the best interior lineman in the game right now, they're the real deal.
It's nice of you to call him Richard too.
Well, that's his name. That's what I call him.
Well,
that's
what you call him now.
Still blocked.
The internet is forever.
Never not blocked.
Yeah, what do you think? He went through his blocked accounts and was like, you know what?
Bobby Gerald did.
Let me give this. Well, that was after begging and pleading with Bobby. Bobby, you are my guy. Can we get to the bottom of this?
Can you imagine if we had Richard on the show one day? Like, hey, can you unblock Casey? Yeah, why did I block him?
Well,
Casey, tell him.
No, here, we'll show you the tweets, Richard. Richard, we'll show you the tweets.
That was before I was delivered.
I'm just imagining you're Richard Sherman. Let me go. You know what? Let me drop King Casey _ That's not even the same name I blocked.
See, but now what he would see now though is me talking about how much I love Uncle Sherm. I've been saying that since he was a Niner. I love Uncle Sherm. That's my guy. You're a true Niner now.
You'd see a married family man with was Reese born yet? 13
He was
years
born
ago?
in 12. Yeah, he's 13 years old. He was born in 12. So that was the height. That was the height of it all.
So the time frame is sketchy. You may or may not have even been a father yet. Man.
Uncle Sherm, man, that's my boy. He's a true Niner. Uncle Sherm, a true Niner.
Well,
when they went into Seattle in 2019,
his
and he won that
name is
game.
now Uncle Sherm.
Yeah, that happened fast.
Yeah, it's Uncle Sherm. When he went into Seattle in 2019, last game of the season, and that's when it happened. It's like, you a true Niner now, big dog.
Real quick.
True Niner.
Just real quick. Does Vivek still have uncle status?
Sure, you can be Uncle V. I don't like all my uncles.
Fair enough.
Sure.
I refer to my mom's family as that's my mom's brother and my mom's sister.
But he was talking about that. I agree with him on this one. He talks about Jalen Carter and that interior defensive line and all this other stuff. Then
unblock K. Diddy.
Crazy.
Unblock him.
That's crazy. But he says that's going to be an issue. But much like I say about the Rams, if you can hold up as an offensive line, you can get them on the second and third level. Talking about the Eagles. If they can hold up that offensive line, the 49ers offensive line, they can hold up to that pass rush of the Eagles defensive line. They're going to be plays to be made in that linebacking area, middle of the field, and in that secondary. It's just going to be tough. I don't know if they can hold up, like, especially if Trent doesn't play. Like, that's going to be tough. That defensive line of Philly is legit. But if they can keep Brock upright, yeah, I agree with Richard Sherman in that one. I see the same thing. So they're still gonna have to play a really, really top flight game.
So this
really
is
a top flight game. But I think I'm starting to see some things.
So let's go back to the conversation after Seattle. I thought Mike McDonald was brilliant in his execution of where obviously we're going to attack the 49ers run defense. And even when we don't, we are. We'll drop back and have Sam Darnold throw the ball to the line of scrimmage. We'll have him throw it 2 yards past the line of scrimmage, and we'll allow our receivers to work from there, or our tight ends or our running backs or whoever. When you talk about keeping, we saw, I think there's multiple reasons for it. It's Wednesday. Don't read anything into it to me. Trent Williams didn't practice. The people you would expect to not practice didn't practice today. To me, that is not even remotely surprising. Talk to me on Friday, and then we can determine, Trent Williams and the status.
Literally
for all
gets
of that.
Wednesdays off anyway.
But it seems to be a thing every time. Trent didn't practice today, guys. He was never going to. He doesn't. He might not practice tomorrow. But, we'll follow all that as the days progress. You talk about keeping Brock Purdy upright. That could also be a part of that, get rid of the ball quicker. Do we see a situation where the 49ers, especially with the likes of George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey, do what we saw, a different defense, but do what we saw the Seahawks do against the 49ers, and it's use short passes as a part of their run game to do multiple things. Keep Brock Purdy upright, but to find ways to get Christian McCaffrey the ball where he's not creating out of the backfield and allowing him to create in space a little bit.
100%. 100%. That's something that I think could happen, could be part of the game plan. The other thing with the coaching, you got Kyle Shanahan going up against Vic Fangio. This is elite versus elite. I like my boy Vic Fangio from way back when he was with the Niners with Harbaugh like that. I'm a big believer in Vic Fangio. So you're going up against his defense. But one of the things I've seen with my own eyes is the weak spot in that defense is like the middle of the field, the linebacker area.
Philly's defense.
Yeah, Philly's defense. And just the scheme of it all is the middle of the field. Traditionally, you've seen enough Kyle Shanahan and 49ers games at this point, doing this show and before. Where do they like to operate? The offense.
Yeah, the middle of the field.
Your Christians, your Kittles,
Jimmy Garoppolo has attempted to get receivers killed by trying to work the middle of the field. He's nearly succeeded several times.
And Devontae said, "I'm done."
Yeah. Devontae
said, "I'm out of here." But to your point, though, getting Christian involved that way in the passing game And one of the big keys also is if Ricky Pearsall plays. If Ricky doesn't play, it gets murky. They need somebody that can spread the field a little bit, and that's gonna be big. If Ricky doesn't play, confidence meter goes down a little bit for me. Right now, I'm at a 6. I'm at a 6.
Where were you Monday?
Monday, I was like at a 2.
You're going to be at 12 by Friday at 3:45.
But if you tell me Ricky didn't practice on Friday, like, oh no, 4 or 5. They need Ricky Pearsall in this game. They missed him on Saturday.
Yeah, they did.
Seattle was able to defend the way they were because they had nobody to take the top off the defense or the threat of it. And if you go into this, while the schemes are a little different, and actually the personnel and the level of talent, I know they got Mitchell and DeJohn. Those are great corners in the secondary, but the linebackers aren't the same for the Eagles that they saw in Seattle. I think the linebackers aren't as they're just not as mobile as what Seattle has. If they can just sit there 5-7 yards from the line of scrimmage, like, yeah, it's gonna be tough.
Mm-hmm.
But if they've got to respect the deep threat of Ricky Pearsall and George Kittle going down the seam and just give a little bit of room for a Christian McCaffrey or Jennings coming across the middle, that can be just what Brock Purdy needs, and that could be what Kyle Shanahan needs to be able to scheme up some plays for Brock in that game. So I see the pathway.
Mm-hmm.
I see it. It was way in the distance on Monday, but now it's like, oh, there it is. There, yeah, there it is. It's gonna be tough. It's narrow. It's a narrow pathway, but I see it.
Okay.
Surprisingly, NFL Network does their game picks. They do it every game, all year long. Surprisingly, it was like I think they have 8 guys picking games. The Bucky Brooks and Adam Ranks and guys like that. Surprisingly, it was like 4 and 4. I thought it was like a consensus, like, oh yeah, everybody thinks the Eagles are going to win this game. But
I like the 49ers. I'm not an expert. I just play one on the radio. I feel like I have, without having an emotional attachment to this team, I took Saturday's loss as a loss. I see the things that you're talking about. I see the things that Kyle Madsen is talking about, but I also give credit to the football team, give credit to their coaching staff to, like, no, you're going to make adjustments here.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to, it doesn't mean you'll be able to beat Philadelphia. I just don't think you're going to see a repeat of what happened on Saturday night.
Beat down.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to see that. I absolutely don't think you're going to see that at all. But I also don't think you're going to see, Christian McCaffrey stuck at 24 yards. Like I think, I really hope for everybody's sake you don't see Brock Purdy, go through what he went through on Saturday night, and you work to, and that's what we talk about film. When you're playing a team that's similar, you make sure to draw like, hey, they're going to be different, but they do a lot of things the same, and we just went through this. Here's how we can combat the pocket from collapsing on Brock Purdy. Here's how we, find ways to get Christian McCaffrey going. With McCaffrey, I wonder and maybe this isn't even a thing, but we were talking about running those short passes, trying to, get those guys going in the open field a little bit rather than having them create something out of the backfield. I think about a scorer and like a shooter, like a Kyrie. Kyrie has, or you could pick any skilled scorer. Luka. They had a rough game, or maybe they've had a rough stretch. Yo, first 3 plays tonight, make sure Kyrie gets the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure Luka gets it. Make sure, let's get them the ball. They got to see the ball go through the basket.
Mm-hmm. Let's
not sit behind the 3-point line. Work the floor. Let's get you in there. That's how I look at these short passes with Christian. Let Christian McCaffrey, when you run with Alex Toussaint and he tells you to turn the speed up a little bit, he says, open up. Give Christian McCaffrey an opportunity to open up. Give him an opportunity to move his legs a little bit. And I wonder if that helps translate. Hey, the line's caving in a little quick, but that's okay. I see it here. You start to see things differently because you already got a little wind behind you.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that will help them on Sunday afternoon.
That could be the case, man. I think the Niners, if they're going to win that game, they're going to have to play maybe their game of this season. their best game of the season. It's just tough. I was listening to a conversation this morning, and they're not wrong at all, but with the morning roast, and I think Butcher Boy said, going into Philly, just the aura of being in that city, in that stadium, might be the most hostile place in all of sports. He might not be wrong. Like going into Philadelphia, that city.
What game was it that Bonte went?
It was NFC Championship game when Brock busted up his elbow. But like it's up there. If it's not the most hostile place in sports, it's up there.
Was that the last time
they went in the regular season and beat their ass?
I remember that game. I just couldn't remember if it was in Philly or not.
Yeah, it was in Philly. Yeah,
they beat their ass.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's but the point of what he was like, the gist of it, that's a tall task to go into Philadelphia and win a playoff game. And you gotta, like I said, I think they're gonna have to play their game of the year, their best game of the year. And I'll probably say the same thing the next week if they win and have to go to Seattle.
What was their best game of the year? Was it Chicago?
Because
that was 42-38.
Yeah, I think it was the Rams.
I think that's what the score was.
Yeah, you're right.
42-38.
I think it was the Rams.
The 25-24?
Yeah, the
overtime
Thursday night game.
Yeah.
I think that was the best game they played this year. Both sides of the ball were doing well. Other than the second half, that defense kind of got soft a little bit. I felt like that game, Kyle prepared them and schemed up a perfect start to that game to give them a 14-point head start. And then they were just trying to hold on for the rest of the game. Mm-hmm. And they did. They made plays, the goal line play, one of the great plays in the Kyle Shanahan era.
Yeah.
And then the fourth down stop was that too. So I think slightly, because that defense was so poor against Chicago, I'll slightly say that first Rams game.
It was definitely bad. But Chicago deserves a lot of credit for that. Let's bring in James Ham. James, before we get to the Kings, like this has been, all things considered, the Fred Warner injury, Brock Purdy being in and out of the lineup to start the year, the Mac Jones era, all of that different stuff, the Ricky Pearsall, Brandon Ayuk, all of these different things. There have been some really memorable moments for the San Francisco 49ers this year.
Yeah, I think the funny thing is all of the other stuff overshadows just how good the team has been and how successful they've been. We're sitting here talking about, these guys don't really, whether they have a shot or not at whether it's a Super Bowl or even winning here in the first round. But just the fact that they're still standing is nuts. Like that team, like they had every excuse to just like cash in the season multiple times. I mean, Brock Purdy missed 6 weeks, maybe more. Like I don't know how many games Mac Jones started, but I think it's
not all at once either.
Right.
Yeah. And you brought up the Ricky Pearsall thing. I mean, the guy's been in and out of the lineup. You forget Juwan Jennings had broken ribs and a high ankle sprain and a shoulder issue all at the same time and kept going out there because of incentives. And then the Brandon Ayuk situation, like any one of these situations could have derailed the season. And we haven't even got to the fact that your best pass rusher, your best linebacker gone, we're talking all pro players gone. Mm-hmm. It's been a really, really crazy season. That's why I do think, like hat tip to Christian McCaffrey. Of course, he makes the big mistake in the Bears loss. I mean, not the Bears loss, the Seattle loss. But man, like, how do you put together a season like that when even half their interior line missed a bunch of time during the season? And just really, really impressive season for the San Francisco 49ers. Win, lose, or draw this week. It's one of those seasons that, they just played well above their heads, and you hope that they have better luck next year.
They did have, a Ricky Pearsall graphic that came up. That was tough. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I think it was 20-17. I can't remember what the number was, but it said like games played 20, games missed 17. It was like, oh God, that might not have been the exact number, but it was something that's so close where it was like, oh.
My boy Slick Rick, man, I love his game, but Niners gonna have to go.
The man was shot. Well, I just want to point that out.
That did happen.
The man was shot prior to his first season.
Yeah,
but even that, like you can't go into next season with him as your number your number one or your number two. Like he just can't. Like it's unfortunate. He's proven time and time again, whether it was preseason his rookie year or then the getting shot thing. But like this season, again, no preseason, no ability to go through training camp, missed a ton of games throughout the season. You can't count him from 1 week to the next. Like you got to find someone who's more durable and who can be your legit number one. Like he's a good story and he can be part of the team. But you're always going to have an asterisk next to him that just, availability is not there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I agree with you 100%, James. Like you got to go draft one. You got to go draft another receiver or sign one in free agency. But I can't go into next year relying on Ricky Pearsall to stay healthy. Fantastic when he plays. I think he's really, really good when he plays. But you can't trust that right now. So, and he's a big part of what's going to happen on Sunday if he plays or not. So one of my favorite 49er teams of
this one.
Yeah, I love this team. Okay. I love it's the story, of what's going on. One of my favorite 49er teams.
Where does this Kings team rank in terms of your favorite Kings teams of all time?
How old am I? 42. They're probably 45th.
45th.
Yeah. Certainly the most disappointing team I've ever covered in my 16 years, just without any question. And we had Michaela, who's one of the Kings, basketball communications people. She's like, are most seasons like this? And it's like, no, even the bad seasons haven't been like this. Like she was asking Sean and I, and I missed the 17 win season. I think it was 2 years. Wasn't the year before I started covering the team, was a year before that. So I missed that, but just like the lack of cohesiveness, I've covered a lot of bad teams with no talent, and that's not what this team is. This is a bad team with talent, and I think it's really frustrating to watch.
Why has that? You say this team has talent. Why has this been the result? 29.
I don't think anyone thought it would be this bad, but there were so many warnings about this team that we just weren't listening to. We knew it was a bad mix of players. We knew that they didn't have enough shooting. We knew that they were going to struggle defensively, regardless of how much Doug Christie wants them to play defense. They don't have a defensive roster. We knew these things going into the season. We just didn't think it would be this bad. When you mix in the injuries and just the constant step backs, the fact that Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray have never played together the entire season, that Zach LaVine gets healthy the day that Keegan Murray tears up his ankle. It's just one thing after another where finding any continuity is really, really difficult. You should never, ever, ever have to walk into a game relying on a second round pick and an undrafted free agent, both rookies, as your starting and backup center. That's not, and we're not talking about a top 5 pick that you're running out there and some other kid that is playing better than you thought. This is literally a second round pick and an undrafted player are your 1 and 2 at the center position. And that's just, you can't win that way. I mean, would this team look different with Valanciunas? Maybe, but at this point, I don't even know how much that would have helped. There's just too many things here that we're looking at that haven't worked out at all. And I think a lot of it comes down to spacing and just overall team chemistry, team build, which, again, it's something that these guys inherited, but it's still difficult to watch,
A little bit of a callback. Sorry, James. Talking to Dame real quick. A little callback from earlier. I have the Kansas TCU game on in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
TC has lost his mind. He has lost his mind. Darren Peterson just did something. No, he's lost his mind.
TC called us earlier and said, I'm out on Darren Peterson. Wait a minute. The Darren Peterson at Kansas who scored 30-something last night and single-handedly took that game to overtime and got Kansas a win.
He's crazy.
And to TC's credit, he was like, "Yep, that one." All right.
James, to that point though, I don't. It wouldn't have put them like over 500 or anything like that. But as opposed to 8 wins, maybe it's 12, 13 wins. The injury thing, I don't think can be overlooked. I mean, I'll put it to you like this: if you told all of us at the beginning of the season this is what the injury situation would be, we probably would have correctly picked that they win about 8 games at this point.
Yeah. I mean, the injuries, Doug Christie brings it up, and I think some people are looking at him like, come on, man, that's an excuse. Like, is it an excuse that, like, in the last couple of minutes before the season starts, you're starting small forward / power forward / only defensive player goes down? Like, and then, the Domas injury, like, we're at 7 weeks at this point. Like, it's not like these are short-term things. Like, half of the Kings roster is ineligible for postseason awards, even if they were going to get there. You can say, like, Russ keeps going out there and playing every night. DeMar keeps playing every night. But this has been a brutal situation. I mean, you had Dylan Cardwell, again, an undrafted free agent rookie, play in your first game of the season and start like within the first 5. Max Reynaud at this point, what's he at? Like 18 starts, 20 starts? Like that's crazy that you're getting this type of production out of him, number one. But number two, that's the situation that you're in. So like I think it's been one of those seasons where you're hoping that something good comes out of it. But I also, if I'm Scott Perry, I'm working the phones tirelessly trying to move off of any and every veteran I have. Just, strip this thing down as quickly as you can and reboot as quickly as you can. It might not take 2 years. It might take 3 years. It might take 5 years to get back to where you thought you were going. But you certainly have to start the process as quick as possible and hope that you can set up this trade deadline can set up a better summer that can set up a different type of season next year.
So speaking of next year, we read Anthony Slater's column over on ESPN, very lengthy write-up on the Sacramento Kings and some on-the-record comments, a very on-the-record conversation with Scott Perry. The line that stood out to us, Hammer, and we really tied this into a conversation talking about the rookies, Neek, Max, who you just mentioned a second ago, and Dylan Cardwell. Slater said, according to a source, this was not attributed to Scott Perry. It was attributed to its team source that despite the start for the Sacramento Kings, Doug Christie's job is safe. Kenny and I read that the same way. We did not read that as Doug Christie is going to be the head coach next year. We read that as Doug Christie will not be fired during this NBA season. I don't think any of us ever felt that he would, but it did pose a question, whereas if Doug is not back next year as the head coach, what we're seeing from Max and Dylan Cardwell and to a certain degree Nick Clifford, what does that matter moving forward? Because we know Dylan and Max, we know that those are two guys that Doug really likes. If the next guy comes in and isn't a big fan of either one of those guys, like, what are we even watching right now?
Yeah, I mean, I get the question, but I mean, worst case scenario, those guys are number 11, 12, and 13 on your bench. Like, so I don't think you just throw them out. But like, look, it could work out that that's who they are anyways, right?
Sure.
Like
Sure.
that's just the nature of the game, right? As of right now, we think Max Reynaud has, played himself into some sort of role moving forward that we can see the outlines of Dylan Cardwell, all that stuff. But I would say that these aren't Doug Christie's players alone. They are Scott Perry's guys as well. Scott is the one who drafted, who signed each of these players. And so I think that there is a future for these guys in Sacramento. It just depends on to what degree. I mean, we still don't know. It's one thing to start a bunch of games on an 8-win team, right? That's what Max is doing at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole other thing to start or to earn rotational minutes on a 40-50 win team. It's a totally different game. So I think he showed enough to tell me that, like, look, he is probably a rotational player in the NBA. Whether he's a starting center or not, like, you got a couple of years to develop him, and before we really have to, like, put that under a microscope. Even if he starts next season, like the whole year, let's say that Domas isn't here and he starts the entire season, it still, we don't know that that's who he is as an NBA player, because I would expect next year's team, if Domas, if DeMar and some of these other veterans aren't around, Zach LaVine aren't around, like, that's probably going to be a 20 to 30 win team. So, without, finding a whole bunch of players to come on board and right the ship here, I would expect next year's season to be pretty similar and pretty rough, just without as many veterans hanging over your head, and without the cap flexibility. I mean, the cap restraints that you have at this point. Like, that's what this trade deadline has to be about right now. It's got to be, I know some people aren't going to like it, that maybe it's not Zach LaVine that goes, but it's guys like Malik Monk, or it's guys like Dennis Schroeder, or guys like Keon Ellis that are moved at the deadline. Like, whatever you can do to free up space is what you have to do at this point. You've got to reset this thing, and you've got to get it to a point where you have just like this freedom to go out on the open market. And, again, if you can't sign a really good free agent, or 3 really good free agents, maybe what you can do is take on 2 or 3 bad contracts from another team, from multiple teams, and take in draft capital and rebuild your roster and your war chest that way. There are a lot of ways to build and to rebuild and to, restock a team. And the Kings are going to need every single one of those avenues moving forward. So that's why, again, like I brought it up earlier, and just sort of the fake trades that we like to do on the insiders, but a fake trade that could look more realistic is Malik Monk going to Minnesota for Mike Conley and Rob Dillingham. Like, that just makes too much sense for both teams. Like, Malik would help them win right now. He would help them win more games right now. And you could buy out Mike Conley, but the key is you're losing 10 million, 15 million in cap space, and you're gaining a guy who was a number 8 pick in the draft last year. So almost like another first round pick that you're at least looking at. And, if the Kings are going to do that with, kick the tires, really, really kick the tires on a guy like Jonathan Kuminga, you should also be kicking the tires on a guy like Rob Dillingham, on players like that who just haven't found their way in the NBA on a really good team. And, maybe you do strike gold. Maybe you do find your, I'm not going to say Rob Dillingham's going to become the next Shea, but maybe you find a guy who can develop and grow. And that's where the Kings need to be right now. They need young players. They need assets. And if they're dealing with a team that doesn't have assets, that doesn't have like draft capital, but they do have young players that aren't getting any burn, go ahead and take a gamble on some of these guys.
That would be exciting if a trade like that happened. Be able, because I'm very I don't necessarily think they're going to be able to move a veteran or a guy like Malik Monk, to get a young player the caliber or with the potential of a Rob Dillingham. But if they're able to, and that'd be exciting. You know what I mean? To be able to move off one of the older guys, one of the bigger contracts, and bring a guy in that, like you said, was a top 10 pick a year or two ago and has a lot of upside. Like that's almost an ideal situation.
Yeah, and like, look, we've talked about this a bunch of times. Like, we need something to like watch in the second half of the season. Like, everyone would be glued in. Like, hey, let's see what this kid has. I mean, this is a top tier prospect that just, again, for whatever reason, hasn't figured out how to play in Minnesota, how to crack their rotation. And sometimes that happens with a really good team. Like, there are guys like Keegan Murray that walk in the door and going to start for a really good team. Of course, that wasn't a really good team the year before. It just ended up being a really good team with Keegan as a rookie. But now what you're looking at with Minnesota, they just have too much depth at his position. And, not only that, like, I think you can expand that trade and you can maybe get another asset out of that team by moving Keon Ellis in that trade as well. So they can try to replace some of the players that they lost during the offseason. And, there's a possibility here that you might be able to get a 2nd round pick or 2 2nd-round picks or a late 1st round pick, something like that, out of a team like Minnesota, who, again, went to the Western Conference Finals 2 years in a row and is sitting here watching the Oklahoma City Thunder, who looked absolutely unbeatable and like a team of, destiny, 2 weeks ago, all of a sudden looked very mortal. And so, like, yeah, why not load up? Why can't it be a team like Minnesota? They shouldn't just, say, oh, we lost, Alexander Walker during the offseason or whatever, whoever it was that they lost, and say, oh, like, we're not going to be that good at it, that as good as we were last year. It's like, no, they can still make moves. Keon Ellis would help that team.
2 games out of the 2nd seed, by the way.
Yeah.
24 and 13.
Yeah. Malik Monk would help that team. And if you're looking at this, it's not only like, if there's one team in the West that everyone is afraid of, is there a team in the East that anyone's afraid of? Like, if you can get through the West,
Pistons.
and it might not take, well, maybe, but like in a 7-game series in the finals, not really.
Cade
is
terrifying right now. That boy's balling.
Yeah. So, like, look, I think that there's a pathway here that teams are looking at it. I don't think the NBA looks like the NFL landscape right now, where it's a wide open Super Bowl race. But I certainly think that there was a time where again, the Rams looked like a team of destiny, a team that was going to roll through everybody and like the best team in football. And they don't look that way anymore. And I kind of feel like the same with OKC. There's at least a little bit of doubt about how good they are and about how far they can go. And I also look at the window that Minnesota's dealing with. Their window is probably 2 or 3 years, and that's all you got. And those 2 or 3 years, you're going to have to go up against OKC. You're going to have to go up against Houston. You're going to have to go up against San Antonio. And then you're going to watch those teams ascend while you're trying to figure out what's next. The post Julius Randle, the post, Rudy Gobert, like, look of what that team will look like. And, they might have Ant-Man, they might not. But for right now, like, that's a team that probably should go for it and push all their chips in on a season like this.
For those that aren't hip, 29, 37, 40, 33, 32, 37, 39, 26, 36. What are those? Those are Cade Cunningham's point totals the last 9 games.
Cade, he averaging like probably 2 blocks a game.
Yeah, man, he is.
He's really good. Yeah,
nasty. Doubled. He had a 17 assist game in there. He's had double-digit assist games in over half of those games I just read off. He had an 18 free throw, very Shea-like effort against the Miami Heat on New Year's Day for Cade Cunningham. That entire Minnesota thought centered on Malik Monk. And I'm going to ask a question. Why isn't Malik Monk playing? I'm going to ask a different question. Are we going to find out why Malik Monk isn't playing the day after he's traded? Because it feels like there's something here. And I'm going to ask you to hold off on that answer, James, because that answer is probably going to be more than a minute long. So we'll step out. We'll come back. Hammer, I want to ask you about last night's game and why that second half went the way that it did, why that fourth quarter, particularly the final couple of minutes, went the way that it did. And then we'll get your thoughts on Malik Monk and the DMPs that he's wrapping up. So we got more with our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham with D-Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear. Oh, man. Oh, is that tonight? Lakers and Spurs? Is that tonight?
ESPN.
I don't know if you guys saw the podcast this week, but Brendan got me a Christmas present.
My first podcast candle. That's terrific.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
They always light podcast candles. I typically don't, but it's fine.
That's fun. We gotta have Sean on here pretty soon. This was a conversation earlier. Do you think aprons are bad for the league right now?
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I think they need to be tweaked.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
I hope it's not another skunk.
No, I think it's somebody dropping off a package at the front door.
Oh, here you go.
Let me go get rid of the corgi.
We got basketball tryouts this week for young Reese. You're stressed to all hell. I don't know. Probably guard. Although I don't see it until I see him like on the court, but he's actually getting a little tall and lanky. We're just walking around with him every day. I don't see it, but I see him out on the court with people his age. I'm like, out here looking like Isaiah Evans or something like that. Brandon Ingram. So why are your arms so long?
Oh, we got a Bruno album coming. He dropped that tweet a couple of days ago, and it's like, what? Like, great. Like, what? Now we got a date, February 27th. The romantic.
24 Karat Magic was. It wasn't
10 years ago.
I was just about to say, was it 10 years? I want to say, yeah, it was probably like 2016.
I'm gonna go
2016.
I'm gonna go 2016.
Man, one of the great albums of all time.
Yeah, that was terrific. Bruno.
John Poles, I have not seen him live yet.
24 Karat, 2016.
He will be at Monterey Trails this Saturday for the Battle of the Trail. I think they play at 5 o'clock. So I'm gonna check him out live.
Well, that's nice. Isaac Jones did not get waived today by the Detroit Pistons, which means his deal becomes guaranteed for the rest of the season.
Oh, good for him. Good for him. Good for him. I told Complex I wanted to go to the Pinky Ring, Bruno's little spot at Park MGM. And so we were just sitting back there talking. I was like, let's say you could get tickets here. Let me see what the tickets are. They were not tickets. They were tables. And them bitches were like 3,000. Like you could reserve it for 1,000, but you had to spend 3,000. It's like, man, no, just emphatically no. We're coming back, James.
Cool.
James Ham with us here on this Wednesday. Steeler and KC. You're on ESPN 1320. Want to get to last night's game, but Hammer, you were talking about Minnesota a minute ago and how an acquisition of Malik Monk could be really solid for them. And you've done some reporting recently. There have been some murmurs around Minnesota and their interest in Malik Monk. And, of course, Malik, another DNP last night. And I think that's his second in a row. And, his time as a Sacramento King is figuratively over. Like, he might play. He might step on the floor again. But his time of having a role on this basketball team is likely done. how did we get here? Like, how did we get here so quickly?
Yeah, it's one of the more bizarre twists and turns. I don't know. We haven't reached this stage yet, but it almost feels a little bit like Rashawn Holmes. Where Rashawn was like such a huge part, like fan favorite. Everything's going great. Everything's going great. Signs a contract, comes back, and then oh no, see ya. Just stuck in neutral. Can't get off the bench. They gave his starting position away when they acquired Domantas Sabonis, and it was just a matter of time before he was gone. I don't know how, again, Malik has a big personality. I think we all know that. He's got a big personality on the court. He's got a big personality off the court. He's a fan favorite because of that. But sometimes that doesn't always play out well when things are going like really bad for a team. And, the Kings have a ton of guards. And I know people don't want to hear it. That Russell Westbrook and Dennis Schroeder and Zach LaVine are ahead of him in the rotation, but they are. I mean, that's the honest answer. And for that matter, when the Kings were able to shift Keegan Murray to the small forward position, that pushed DeMar DeRozan into the backcourt, and he basically just took the minutes that Zach LaVine would have taken out of that backcourt. So at one point this season, we have everybody upset because Keon Ellis isn't playing. Another point this season, we have everyone upset because Malik Monk isn't playing. Now Monk is, on the bench. Keon is playing. And, again, it's because they think the other players are better suited for what they're trying to do. And I know we can say, well, you got 8 wins, you got to try something different. They've tried just about everything, and Malik's been a big part of the rotation at times this season. I'm kind of caught off guard that it's gone this south this quickly as well. But let's not forget, like, they shopped him and tried to trade him all off season. They literally were trying to move him for Jonathan Kuminga up until the day the season started, or whatever the date was that Jonathan Kuminga signed his extension with the Warriors. So we should have again saw this coming. And I'd say this too. It's kind of a bummer because I think Malik really found a home here, and there's a lot of things that he loves about Sacramento. He's bought property here and a home here. He loves to golf. There's a lot of things about Sacramento that Malik loves and that he wants to be a part of. But just because you want to be part of something doesn't mean that the new regime that's here in Sacramento wants you to be part of that. And there is some baggage from last season and the season before and how things played out with Malik. And I don't think that that's really helped him in this situation. So I hope that they're able to find him a soft landing spot. I really wish that it would have been different here and that, like they would figure out a way for him to be back in the rotation playing the 24 to 28 minutes a night, because I think he is dynamic. I think he's fun. I think he gets a crowd into it. But I also, at the end of the day, I understand that you probably can find a cheaper version of Malik Monk, and that having an $18 million 6-man is a luxury for a good team. It's not something a rebuilding team typically has. And so the Kings are probably going to go in a different direction here. And look, we think like it's very possible that Malik, they can find a taker for him between now and February 5th. And he's part of this team going into the summer. And maybe there's a way in which he works his way back into good graces and finds himself back in the rotation and back on the court. But for right now, the reality is he's the 5th guard, and sometimes the 6th guard. And that's just, you don't spend that kind of money on a player that's fringe rotation for you at this point.
Man, so many things that go on with that situation, because it kind of goes back to what we talked about on the handoff yesterday. In my opinion, is they're not trying to win basketball games. Maybe Doug is. Maybe Doug is.
Doug is.
Yeah, maybe Doug is out of the loop of what others want to do there. Maybe he's not. I don't know. But there's no way. Like Malik Monk, he's not the difference between 8 wins and 30 wins right now, but he's better than Keon Ellis. Like, he's a better basketball player than him. He gives you a better chance to win games. He's better than Dennis Schroeder. I know you got to play Dennis to a certain degree because you signed him in the offseason, but he's better than Nick Clifford. I know Nick Clifford plays a couple of different positions, but not playing Malik Monk and still having the same outcomes that you're having regularly, whether you're losing close or getting beat by 40, you can't be telling me that you're trying to win games. Like, that's what I'm saying. They don't have to come on these airwaves or put it in a Slater article for me to see what really you're not trying to win. You can't be. You're not putting your best foot forward.
I would say this, like, Dennis Schroeder's a better natural point guard. He is. He's a better floor general than Malik. He's a better defender than Malik. Keon Ellis is a better three-point shooter. He's a better defensive player than Malik Monk. Like, there are certain situations in which, again, this isn't to disparage Malik Monk. I think he's an excellent player. But there are certain players that, need the players around them to be good. And I think that's kind of like you're watching a team that, like, finding success and finding the right mix. It's not like Malik changed the mixture of the players on the court and helped them win more games. And, like, I get that Doug Christie's asking for defense. And if Malik's not going to go out there and play defense like Keon Ellis, then he's going to find himself outside the rotation. And, like, we can talk about whether Keon has been incredible or not, but even last night, what he ends up with 5 points on 2 of 8 shooting, something like, maybe he had 7 points. But he also had 3 steals and 2 blocks. And he was disruptive. He probably had like 5 or 6 deflections last night where, I mean, you guys saw it even late in the game. He had a deflection where he knocked the ball out of bounds on the baseline. Like, he can be impactful in that way. And when that's what the standard is, that's what you're trying to do. And when you're going out there and starting a rookie center who has deficiencies on the defensive end, and you need to slow down the opposition and not let them get to the basket. Like, look, I think that, again, if Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray are healthy and playing every game this season, number one, the Kings don't have 8 wins. They've got a lot more than 8 wins. But also having those 2 players helps you have a player like Malik Monk on the court where he just goes out there and is instant offense and is running up and down the court doing crazy things but isn't playing that much defense. When you pair Malik with the rest of the guys on this roster and you start looking at how many non-defensive players they have, it does make sense that you would choose a defender over him, and that you would choose 2 defenders over him. I don't think Dennis Schroeder's a great defender, but, throughout his career, he's been league average, maybe a little bit better at times. Either way, he's a better defender than Malik. And, when you're trying to keep opposing teams off of your rookie center and out of the middle of the key, and you're trying to disguise that you have a 37-year-old, starting small forward and a 38-year-old starting point guard, or what are they, 36 and 37? Maybe that's right. You do need defensive players around those guys. So again, I see some of the logic of it. I also understand how Malik is a phenomenal player, and I would have him on the court as well. But I think there's give and take here. And unfortunately for Malik, it's come down to, are you better? Are you better than the players that you're behind? And I don't think the answer is yes. And I'll even add this, like, we can talk about Russ all we want. Like, there are things that Russell Westbrook, he does that drive me bonkers. Like the hesitation on the 3-point shot, all that, like, what are you doing? I'm not quite sure what's happening there. But like, when he doesn't just play within the flow, it does get crazy. But when you're down Domantas Sabonis, who's the best rebounder in the NBA, and you're down Keegan Murray, who is your second best rebounder for huge stretches of the season, both of them have been missing for a huge portion of the season. And you have a guy like Russell Westbrook, who, whether you play him, 25 or 35 minutes, is going to go out there and get you 7 or 8 rebounds a game from the point guard position, it's out of necessity. A lot of what we're seeing is out of necessity. Again, Russell Westbrook is a much, much better rebounder and assist guy than Malik Monk. I think Malik's a better scorer at this point in his career, but just as that part of it, you have to look at some of the cause and effect of the injuries that you've had this season. And, I think it plays into it as a huge portion of why we're seeing Doug Christie make some of the decisions that he is making.
And real quick, not because I understand, Hammer. I get it. I completely get it. I understand. I'm just playing maybe devil's advocate, even though he doesn't need any more advocates. For those that want to see Malik out there, not having him play has not worked at all. Like, the people that you've put in for him have not made the situation any better. You're still getting beat by a combined 60 points in 2 games in LA. Like, you're uncompetitive against the Celtics, against the Pistons. Like, that would be probably their argument, right? Like, everything in theory is 100%. Like, I get it. But after, we're talking about a month at this point where Malik hasn't really been playing, you still stink. You're not even close to being good. So why are you not playing this guy? You already went through it. I understand. I'm just saying, like, that's probably the thought for some people. It's like, all that makes sense. You're right, but that's not. You're not getting the results out of this change.
Well, no, I get you, but Malik's played 21, like almost 22 minutes a game in 29 games this season. It's not like he didn't play, or it's not like that he was so good when he did play that you have to keep playing him. Everybody on this team, in my opinion, that like everybody who has played has had horrible stretches. Even DeMar DeRozan's had a handful of games where it's just like, what is happening? But for the most part, he's been the most consistent player on this roster. And, that's something. That's why he stays in the rotation. He is a guy who can close in the fourth quarter and stuff like that. But look, I think a lot of it is circumstantial. And also I think a lot of it, just so people know, some of the time it's how you handle the losing and how you handle what's going on. Because, there are guys that we always talk about are pros and handles everything, like they're the guy in the locker room that everyone goes to when they have trouble and stuff like that. I think Malik is a really, really fun dude. And when things are good, it's really good with Malik. I also think we all have friends that we know that are the life of the party. And we also know the dark side to those people. And so when things aren't going good, there can be issues, especially with people who run hot and cold like Malik does. And so I think we will have more on this as we get closer and closer to him not being a Sacramento King, and certainly after the fact that if he is no longer a King. But at the same time, I'd tell you, like, there are enough murmurs that it just, like, the losing, it wears on everybody, but it wears on some people in a different way. And those people can wear on everybody when things go south. And so I would kind of start to put Malik in some of that category, that just like handling the losing has not been easy.
Head over to ESPN1320.com and enter to win 2 single-day passes to the Sportsman's Expo at Cal Expo, Thursday, January 15th through Sunday, January 18th. Again, that's over at ESPN1320.com. This also, it sounds like you mentioned, Hammer, that like you reminded us that the Kings tried to shop Malik Monk all off season. This very much sounds like a Scott Perry thing, and you can correct that if I'm wrong, but this very much sounds like a Scott Perry thing, and maybe his first order of business was like, let's get Malik out of here. Casey, you said something the other day. I'll tie this together, I promise. You said something yesterday about the clock. Maybe the clock hasn't started, or you could prolong. This Dennis Schroeder signing has been a failure, and it's been a failure in my estimation for multiple reasons. One is the domino effect to Malik Monk. 2, you can give me that BS line about you didn't know if you were going to sign Russell Westbrook. That's fine, man. If I knew and you didn't, I don't know. Like, I want a pay raise. because our sentiment never changed. And I'm not willing to say that the clock hasn't started. Like he had that's a miss. The Dennis Schroeder signing is a miss, and there was a domino effect to that miss. You switched him out of the starting lineup pretty quickly, put Russell Westbrook there, but then Hammer, as you pointed out immediately, there was this issue in the backcourt. There was this logjam because you had to deal with DeMar DeRozan. We thought Malik Monk was going to wind up being, or we thought maybe Keon Ellis was going to wind up being a casualty. Now you got this Malik Monk situation. I don't even know what the point of this statement was, other than to say I think Scott Perry missed on the Dennis Schroeder signing, and he seems to be the one who spearheads this Malik Monk situation.
And combining that, you think, and I'm not going to argue, you think his clock has started because of that Schroeder signing.
I don't even know what that means. Like it's a miss for me. He doesn't get a pass for that. It's a miss for me. Whether the clock has started or whatever, like you missed with this. It was a miss.
So first off, while we're sitting here, I just realized that both of you guys are wearing like cream colored sweatshirts and I'm wearing a black sweatshirt, and I look like a reverse Oreo smashed in the middle with your clothing here.
Well, you do anyway. I love no matter what clothes we have on.
It doesn't matter what James is wearing.
I love that James just noticed that.
That would be a regular.
Wait, yeah, that's right.
Look,
also, I love James was with us earlier. Didn't know we have the same color pants on too. Like it's pretty embarrassing when we're in the office together.
You're twinsies.
Not a good look. Not a good look for you boys today.
Yeah, we talked about this before the season started. I kept saying, like, you cannot sign Russell Westbrook if you still have all these guys on the roster. If not, it's just not a good use of assets. Like, this was always going to be the case. Someone was going to lose. And I think some of us thought right away it would be Keon. Others thought it would be Malik. And the answer, to be honest with you, they both lost. They both lost their spot in the rotation, in the growth of this team, and what this team was supposed to be. And I think the bigger travesty here is not, the individual players as much as it is, it shows a 31, 32-year-old and a 37-year-old over a 25-year-old and a 27-year-old. And, it's not just that the Kings are the second oldest team or the third oldest team. They are like the minutes distribution says that they're like the oldest team at like 29.6 years of age. Like they're playing more old players, more minutes than any team out there. And like, look, you are going to lose no matter what. One of those guys, both of those guys. And the fact is you've lost them both, because I'll keep saying this. Keon Ellis is not signing back. I don't like, and if he does, it's because the Kings have to overpay him egregiously on like as soon as he's available for an extension. I don't think either one of those things are going to happen. And I honestly don't believe he'll be on this team when we get past the trade deadline, because I think the Kings already understand that. I think they've already got the memo from Keon and his people that like, look, this ship has sailed. Like, because he's behind the eight ball and he's not getting the minutes that he wants, or that realistically he's earned and deserves over the last couple of years. But that's what happens. There's always going to be players that get lost when you switch, when you switch head coaches, when you switch general managers. There are people that are super attached to one group and then another. And that's why, like at the NBA level, you really have to be careful about how, the whole grass is greener thing that De'Aaron Fox talks about. I think there are people here in Sacramento that thought the grass would be greener without Mike Brown. And I think that they're learning very, very quickly and in a harsh way that they were wrong, that they probably should have been on board with Mike and helping Mike get the team right last season, as opposed to helping Mike leave the building. And, that's just, I think, I've been through this too many times. Doug Christie is a 10th head coach I've covered. He won't be the last head coach that I cover, most likely. And like, look, there's always players who think that, it's going to be better when we go a different direction. And then they find the harsh reality afterwards, because the Mike Brown firing leads to the De'Aaron Fox trade, leads to Wes Wilcox walking out the door and Monty McNair getting fired. That's what happens in these situations. And I've seen it too many times. And it's like, hey, like, what's going to happen with Dave Yeager? Dave Yeager is going to get fired at the end of the season, and things could spin out of control. Like, it's what happens. And like, to not be able to predict something like this is, and we've seen it too many times. Like, fooled me once, this is like, we've been fooled 7 times, fooled 8 times.
You fool me, you can't get fooled again.
No.
The fact that we had an extended conversation on that statement earlier this week is funny. We only have a couple of minutes left. How bad were those final few possessions for Sacramento last night?
It's just such a bummer, because they just don't know how to help each other succeed. At the end of the day, basketball's it's a 5-man game, and you have to work together. Everything has to work together for you to find success. And for whatever reason, this team fights against itself every step of the way. And watching the last 5 minutes of that game, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever you want to look at, it just looks like so many other 5-minute blocks of time for this team throughout the year. And, I think what frustrates people like Doug Christie and even, fans that go to every game, or people who cover the team, it's that the same team that came out against the Milwaukee Bucks and for 6 minutes looked like world beaters, and, going on like a 14-0 run and erase the deficit and get the game within 3 points, is the same team that turns around and loses that same exact game by 18 points. And it's just like, there is no rhyme or reason to the selfishness and the, like, realistically, the basketball as a collective, the basketball incompetence of this team. Like, I don't know how to express it any other way. You have teams on the ropes and you can't put them away, but also you lose by 40 all the time. You lose by 30 all the time. This team has lost by 20 more than any other team in the league, I'm pretty sure. And if not, it's like the second most. Like, that's just, you're not cohesive. You're not a unit. You're not playing together. And that's what I mean by incompetence. I don't think anyone is an incompetent person or an incompetent player, but as a group, if they were working a construction site, they would have got fired on day one. They would have been the one who puts in a concrete slab that slopes a -4 inches from one end or one corner to the next. You would have been like, hey, that's unacceptable work. We now have to tear all that out. You're all fired. That's how they play together. And it's really unfortunate to watch, but it's the 2025-2026 Sacramento Kings.
Scott Perry is that construction site supervisor. Let's get all these guys out of here.
Yeah, he needs to start firing people. Figuratively, of course.
Yeah.
What's the next game? Is it Warriors?
Friday, I think. Yeah,
Friday
in Chase.
Yeah.
All right. We'll check Kenny's meter on the 49ers Eagles tomorrow, because he's that mid. Oh boy.
Ooh, I've been putting together the game plan.
Just dawned on me. Okay. I'm not even going to feed into that, man. I'm just going to end the show,
because
it's going to be a long 2 days. So buckle up, non-49er fans, because your boy going to be on one. We got to talk a little bit of Raiders tomorrow too. So we'll be back with you beginning at 10 a.m. With the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Darren Peterson.
Baker's going to be Dusty Baker's going to be watching games out at Baker Family Wine on Saturday. Anybody wants to pull up?
Nice.
Anybody wants to pull up? Quick note, I'll start mentioning it tomorrow on the air, but yeah, Dusty's going to be at Baker Family Wines on Saturday watching games.
It's funny. Not that one. That one.
Oh, there you go. Well, I see Katrina's still working. I see you, Kat. Make sure y'all hit the little alarm button in the upper right-hand corner. That way you get alerted every time we go live. Pull up and see the crew. So we'll see you at 8 o'clock tonight with the Chatty House, and then tomorrow with the Insiders. Good night.